Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General of Canada with her signature.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Signed by the Governor-General. Son Excellence la Gouverneure.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2023, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends these estimates to the House of Commons, signed by the Governor-General.
The dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the main estimates 2022-2023.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you. Pursuant to paragraph 32.2 of the standing orders, I have the honour to table in behalf of the Minister of Finance in both official languages a document entitled Report on Federal Tax Expenditures 2022.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de
Tabling or introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. One moment, please.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor, appuyée par Madame
Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Official Languages Act to enact the Use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act and to make related amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans.
109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. J'aimerais profiter,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, the clerk, the analysts, the interpreters, and all the tech staff who helped us throughout this study and the report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures. And Mr. Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee, the clerk, the analysts, the interpreters, everybody that helped make this happen, as well as the legislative clerks that helped with getting this report together. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motion.
Motions.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Okay. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, study of an opposition motion concerning representation of Quebec in the House of Commons in the name of Mr. Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Thérien, moves that, in the opinion of the House, A, any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing one or more electoral districts, or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons, must be rejected. And B, the formula for apportioning seats in the House must be amended, and the House call on the government to act accordingly. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my wishes for a very good day to you. The discussion on redrawing. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I send you my greetings. Discussions have been underway for some time, but the truth of this painful trend these days to take up public space and debate and discussion. Obviously, the Bloc has come forward with a motion that says that we must protect the political weight of the Quebecois nation within the Canadian Federation. But as long as Quebecers won't have chosen another path, that will make the Quebecois nation a friend of the Canadian nation and not a subject under the Canadian Federation. But we must protect the weight. And I'm already hearing some analysts and estimated colleagues, despite the fact that their political adversaries are saying it's not the time, it's a pandemic, but I would say, yes, it's true, there's a climate crisis. Let's not forget that one. It's not the time. There's a war. It's not time for it. Not so long ago, they were talking about the Emergencies Act. Before 44 hours later, they changed their minds. I want to say this. It's in light of these main issues that we need to measure the importance of Quebec's weight. It is in the face of these challenges that we can meet together, but freely, consented to them and not subject to, on behalf of institutions that where we as a Quebecois nation have less and less space. If state affairs could be managed by statistics, what are we doing here? If we align 3 columns of figures and we say, okay, they've already determined the results and the consequences because these 3 columns are aligned, what are we doing here? It's because there are decisions that sometimes are just outside of the simple column of figures. People are elected for their judgment, for their ability to represent people who elect them. They are elected for their conscience when situations emerge that no one had anticipated, such as they are presented. So because of the people that need to intervene, of the values that people embody, it's this that leads us to this place. So we cannot make decisions based on statistics alone. Madam Speaker, other than the fact that I must tell you, while I still have time to do so, that I am sharing my time. There. I was hearing lots of rumbles behind me, but this is therefore what I need to say. For all those reasons, then, it is unacceptable that Quebec's political weight be reduced within any Canadian institutions as long as we are here. And I would say this. It's true for all. Let's imagine that I'm a Federalist. I know it takes a lot of imagination. Hold your breath. You won't see that happen. But let's just say that I am a Federalist. Let's just say that I am a Quebec hopeful to the head of the Conservative Party. Let's just say. So I would say that it's important to preserve Quebec's political weight. It's proof that Canada loves Quebec so much, after all. That's what they said in 1995. And people would be happy. I'm a sovereigntist. And I would say, in the meantime, we mustn't let our position be weakened. We need to protect the political weight of Quebec because it's good for all. Not so long ago, on June 16, 2021, the House voted 281 votes for, a few votes against, and a handful of people who got a stomachache at the last minute, and the House voted to recognize Quebec as a nation. No conditions, no on your knees, nothing. It was a nation, recognized as a nation, and the only official language and the only common language was Quebec. If this means anything, then we have to assume that. So today we just want to say that we cannot reduce Quebec's political weight. We can't lose a seat. That hasn't changed since '67. So yes, we will table legislation soon. The goal will be to ensure that Quebec's political weight. 2 moments, please.
If they want to have conversations, to please take them into the lobbies, please. Thank you very much. Honorable Député de Belleche.
The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly. There's a leadership campaign to organize on that side, Madam Speaker. Give them an opportunity. So, let me come back to my very serious comments. I simply want to say that we will be tabling legislation, and the legislation will ensure that Quebec's political weight is forever protected within the Canadian Federation. And don't interpret this as a renunciation of the friendly will of good neighbors who freely consent to collaborate with the Canadian entity, however it wants to define itself. And the Bloc Québécois will therefore table legislation because we believe that in the meantime, in order to protect the best interests of Quebecers, to promote Quebec, to be able to defend the ideas like those that will soon be studied, like the Official Languages Act should not just apply to Quebec, which manages the Quebec language very well and has the best protection in the world for protecting its linguistic minority, which is English, and it has arts and cultures and communication, including radio broadcasting, which will soon be discussed as well. And these should be done with particular view of Quebec. We need, therefore, a certain political weight. We need a voice that cannot, within the Canadian institutions, be decreased and worn down. We want the same thing. And we want even more, in fact. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as someone that has a very strong passion for the distinct nature of the province of Quebec and actually heritage that comes from the province of Quebec, myself personally, ancestral, my question to the member, to the leader is, and he made reference to it, you know, he's wearing a ribbon on his lapel. for what's happening in Ukraine today, in a show of solidarity with the world. And I'm just wondering, in terms of all the things that are out in the world today, why it is that the very first opportunity the Bloc have to have an opposition day, that they wouldn't attempt to address those types of issues. He made reference to it in his comments, and I'm wondering if you could just expand why it is he felt this was the most important thing on the agenda for the Bloc.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, I will keep some good humor despite the temptation. I understand that the question was written before he rose, and that no matter what my introduction was, of course, people say it's not the time. It's never going to be the time. It will never be the time for the Quebec nation to have a higher political weight. Not the time today. It will, therefore, always be the time, all the more so because his terrible reference to Ukraine, we're talking about the self-determination of people, and this is something that needs to be defended. It needs to be defended, and Quebec is in a very good position as a nation to say to Ukraine that we are friends, and we stand with them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recall sitting in this House about a year ago when this particular member, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, stated, "Oil is dead." Now, as we've seen in the last few days, Madam Speaker, it's obvious that the member was wrong. It's also a situation where we have seen the oil and gas sector become a major contributor again to the Canadian economy, which will help things like health transfer payments to the province of Quebec. So I wonder if the leader of the Bloc Québécois would go on record as admitting that he was wrong when he said oil is dead. Oil is actually going to help what this particular member is looking for, which is more federal health transfers to the province of Quebec, which ties into exactly what he's asking for today.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, I must correct myself clearly. He wasn't talking about Jean Charest's campaign. Jean Charest is opposed to pipelines. He must be talking about something else. There will be a leadership race, but there's another race, and it's a race for the planet's survival. There are people who say, yes, we believe in climate change as long as we need do nothing. As long as it's insignificant in terms of change, that's fine. But in fact, we must do something. And if oil is dead, I would say that it's in intensive care if the future of the planet is going to be possible.
Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for having put forward today's motion that the NDP will support, of course. And to that end, the NDP has already introduced a bill. As you know, Madam Speaker, it was in 2012. It was the NDP member for Mégantic Compton Stanton who wanted to ensure that there was a threshold for Quebec, as long with other provinces and territories. This is nothing new. The majority of the provinces and territories already have a certain weight in the House of Commons. So, of course, we support this motion. But I want to ask the leader of the Bloc Québécois this question. What might have happened if at the time in 2012 when the NDP presented that motion, if the Liberals and the Conservatives at the time had supported that motion? Would today we be discussing the same situation? If 10 years ago the members had done the right thing. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly in 15 seconds or less. Despite the temptation to always rewrite history, I would say that in order to avoid rewriting history and going back to 2012, not only do I understand that the NDP will vote with the Bloc today, but I would guess that when we table our bill, they will vote still with the Bloc.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Écoutez, la motion, je vais la lire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to read this motion. I think it's important to read it so we know what we're talking about. Any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing one or more electoral districts or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons must be rejected. There's an or in there, but actually there's an and. Currently there's an and. Quebec is losing its representation in the House, but in addition, and this is a historic fact, Quebec will lose a seat. This hasn't happened since 1966. And people will say, well, that's to be expected. The demographic weight of Quebec is such that it's only to be expected that there would be a drop in the number of seats. So Quebec is being treated like any other province, but we are not a province. We are a nation, and we want to be treated like one. Different culture, different language, different ways of living and doing things. Our economy is structured differently. We're more in favor of combating climate change. I think it's obvious among the parties here in the House of Commons. When I was young, Madam Speaker, I was once young. Quebec was grieving the loss of Félix Leclerc, who died at age 88. The rest of Canada was asking itself, who the heck is that? So we're not better, we're just different. And that difference should be felt here in the House of Commons as long as we're still here. Now, our dream as Bloc members and sovereignists is that we will lose our job one day and we'll go back to Quebec City so that half of the taxes we pay aren't defended by only 22% of the people here, but 100% of the people in Quebec City. Imagine, Madam Speaker, I talked about Félix Leclerc, and people say, oh, that was way back in 1988, and there was the referendum, there was the love-in with Jean Charest. People weren't that sensitive to Quebec back then. But when there was the same thing happened with Michel Louvain, people had the same, it was palpable here in the House. People are like, who's that guy? So, Madam Speaker, if you ask any Quebecer who La Belle Inconnue is, they're going to answer La Dame en Bleu. So that's Quebec. Everybody knows these reference points. One of our colleagues did an exceptional 10-minute speech last week, the member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. He gave a great explanation of what Quebec is, and I would encourage you to listen to that speech again. It was magnificent. So, this is the topic. Quebec is a nation. Last year, Madam Speaker, we passed a motion that recognized that Quebec was a nation, right here in this House. And I think we have a good leader, and we've repeated that refrain. But we are a nation. We're a French-speaking nation, and the House recognized that. And then they said, "Oh, we're going to throw them a bone." Here, we toss them a bone. We recognize that they're a nation. They're a bit tiresome, these Quebecers, but let's toss them this bone and acknowledge that they form a nation. But what's the point of that? You have to follow through. When you recognize someone, when you acknowledge that we're a nation, there are consequences. And that was an official vote, an official recognition, and the time has come for the consequences to follow. And I'm talking to the 35 Liberal MPs who are from Quebec. I don't see how they could vote against the idea that Quebec deserves, at the very least, to maintain its political weight here in Ottawa. that would be an improvement in the situation. We're going to watch those Quebec Liberals to see how they vote on this motion. Yesterday in the House, I asked a question of the Deputy Prime Minister. We were talking about Ukraine, much to the delight of the member for Winnipeg. And she stood up in the House and said that Quebec forms a nation. She said that candidly in the House. And she was talking about international politics at the time. So you have to walk the talk. And now is the time for them to put their money where their mouth is. If Quebec were to lose a single member and the rest of the House were to gain 4 more, we would lose our clout, and that's unacceptable. But people will say, well, it's only in corresponding with your demographic weight. But no, Quebec cannot suffer the consequences of that type of statistic because Quebec is a nation. I repeat, that's what's important. People will say, well, you don't bring in enough immigrants, so that's the consequence of that. Well, listen, the Liberal government wants to bring in 430,000 immigrants. So you don't have to be a math whiz to understand that if 430,000 immigrants come in, Quebec would have to take in 100,000 to keep pace. We love immigrants, that's clear. But in order to protect French in Quebec, we need to bring people in and give them the time to adjust and integrate so that they will do well in Quebec, so that they can flourish. And they have to integrate into Quebec life. And the National Assembly and all the parties in Quebec say that that would be virtually impossible. That would be such a challenge to bring in that many people, 100,000. It can't be done. So either we have to play the stats game and open the floodgates to like 100,000 people, but then we will have problems with French in Quebec because that would be too much of a challenge for the language to take in that many people. So we either have to do that, threaten our language, or not bring in 100,000 people. So we have to choose between those two things. If we want to respect the National Assembly, and who have said that in order to have a successful integration of immigrants, we can only bring in so many. The consequence of that, of doing what the National Assembly would have us do, is that our demographic, our political clout here in Ottawa would diminish. It would decline. And Quebec's political clout within Canada is already very weak, and it gets weaker gradually over time. So we need to put a halt to that diminishing of Quebec's clout. And the only way to do that is to stop letting statistics dictate the political weight of a nation. And that's what we need to do now. We have to understand the problem and understand how it affects Quebecers, and then come up with a fix, which the member for Drummond has proposed. He has proposed a bill in the House, and that would guarantee that Quebec's political clout will be consistent, unchanging through history, because Quebec forms a nation. And meanwhile, while we wait for this nation to be able to live side by side with another nation here in this geographic space, because we are currently 70% dominated by a nation other than our own. And Madam Speaker, when you look at the numbers, you have to say that the best way to protect the Quebec nation is through sovereignty. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member made reference to the importance of action. And if we take a look at action, because action does speak louder than words. Yesterday we brought in Bill C-11, which changed and modernized the Canada Broadcasting Act. And part of the argument is the minister responsible, an MP from Quebec, said the importance of the Francophone and French communities, in particular in Quebec, but throughout Canada, by ensuring that there is more content, more investments in the arts community. This government has invested hugely in arts programming because we recognized it in the province of Quebec, Madam Speaker. Today, we have the introduction of the language bill, Madam Speaker, which will again ensure that there is going to continue to be French spoken across Canada in record numbers. And I'm wondering if you could provide his thoughts on those actions.
Député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. With this bill, did he say that the Francophone population in Canada would increase? Is that really what he said? I don't think he gets it. Since 1867, French has been slowly disappearing everywhere else in Canada. And it's in your country that you consider bilingual. You think the best way to get there is to guarantee that Quebec remains powerful? Is he the representative of the Francophonie in the rest of Canada? Basically, French is slowly dying out in the rest of Canada, and my colleague is actually claiming that it's flourishing. Let's get serious. I don't even know why I bother answering that kind of question. Questions and comments?
Député de New West.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy listening to my colleague from La Prairie. I have a lot of respect for him. Now, the motion before us today is similar to what the NDP had proposed way back with the member for Compton-Stanstead. And it just makes sense. We already have a threshold for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, and Newfoundland and Labrador, and the Northwest Territories and Yukon. So there's a threshold, and in 2012 we proposed a similar thing for Quebec, but the Liberals and the Conservatives said no. So I'd like to ask my colleague, why did the Liberals and Conservatives say no to something that just makes so much sense? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think he's on the right track. I think he's right when he says this is obvious, and so the NDP should be voting for this motion. We're happy about that. We thank them for it. But then he wants to know why the Conservatives and the Liberals are against it. Madam Speaker, I can't imagine that in the Liberal Party, and I'm looking at them right now, there are 35 Quebec Liberals. I can't imagine those people not agreeing with the idea that their nation deserves protection and its political clout deserves protection here in the House of Commons. If I see those people stand up, I will be truly disappointed. It doesn't happen often, but that would be the last straw. Questions and comments?
Calgary, Mignapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This motion has to do with seat distribution, and in 2015 there was a redistribution of seats affecting Calgary. We got an extra seat for Calgary. The NDP just said that there are provinces that win seats and gain seats and provinces that lose some. So I'd like to ask my colleague from La Prairie, if it was his decision, would he have any advice for the government? Which provinces should lose seats instead of Quebec? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but I'm a bit disappointed. When I was a teacher, sometimes the students didn't understand what I was saying, and I would say to myself, it must be because I did a bad job of explaining the situation. But basically what my colleague just asked is what I addressed in my speech. Quebec is not just a province, it's a nation. That's the difference. That's what people need to understand. We are not a province, we are a nation. So what I'm saying is, whatever happens in the rest of Canada, what I'm saying is the Quebec nation needs to be protected and its political clout needs to be protected. Quebec is not like other provinces. Unfortunately, I have to interrupt the member. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House and address this block motion. Madam Speaker, I am the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and that is how I was introduced. Could we just have some silence, please, while the honourable member makes his speech? Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise in the House not just in the role that I play here, but I rise truly as a Quebecer, as a proud member of Parliament from Quebec, my province where I grew up and where I was born and raised. My parents came to Quebec from outside Canada. They immigrated to Quebec and they established their family in Quebec. And that is where I had the pleasure of spending almost all my life, apart from a few years when I went away to university outside Quebec. I have spent my whole life essentially in Quebec, and that is where I raised my family. My wife and I raised our 3 children in Quebec. And my 2 grandchildren were born in Quebec. I am fully 100% a proud Quebecer. And Madam Speaker, when you look at this motion from the bloc and listening to the impassioned speech of my colleague from La Prairie, and I love listening to him. He's always so passionate. But sometimes, I have to admit, Madam Speaker, sometimes I think he's just a little bit off target. Let's look at the text of this block motion, which was put forward today by the member for Belleuil-Chambly. That, in the opinion of the House, A, any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing 1 or more electoral districts or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons must be rejected. B, the formula for apportioning seats in the House must be amended and the House call on the government to act accordingly. Madam Speaker, I have to put things in perspective. I agree with part of the motion and I disagree. And I'm going to explain why I feel that way, and I'll try to, for the benefit of all my colleagues, from all political parties, especially those from outside Quebec.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to establish the basis of my argumentation. Second of all, I hope to explain the various options available to us, and that is the point upon which I disagree with the Bloc Québécois. I would like to also propose a solution that I hope will be helped along by the Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, here is the point upon which I agree. I agree that Quebec should not lose a single seat in the House of Commons. Just like my NDP colleague mentioned, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, I hope I got that right. New Westminster Burnaby, my apologies. Like the member said, there's a way for us to establish limits, a downward limit for Quebec. a floor under which the number of seats cannot go. And I think that no province at all should lose a single seat. Second of all, I believe that when one examines the basis... Sorry, Madam Speaker. What I don't agree with is the second part, the implicit part of the motion tabled by the Bloc Québécois, when they say that, in the opinion of the House, and I will go straight to point B, or the second half of point A, or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons. I don't want Quebec to lose its demographic clout in the House of Commons, but I think there's a fairly simple solution to ensure that Quebec doesn't lose this demographic weight. Quebec should retain this demographic weight. Now, the way to do this, and we are still far from the Canada of 1867, the way to move forward in 2022 on the matter is, Madam Speaker, to find a solution, either through an increase in birth rates and also through immigration. We must encourage people to come to Quebec from elsewhere in Canada, but especially we have to invite Francophones to come settle in Quebec. And I have a good example, and I will be able to talk about it a bit later. First of all, I would like to establish the facts of the matter. There are various ways to determine how many seats there are in the House of Commons. The system is non-partisan and scientific. It has been developed over the years. The seat allocation formula evolved and has evolved since Confederation in 1867. We understand that at the time there was a lot of partisan politics, a lot of gerrymandering to determine riding boundaries. Now, luckily for us, this is of the past. We now have a fully and strictly non-partisan riding delimitation system. So, on what do they base the number of ridings to be created in our provinces and territories? Madam Speaker, there are 4 systems. The first stage is establishing an initial number of total seats. In order to obtain this number of seats, and I quote, to obtain this number of seats, the population of each province is divided by an elections quota. For 2022, it's 121,891 people per riding. To obtain this, the last 10-year quota in 2011 was 111,166. That is multiplied by the average percentage increase in all 10 provinces, which is about 9.65% on average. And this over the past 10 years. That's incredible. Canada is a country that is booming, almost 10% increase in population in 10 years. Quebec is also growing. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, not at the same cadence as the national average. The second stage to determine who gets what is through the use of special clauses that were established over the years. Amendments are brought to take into account the senatorial clause. Madam Speaker, this clause is very important because it guarantees that no province can have fewer seats in the House of Commons than in the Senate. That is the case for Prince Edward Island, for example. This island was part of Canada's initial confederation, and for them to agree, they were promised 4 seats in the House of Commons and 4 seats in the Canadian Senate. And I haven't quite finished. Not only do they have the senatorial clause, there's also the grandfather clause. Now, this grandfather clause guarantees to each province the number of seats that they had in 1986. At the time, I think it was Saskatchewan, if I'm not mistaken, because of demographic shrinkage, Saskatchewan was slated to lose a number of seats, and so this grandfather clause was created to protect this number of seats. Now, the third stage is the stage of rule by representation. After the implementation of special clauses, if a province that was overrepresented at the end of the previous 10-year process becomes underrepresented, an extra number of seats will be granted to it to ensure that its number of seats corresponds to its proportion of population as compared to the national population. This rule is important. This rule was only applied to Quebec up to now, and that was about 30 years ago. But it is important to highlight this point. And the fourth stage that we have to follow are territorial seats and the final calculation, just to guarantee that every territory will have 1 seat in the House of Commons. That is a way for us to ensure that there is always 3 seats for the territories. And so with this whole range of calculations, we have received a potential suggestion that a seat may have to be removed from Quebec. But, Madam Speaker, as I said from the very beginning of my presentation, as a Quebecer, I do not find this to be a good solution. We have to do everything we can to avoid this situation, but how should we do so? With the tools we have before us, Madam Speaker, I think that the way to do this is to come back to this grandfather clause I mentioned earlier. This is an important stage. That is the solution, in my opinion. And the Bloc's motion goes even further than this. Not only do they not want Quebec to lose a seat, they also want their political weight in the House of Commons to not be reduced. Madam Speaker, there is 1 province currently that hasn't lost the number of seats. That's Prince Edward Island. Every one of their MPs represents about 40,000 constituents. But I don't want that kind of situation to happen in Quebec. Quebec is not PEI. Of course, I have a lot of respect for my insular colleagues from PEI. I love visiting that province. But I believe that Quebec is distinct. And I don't want us, therefore, to adopt the same situation by saying that we will guarantee that Quebec will always have a certain number of seats in the House of Commons, irrespective of their population. Because we might find ourselves in a situation where we will have MPs that represent very few people as compared to their colleagues in other provinces. I think that this diminishes our legitimacy. And, Madam Speaker, As I said from the beginning, I speak as a proud Quebecer, the MP for Hull Aylmer. I think that the solution for us is to establish a minimum for Quebec to ensure that we do not lose any seats in Quebec. And until then, I hope that the Bloc Québécois will join me in promoting a solution in the long term. And the solution is to make sure that a greater number of people decide to move to Quebec to learn French, for example. To turn to our culture, to our beautiful language. I think, Madam Speaker, that is the solution. And I invite the Bloc Québécois to support this idea. I heard the member for La Prairie who talked of his love for immigration and new Quebecers, and I share this passion fully. Madam Speaker, we have to go even further than this. We have to encourage and we have to understand that we do need immigration. We need to target the countries of the world that have people who would like to come to Canada, to come to Quebec, to live in French. Madam Speaker, in the 5 minutes I have, I would like to share that I have a great example. My riding of Hull Aylmer is a great example. Hull Aylmer is booming. Where does this boom come from? From immigration. From the women and men from the Francophone African countries. People who know French very well because it's their mother tongue at the end of the day. People who are ready to adopt and modify our beautiful culture here in the Outaouais. Did you know, Madam Speaker, and I know that a number of my Bloc Québécois colleagues are my constituents during sitting weeks, 5 days a week when they're here. And I appreciate the fact that they live in my riding. I'm their MP, after all, here in the House of Commons. But, Madam Speaker, what we can say is that the Outaouais, and especially Hull Aylmer, is the second highest centre of immigration in Quebec, second only to Montreal. Most immigration goes to Montreal, but only 2/3 of immigrants remain in Montreal. In the Outaouais and in the west of Outaouais and in Hull Aylmer, people move here, and 98% of these people stay here because we are very welcoming. We are a shining model for Quebec. And, Madam Speaker, what I can say is that it is their contribution to our joie de vivre, to our way of seeing things, that is so appreciated by everyone. They are also proud Quebecers. They also are proud Canadians. That is the model. And, Madam Speaker, you cannot convince me that there are not 100,000 Francophones who want to move to Canada and would like to share in what we have here in Quebec. Clearly, these people exist. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that this is a long-term solution, and I invite my Bloc Québécois colleagues to join me and work towards a solution. Perhaps they can amend their motion before the end of the day, as they did. They did a great job yesterday during the emergency debate we had on Ukraine. I saw the will from Bloc MPs to be part of a solution. So once again, I hold my hand out and I invite them to be part of the solution in order to find a way to ensure that us, all MPs, can unanimously support a motion to make sure that Quebec retains the number of seats it has so that we can find a solution to make sure that Quebec not only will retain its demographic weight in Canada, but so that we can take even more place, as should be the case. And Madam Speaker, I will be proud. I will be proud to be part of this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my MP, at the end of the day, my MP for Hull Aylmer, for his presentation, and it gave me a great idea. I perhaps have a few ideas for his riding. I found a number of his points very interesting, especially the point where he suggested that we should have more babies. I would like to say that in Quebec, we did that. We had more babies, and at the time, priests were telling women who already had 8 or 9 children to have even more children. So we've been there and we've done that. The member seems to confuse demographic weight and political weight, and so I'd like to bring a bit of a nuance to the perception that he seems to have of the motion that was tabled by the member for Bailey-Chambly, the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Quebec is not a province. Quebec is a nation. And from that point of view, the motion tabled by the Bloc Québécois is perfect as is. The question I have for my colleague for Hull Aylmer is as follows. Like the House of Commons did in 2021, does the MP recognise that Quebec is a nation with one official language that wants to welcome more immigrants, ideally francophones, and a province that wants to facilitate the immigration of our future Quebecers? Can the member also tell me, at the end of his answer, if we want to open Quebec's doors to francophone immigration through the Minister of Immigration, the Federal Minister of Immigration, there is systemic discrimination against African francophone students who would like to come to Quebec? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank my colleague, or rather my constituent, for his question. The question, well, I have a number of questions for his number of, I have a number of answers rather for his number of questions. But the main answer is yes. I recognise that Quebec is a nation. I am overjoyed that this was recognised. So that's done. And yes to all of his questions apart from the last one. So, Madam Speaker, Canada and Quebec has an agreement on immigration. The province of Quebec stated that they wanted a minimum that was, a maximum that was 51,000 that was dropped down to 49,000. This will not allow us to retain Quebec's demographic weight in Canada. We understand the wealth that comes from immigration, but if we don't allow people to come here in the first place, then there's something wrong. Madam Speaker, I think it's very important for us to highlight the fact that we have to open Quebec's doors to francophone immigrants and to immigrants who are ready to come here to continue to speak their mother tongue. And these people, as I said, come from Western Africa. For example, there are many people who would like to come to Canada, and I hope that they would like to come from other parts of the world as well. But I think that there is a solution where we can have everything together, and I would like to invite my colleagues from the Bloc to join me towards a solution that everyone can agree upon.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Manley, NPD, appuyé.
The NDP supports the motion and the principle of maintaining constitutional equilibrium in Canada and to preserve the voice and the role of Quebec in the House of Commons. I agree with that. My issue is that my Bloc colleagues claim that the French language is disappearing all over Canada, and that is not correct. I invite them to visit Northern Ontario, where the French language is very strong. So my question is for my colleague. Can he explain the role of bilingualism throughout Canada in 2022? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for his question, Madam Speaker.
I think that French needs a lot of support. French is fragile, and when we look at this broadly, we can do better. We can do better, and that is why I support the minister from Moncton Grandview. I was about to say her name. I think there's a way we can always support and promote and strengthen French in Canada, not only in Quebec, Madam Speaker, but especially in Northern Ontario and throughout the country. I don't take for granted, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, French is always in a precarious situation, and we must be very deliberate in supporting French throughout Canada. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that this will bear fruit so that French can flourish outside of Quebec for centuries to come.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1992, there was the Charlottetown failure, but the text was approved by this House. And in that text, it was said that Quebec would never have fewer than 25% of the seats in the House of Commons. And that is what part of our motion is based on today. This House, by refusing that part of our motion, would be refusing what was voted on in 1992. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, but I must ask her a question. I imagine that she's always supported the Bloc. The Bloc was founded in 1990. How did she vote in that vote on 1992? What was the official position of the Bloc on that question? Madam Speaker, I was there to support that referendum, but I'm sure that some members of the Bloc encouraged Quebecers to vote no in that referendum. So we need to show some consistency between 1992 and today.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the member's comments in regards to the importance of immigration. Immigration has been very important to my home province of Manitoba, and one of the things that we figured through the provincial nominee was a great increase in overall numbers. And we developed a special part in order to ensure that our Francophone community would continue to grow. And if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of how immigration can ensure a healthy Francophone communities, not only for the province of Quebec, but for all across Canada, and maybe even provide some comments in regards to there's always a need for international workers, it seems, and how important it is that we take French into consideration for that too.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to respond to my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. And I absolutely agree. Immigration is an extraordinary tool, not only for our culture, our demographic growth, and also for our economic growth. Madam Speaker, as we say in English, it's always good news when we talk about immigration. When immigrants arrive here, they create jobs. They use fewer social services. They show entrepreneurship. They add to our culture. Immigration is so important, not only for Manitoba and their Francophone community, but also in Ontario. I know that Franco-Ontarians, it's thanks to immigration that they've been able to maintain their demographic weight. And we need to do more, Madam Speaker. And I hope that I can convince my colleagues from Quebec to support me in that effort to increase immigration numbers in Quebec. and Francophone immigrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'm pleased to be joining the debate on this motion. I would have much loved to have been there in person, but you probably can tell I sound a bit ill. So I do have a cold, so I can't fly there and take part in this debate in person. So what I wanted to do from the starting point is I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. And I wanted to outline kind of to my constituents, to Albertans, to Westerners, to Canadians, kind of how the process works. And there is a Yiddish proverb, but I need to introduce how this is going to work here. Every 10 years, the Constitution of Canada requires a redistribution of seats. This redistribution of seats is done based on the political weight of the various provinces. Statistics Canada produces a census. That census was released just in February with the data inside it. Just two interesting data points I want to note. As an Albertan, I represent the second largest riding in Canada by population size. 163,447 people live here, which many of you will know that is 40% bigger than what the original quotient, the average should be. I have a colleague though, my colleague for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin represents 209,431 people in his riding, double the size of what an average riding in Canada should have. And with that comes double the case files, double the emails, double the phone calls, double everything, essentially, with the same amount of resources and the same person to represent them all. That's the life of an urban Calgary MP. Edmonton-Wetaskiwin happens to be one of those rare urban ridings. It is both a rural county included into it and the city of Edmonton growing slowly into this county as it goes, building these brand new suburbs that you can see when you drive north on Highway 2. So that's the challenge of an urban MP. Then we have the challenges of rural MPs whose ridings have perhaps less people in them, but they have more mayors, more city councillors, more local clubs. Up until very recently when I was speaker, you may be surprised to know that I didn't even have a high school in my riding. Up until 2018, I had no high school in my riding in the city of Calgary, which I know is shocking, but that's not the case for rural MPs. They may have 3, 4, 5, 6 high schools, depending on how big the county is, the counties are and which areas they go into. Sometimes you have smaller towns that have basically everything from kindergarten all the way to grade 11 or grade 12 just in a riding. And that brings its own challenges in representation. But when we do redistribution in the Constitution, it's done every 10 years based purely on demographic weight, not political weight, all across Canada. And there are things that are kept in there. There are 4 rules that are followed when we do redistributions in Canada. And so, like I said, there is a Yiddish proverb I wanted to mention here is don't give me the honey and spare the sting. And I think Westerners and those of us who represent provinces who are underrepresented, the honey to us is having more seats. And Alberta is looking at gaining 3 seats in this redistribution. And the sting comes with the fact that every redistribution makes lots of people unhappy. There's always the case that not everybody gets everything that they would like based on the formula. And now let's talk about the formula that was used. The formula was passed in 2011, received royal assent in 2012, was called the Fair Representation Act. In it, it basically acknowledged the fact that the fastest growing provinces in Canada were not gaining enough seats to ensure representation by population. Those 3 provinces mainly were Ontario, British Columbia, and my home province of Alberta. And in this redistribution, the goal was to ensure that they would catch up in effect. And that's why we saw in 2015 the addition of 30 new ridings to try and get closer to what we call rep by pop and get closer to that representation that is mandated by the Constitution. So in this redistribution, the electoral quotient being used by Elections Canada is 121,891. And of course, there'll be some back and forth available here in order to ensure that the smaller towns and counties and regions are well represented, and you have to the minimum amount possible, you reduce the amount that MPs have to drive long distances to represent their constituents. In Canada, like I said, there are these 4 rules. So first, initially, there's this quotient that is used by Elections Canada to determine how many seats per riding should be available. We then applied a senatorial clause, so no province can have less members of parliament than it has senators in the Senate of Canada, that other place. Then we applied a grandfathering clause, 1985, we basically agreed that no province should lose seats based on what it had in 1985. There are slower growing provinces. This primarily actually impacts today Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador. And finally, in 2011, 2012, we added the representation rule specifically applying to the province of Quebec in order to ensure that they would always have representation by population. And I'll note that in this redistribution, the population of Quebec, according to Statistics Canada, will be 22.71%, will be the seat count. The population is 22.57%. So it's trying to reach that goal of trying to get to apportionment rep by pop in that particular situation. We've heard some of the challenges that exist in representing very large ridings, representing urban ridings, that just overall the challenge of representation as a member of parliament. I think it is very challenging. Every single formula that we agree to at any point will have winners, will have losers in it. And we're always trying to go for that win-win. And in preparing for this debate, I went back to the debates originally that happened in 2011, 2012, on this particular subject, on how we could ensure that we didn't just keep increasing the number of MPs as other Westminster parliaments have done, because we have these rules that we have agreed to over time, over the last 40 years, 50 years, in order to include them here. But it's always stinging when you have these changes based on the formula that kind of happen. It's hard to predict what's going to happen just a few weeks from now. It's hard to predict what will happen 10 years from now. Economics bears a great deal of weight on how the population movements will happen in Canada. And my home province of Alberta had a boom in the early 2000s that attracted an enormous amount of people to our home province who settled there, brought their families. We built schools and highways and everything. And it was a very attractive point for people to move there. So a population grew incredibly quickly. That's the case for British Columbia today. It's still the case for Ontario. The number one destination for a lot of people who come to Canada remains our major cities. And one of the biggest cities in Canada, the biggest, is of course Toronto and the Greater Toronto region, which continues to attract so many people because of the job opportunities, the economic opportunities it provides, and also a great place to live, work, and play, which I would say is all of Canada. We're the greatest country in the world, and we should cherish that and make sure that whatever we do here addresses those points and continues that for future generations. But in this motion, the Bloc has proposed in the section B of the motion, it doesn't really propose a solution. There's no real solution here for how to fix the problem that they've identified. They say political weight. I would read into it preferably democratic weight, and it would apply only to one province. But the second part of the motion doesn't offer a formula solution. And the Electoral Boundaries Commission, which is this independent commission, is already working. So they've already started their work. They have a website you can go on to. There are actually commission reports. I see the 2-minute clock, Madam Speaker, thank you. So the commission's already started its work. It's already working. So essentially what the Bloc is asking here is to change the rules of the game once the game has already started. And it would be, I think, difficult to direct them to change it. I think it's still pretty early in the process. I don't think it's impossible here, but we should recognize that since October, the commissioners have been appointed already. They have been holding public consultation meetings. And by August, they're supposed to, at the latest, they're supposed to write back and publicly disclose the maps that would be used for the next redistribution and in time for the next federal election, hopefully. But if you go to the Elections Canada website, if you go to Electoral Boundaries Commission's website, they're saying these changes may not be in place until April 1st of 2024. This is a minority parliament. Let's recognize that. The last time a parliament took upon itself to discuss this, it was the 2008 to 2011 parliament, and they weren't able to finish it then, which is why it was passed in 2012. I see, Madam Speaker, my time is coming to a close here, but I want to lay that out. Like there's, I think, a good logical case to be made that no province should be made worse off after redistribution. But we have this formula, a formula that was received royal assent in 2012. It is the 11th hour, so to speak. And I know it's stinging for those who believe that no province should lose the seat. We have different rules in place already, constitutional rules and constitutional conventions as well, in order to ensure that doesn't happen. But I'd be happy to take questions, Madam Speaker. I know my time is coming to a close to continue this debate with colleagues in the chamber.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Mille. Rivière-du-Nord, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague, and he'll be pleased to hear that his riding is mentioned in the House even when he's not here. Madam Speaker, I was wondering if my colleague recognizes that Canada is a federation. It's a contract. It's not a nation. It's a contract between two nations, the French nation and the English nation. And I don't want to forget the Indigenous people who are already here. There are also other nations that joined us later in different ways and at different times. But at the outset, the Canadian Federation is made up of two nations. Does my colleague not recognize that this means that both nations need to have their viability maintained within the Federation? Otherwise, you might have the independence of Quebec that's been on the table for a long time. We don't want to stop existing. So at a certain time, we thought some people wanted to be part of the Federation. Being a member of the Federation means preserving our identity as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member to answer, and we have stopped the time. Could the Honourable Member unplug and replug his headset, because the sound isn't coming from the mic, and you have to choose the mic on your at the bottom of the screen. You have to choose the mic for the headset. The sound is coming.
Is this better now?
Is it coming from the headset now?
Sounds better.
Yes, it sounds better. The Honourable Member may answer now.
My apologies, Madam Speaker.
So I will answer the question from the member from Rivière-du-Nord. Of course, I believe that Canada was founded as a binational, bicultural country. The two founding people of our country, the Francophones and the Anglophones. As my colleague knows very well, I'm a Franco-Albertan, but I'm also a child of Bill 101. I lived in Montreal for some time. But in our country, I think we need to admit that it's not in the House of Commons where the Quebec people and nation, and I totally agree with this, Albertans are a distinct society in the description given in Meech Lake and Charlottetown. And it's not the first time I say this, but we need to admit that culture is a lot more than representation in the House of Commons. And Francophones in Canada are a lot more than representation in the House of Commons. We need to admit that there are a lot of Francophones outside of Quebec that represent linguistic and cultural duality. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I think it's so profound that we're discussing our democracy in Canada and the voices that we can have and who should be at the table as we watch the horrific violence being perpetrated against the democratic people of Ukraine by Putin and Russia. And it reminds us in this House how precious and fragile democracy is. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about this historic moment in our nation and around the world where we have come together to say that the violence that is being perpetrated against the Ukrainian people must be fought at every level, that Canada has to have a coherent plan in order to support the people of Ukraine, support refugees, support democracy, and ensure that Russia pays a serious price for this attack on the democratic rights of an independent nation.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure how that's related to the redistribution of seats in Canada. However, I'll thank the member for Timmins James Bay. You don't have to tell a Canadian of Polish heritage, as someone who was born behind the Iron Curtain, as the son of a member of the Solidarność movement, about the behavior, aggressiveness, and aggression, military aggression, capable out of the Kremlin. And absolutely, he's entirely correct. We should be standing with Ukrainians. We should stand with the government in Kiev and in defending their democracy, defending their institutions. They have a long, millennial-long history of being in this region, and we should stand with them in this moment, just as many Eastern Europeans have done in the region, lending aid, lending help, lending support, and providing havens for those fleeing the conflict.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we've learned through the census that was released by Census Canada was that in good part our future population growth is going to be coming through immigration. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of immigration policy as using as one of those tools to enable our provinces to be able to continue to promote culture and heritage.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North is, of course, correct that immigration historically for the last 115 years has been the main driver of demographic growth in Canada. In successive waves, we've seen immigrants from Eastern Europe, add to the mixing pot that is Canada, add to its distinctiveness. And I represent one of those people, obviously, and so does my family who came from different regions and settled in Canada. So absolutely, he's correct. But I think the issue at hand is how do we represent fairly people all across Canada and ensure members of Parliament are able to do their work.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to repeat once again that the Conservative Party is standing in support of the Ukrainian population. This is a very dark chapter in history. People who yesterday were living their lives happily are now living in fear. And I think we need to take every opportunity available to us to express our support and to actually support these people. They need our support in the face of Putin, and I think they deserve the support of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, we are here to talk about democracy in Canada. We're here to talk about how Canadians are represented in the House of Commons. And this opportunity was given to us via this Bloc Québécois motion. Now, redistributing the seats in the House is an exercise that comes up every 10 years. And it calls into question our preconceived ideas. But it's an opportunity each time for us to reiterate the importance of the role of an MP here in the House of Commons. Elections Canada has estimated that the number of MPs from Quebec will decrease in 2024 from 78 to 77 seats. Conversely, Ontario and BC will gain 1 seat each, and Alberta will have 3 more MPs. Beyond the partisan political debates, let me talk to you briefly about the role of an MP. Losing a member of Parliament from whatever province or region will have a negative impact, especially on their constituents, particularly those who are in rural Canada, where those ridings may disappear. Every day, Canadians look for answers to their questions and concerns, and many are frustrated with the lack of information coming from various government departments, particularly in the last couple of years. We had the COVID-19 crisis, and people didn't know where to turn, and often they turned to their MPs. Our offices were called on a daily basis, and we had to play a very key role in helping people find their way through all the various benefits and measures the government put in place. So naturally, people turn to their MP, and often the MP is the only link between the constituent and the government. That was the only way people could get answers, Madam Speaker. So MPs acted as a go-between because the government's response time was so slow. But it's extremely important to maintain that if no standards are put in place to ensure that constituents in all rural areas can maintain real access, genuine access to an MP. As the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, I represent the same number of constituents as a Montreal riding, but with 500 times more area to cover. There are 50 municipalities, 50 mayors, 50 town councils, hundreds of social clubs and seniors associations in my riding, not to mention the dozens of chambers of commerce, business associations, agricultural associations, and so on. How can an MP remain in touch with 70 or more mayors? These town councils meet once a month, almost all at the same time, so it's impossible. There aren't enough months in the year. 4 years, that's 48 months. I have 50 municipalities, so if I were to attend each and every town council meeting, I wouldn't be able to do it all in 4 years. Now, luckily, we've had Zoom meetings and other technological tools that make it possible to meet more frequently, but there's no substitute for an in-person meeting and discussion. So how are you supposed to follow up on various projects and development and infrastructure projects, for example? The answer is self-evident. It's impossible. When you have ridings as big as mine, and mine's not the only one, many of my colleagues represent similarly sized ridings. They're in the same boat as I am. And so redistributing the seats means that there will likely be even larger ridings in the future, and the problems will only grow larger along with that. The larger the riding, the more difficult it will be to meet with everyone and to find solutions. An MP is a bit like a family doctor. When they have too many patients, it's difficult to get an appointment. It's hard to be listened to, and it's hard to find a solution. It's the same thing for a member of parliament. Quebecers in rural regions, especially the more remote ones, deserve to retain their political clout in Ottawa. I fear the impact of this exercise on people in my riding and in other regions of Quebec and Canada. If we start reducing the number of MPs, people will no longer be able to make their voices heard as they did before. For the sake of the representativeness of MPs and work in increasingly large rural ridings, the government should really consider rural Canada and Quebec as criteria. Any redistribution that doesn't take into account geography, demographics, or the needs of the local population is doomed to be a failure. And this will change our democratic life. The proposed redistribution will reduce the weight of rural regions, as I said. The rural areas will be more poorly represented to the benefit of urban ridings. When you live in a big city, you can have easy access to the immigration minister, for example, because there's an office. The minister has an office in that city. So people can, when there's too many problems, people turn to their MP, but their first point of contact in a big city with the government is government offices, which are located in the big cities. But there's no immigration office in Mégantic-l'Érable, Madam Speaker. There's no Transport Canada office in Mégantic-l'Érable. There's no this, that, or the other office in my riding. And so when people want service from the federal government, the only place they have to turn is their MP's constituency office. So the volume of calls and requests is very high. And I know our job is not to represent the government in our riding, but when people come to us with their questions, when they have questions for the federal government, since they don't have access to federal offices, what they do is they come to their MP. That's a fact. That's the reality that we are currently in. The Prime Minister could decide to maintain the number of seats in all ridings so as to not reduce the number of seats in this current exercise.
En considération ce que je dis, aucune province ne devrait subir la perte d'un siège. I
think the Prime Minister should take that into account. this can happen if he doesn't do that now. The same problem will crop up in 10 years and 20 years down the road as well. It's not just Quebec that's affected by this. There are 4 other provinces, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, that are in the same boat. I think we need to maintain the representation of these regions in Parliament so that the political clout and the voices of all parts of Canada are still heard and represented here in the House of Commons. It's important not just for rural Canada, but for protecting the unique character of Quebec within Canada. And, Madam Speaker, I sincerely believe that the Prime Minister has an opportunity now to do what's right, what's fair, and to avoid reducing the political clout of Quebec, while at the same time allowing other provinces to have more members to represent them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Oh, did I change ridings, Madam Speaker? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not from Terrebonne. It's a beautiful riding, but my riding is Thérèse de Blainville. It looks like the redistribution has already happened, and maybe I'm going to be the new member for Terrebonne. Maybe this is news to me. Well, I have a question.
Fort simple.
It's very straightforward. For my colleague, I'd like to thank him for his speech, by the way. This Bloc Québécois motion and the bill that will go along with it seeks to do something huge for Quebec. It's not a recognition just based on demographics, because the demographic situation could change. For example, on a demographic basis, there are 2 provinces that are aging. The most aging provinces are Ontario and Quebec, and that's not taken into account. So the question is really more about political clout. We've been recognized as a distinct society and as a nation. So Quebec's political clout. My question is, for the member, does Quebec's political clout deserve to be maintained or even boosted? The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Once again, I think it's important to understand that this redistribution exercise would take seats away from some provinces, and that would have an adverse effect on the representation of constituents in those lost ridings. So a whole bunch of things need to be taken into account. The unique character of Quebec, the Quebec nation, the political clout and the demographic situation, the fact that Canada is an evolving country, our population is constantly changing. So all of those factors need to be taken into account in this redistribution exercise. But I think we should never go to the lowest common denominator. There should never be any loss of seats. And I think that should be a part of the consultation that Elections Canada has begun here. But I think the government has the opportunity right from the outset to say that the number of seats in Quebec will be maintained, and that's what we're saying. Questions and comments?
Speaker, the member made a great deal of reference in terms of that rural versus urban. And when you take a look at the current number of seats in the province of Quebec, is he suggesting that the numbers is wrong in terms of the urban-rural component of the 78, for example, seats that are there today and their current makeup in terms of numbers in City of Montreal versus rural communities? Is he saying that that's a wrong formula currently? Just to hear his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I'm saying is that it's much harder to get the right number of people to meet Elections Canada's targets when you have so many municipalities in your riding. There has to be a balance. So I'm just asking that the realities of rural Canada be taken into account. We're the second largest country in the world, Madam Speaker. So, of course, our rules and our standards should take that into account. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. I thank him for his speech. Quebec's political clout was previously criteria for Quebec signing on to the Constitution back with the Charlottetown Agreement. And the Charlottetown Accord was negotiated by a Conservative government. So as deputy leader of the Conservative Party, wouldn't it be consistent for him to defend that position and the position of his own party? The honourable member. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In my view, the government should maintain a minimum of 78 seats in Quebec, or for Quebec, here in the House. And the government should also consider the demographic realities of this country. This is an ongoing debate. We have to keep having this debate with Quebecers and here in the House, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this important debate. And I'll be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. He's going to have some very interesting things to tell us, and I'm looking forward to hearing those things. I'd like to take a minute to express our full solidarity with the people of Ukraine, who have been going through a very rough time for almost a week now, under a brutal assault by a dictator, Vladimir Putin. And I feel particularly concerned by this as the member for Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie, because my riding in Montreal has the Ukrainian Basilica, the Orthodox Basilica, and there's a Ukrainian festival and a Ukrainian park, and I participate in the festival every year. So we're all shaken up by this, and we are here to support them and any peace process that may crop up. This is an important debate today, Madam Speaker, because it raises the issue of Quebec's place within the Federation, whether Quebec has signed onto the Constitution or not, and Quebec's place in the House of Commons here in Parliament. And I'll come back to that a bit later, but it also raises a fundamental question about democracy and the equality of Canadians, of constituents. We live in a democracy where people can express themselves, and there's a notion of popular sovereignty, and it's up to the people to decide. And so people need to be equal. People enjoy equal rights, and that's a notion, a fundamental notion in a democracy. So the idea of one person, one vote should always be respected. And that is respected, sometimes for bad reasons, sometimes for good reasons. And we sometimes forget about the bad reasons. But our election system is such that not all votes are equal. Some votes are lost. Some votes don't count because we have a first-past-the-post system. And instead of having a proportional system, so a whole bunch of votes are not reflected in Parliament and are not represented in Parliament. For example, in my riding, there was a general election the last time around. I was lucky enough to be reelected for the fourth time, but with a little less than 50% of the popular vote, 49% and change. So half of the people in my riding didn't vote for the NDP. Are those people represented in the House of Commons? Well, we have to hope that maybe in other ridings there is representation of their positions. But in a case where you only get half of the popular vote, that means that half of your constituents are not, their vote didn't really find its way here, so to speak. And governments often the government in power represents a minority of the popular vote. You can have a minority government with only 30-some% of the popular vote, and then you could even have a majority that can impose its will, even with a minority of the popular vote. If the federal government, if the Liberals had done what they promised to do and brought in proportional election system, things might be different today. And there are situations where the party that comes second gets the majority of seats, and that's an absurd democratic contradiction. I don't understand how it is that the Conservative Party is not more up in arms about this, because for 2 times in a row now they've won the majority of the popular vote and they still aren't in power. And we in the NDP this is a fundamental issue for us, the equality of a vote.
Des bonnes raisons.
But there can be good reasons why this equality isn't respected. An electoral system is a very bad reason behind this, because it's easy to change the election system. But sometimes there are criteria that we use to decide when and how people will be represented. We've already talked about this during previous debates. And in this debate as well, there are criteria that already exist in our system, where, for example, we have to evaluate a number of things, and my colleagues have already mentioned this from the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. There's a senatorial clause, which means that that PEI cannot have, and other provinces cannot have fewer MPs than they do have senators. There's also the grandfather clause and the territorial clause, which all mean that there are certain levels of representation. For example, the territories have to be represented even if they have far fewer constituents than in more densely populated ridings like mine. Rougemont-la-Petite-Patrie is a tiny riding, but we have 110,000 people that live there. That is a lot of people per kilometre squared. It's therefore normal for territories to be able to have their own MP, even if they have less than half of this population, over a huge landmass that is larger than many European countries. Indigenous communities and Inuit communities must be represented in order to have a voice in this House of Commons. And so there's all these criteria that have to be examined. We find it perfectly logical and perfectly acceptable to do so. That's why there isn't an automatic demographic ratio that is used as the mathematical basis of riding distribution. We are in a system of exceptions where there are various criteria that are implemented for sometimes very good reason. It is this system of accommodations that allows us to have this kind of discussion. We need to have this kind of discussion like the one we're having today with the Bloc Québécois motion. I'm not going to give you a history lesson and go back to Upper and Lower Canada, but let us remember that Quebec still hasn't signed the 1982 Constitution, which is problematic, and I'm very proud of the leader of the NDP who stated that this was a historical mistake that we will have to right one day in one way or another. Attempts have been made to rectify this problem for René Lévesque and Quebec as a whole. There were 2 attempts. I was an adolescent at the time, and I was starting to get interested in politics. You'll remember the Meech Lake Accord attempt. That was between 87 and 90. That was rejected. Then there was the Charlottetown Accord that was negotiated thereafter. I won't mention all the requests made by Quebec or the criteria suggested as criteria that already exist. However, one of the considerations in the Charlottetown Accord was Quebec's weight in Parliament established at 25%. This was negotiated by a Conservative government at the time. The Prime Minister of the time was Brian Mulroney. This was approved by the NDP of the time. So this isn't a new idea. we shouldn't consider that this idea of Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons is a novel idea. Precedents exist, negotiated by the Conservatives, supported by the New Democrats, and I believe that this should be part of our discussions regarding this motion. This House officially recognized Quebec as forming a nation. I believe that we could have a Quebec clause that recognizes the fact that Quebec is a nation. And just like all the other clauses, like the grandfather clause, the senatorial clause, or the territorial clause, this could be applied in the distribution of seats. This should not be done to the detriment of representation in other provinces. The government recognized that Quebec forms a nation. French Canadians are one of the two founding people of Canada, and this has to be felt, tangibly felt, in the House of Commons. This would be one way to do so. As a proud Quebecer, I will be happy to support this motion. I don't want to support a diminishment of Quebec's political power, and I wonder if my Conservative colleagues will have the same opinion as we do, that immigration is a good idea for maintaining Quebec's demographic strength. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Rosemont Petite-Patrie for his presentation. I know that he loves Quebec and the Quebec nation very much, and I heard him mention a potential Quebec clause. I tabled a bill, C-246, that talks about Quebec's political power and political strength, which has a nation clause which seeks to preserve our political strength here in the Federation of Canada. Madam Speaker, has my colleague read this bill? Is he aware of the bill that I tabled a few weeks ago? And does he recognize the nation clause as being similar to the Quebec clause he has proposed? I would like to know if he will support my private member's bill. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Drummond. It's always a pleasure to have this kind of discussion with him, and sometimes these debates, but never acrimonious debates. That is a very important, interesting bill that he has mentioned. It's logically coherent with the point of view I've put forward. There are various criteria to establish various provinces' representation here in the House of Commons. The bill in principle is interesting. Let's see what amendments could be brought to it, what details and modalities are therein. And then, after a committee study, we'll see what the final version will be at third reading, at which point I will take an enlightened decision, obviously, with all of my colleagues from the NDP and with our leader. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things I indicated earlier was because of Census Canada, and you take a look at the last decade, you see Canada's growth and future growth is going to be very much dependent on immigration to Canada. And when you take a look at the whole issue of a democratic country and the principles within that, there's no doubt that the population does matter. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to if the ongoing growth in Canada's population is going to be in good part sustained through immigration, if he has any thoughts with respect to that.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, and I think that I was very clear in my presentation, in my speech. Of course, citizen equality is one of the basic pillars of democracy, but a demographic ratio isn't the only factor we use. This has an impact for prairie provinces, for the Maritimes, and also for our territories. And so we could consider this discussion because we are in a system where there are various criteria, various exceptions. With regards to immigration, yes, Quebec and Canada are immigration countries, and we are all children of immigration, apart from Indigenous peoples and Inuit. I wish that we would have a greater number of immigrants in Canada. I think this would be a great way to sort out the labour shortage, for example. Economic immigration is in the hands of the Quebec government at the moment. Personally, I believe that many of our problems could be solved through immigration for Labour and for Quebec's political power. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I found my colleague's speech interesting. He spoke of the NDP's work here in the House of Commons and the work it has done for a very long time to ensure that Quebec is well represented, and that for a bill, like the bill tabled in 2012, we want Quebec to have this minimum. This minimum already exists for a number of provinces and territories. Can my colleague for Rosemont La Petite Patrie comment on the NDP's work over the years in order to make sure that Quebec has its place here in the House of Commons? The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for New Westminster Burnaby. Since I became an MP 11 years ago, I saw that our caucus has always taken to heart defending French, defending Quebec and its position in the country and in Parliament. I think that the bill in 2012 is a perfect example of this. There's also the Sherbrooke Declaration that was adopted by our political stripes that recognises an asymmetrical federalism and Quebec's place in our federal system. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the motion, as I already have mentioned. Like others have said today, we rise with a heavy heart with regards to what is transpiring not here in the House, not here in Ottawa, but on the other side of the world in Ukraine. Civilians are being massacred by a rainfire of artillery and bombardments in Ukraine's towns and cities. Like my colleague for Rosemont La Petite Patrie mentioned earlier, it is with a very heavy heart that is shared by us all that we see these massacres that have not been seen in Europe for nearly a century and that we thought would never happen ever again. Our thoughts are with Ukraine's civilians and military forces. We hope that the dictator that is the impetus behind this tragedy will realize the suffering he has created. And I hope that the people of his country will realize how much this situation is an abomination, is atrocious. The situation in Ukraine, this invasion of Ukraine, we want this invasion to stop immediately. We all want this, and Canada is playing its role. Now, with regards to today's affairs in the House, the idea of having a minimum for Quebec is logical. The idea that Quebec has a presence in the House that cannot be diminished is normal, in my opinion. This is something that already exists, as I mentioned earlier. Let us talk about the territories. Provinces such as New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Saskatchewan all have minimums. They cannot lose their seats. If they were to lose seats, perhaps we would be discussing their loss of seats, which is not the case. We fully, at the NDP, agree that these minima should exist to have this representation which is tantamount to the importance of our democracy. So this debate today is a logical one. Quebec should be able to have a minimum representation to make sure that there is always the same weight here in the House of Commons and to make sure that they do not lose any seats in the House. It's normal. I represent British Columbia, and I would like British Columbia to have a greater number of seats, which will no doubt be the case with the results of the latest census. British Columbia and Alberta will gain seats. This should not come at a cost of losing seats in other regions. Of course, that is the reason for which we will be supporting today's motion. One must say that with regards to what already exists, we must realize that our traditions are very important, traditions established for many years. In Atlantic Canada is very overrepresented in the House of Commons. For PEI, one MP represents 39,000 people on average. That is the case in New Brunswick. They represent about 79,000 people. Newfoundland and Labrador, 74,000. Nova Scotia, 88,000 people on average per riding. If we examine the other exceptions in the territory, well, I'm going to put the territories to the side because they are vast, they are huge, and their representation is very strong. My colleague, the MP for Nunavut, does an extraordinary job in a riding that represents a landmass that is bigger than most sovereign nations of this world, and she does an extraordinary work. She's an extraordinary MP, and she works indefatigably for her riding. Other provinces have received exemptions. Manitoba, for example, there's one MP for every 98,000 people on average. Saskatchewan, with one MP per 84,000 people. Today, for Quebec, it's one MP for every 109,000 people. And of course, when we have a look at Ontario, this is one for 123,000. For British Columbia, it's one in 125,000, and Alberta is one in 130,000. And so, we already have something that has to be adjusted. And we do adjustments every year, or rather every 10 years, with the 10-year census. We already have this principle of having a minimum level for various provinces. So what is proposed today is something that's perfectly logical because there are exceptions that already exist. Minimums that are already far lower than what is being proposed today in the motion, and so this motion is perfectly logical. That is the reason for which that we support it. And there's another reason, Mr. Speaker, and it's a historical one. I became an MP in 2004 with Jack Layton's team, and I was very proud of our history as New Democrats. Not only to make sure that Quebec has a place and the Quebec nation has a place within Canada and within our confederation here in Canada, but also proud of the work that Quebec has done, which is different to the work done by any other party in Canada to make sure that that French is available throughout Canada. Mr. Speaker, as you know very well, I represent British Columbia, which is one of the provinces where Francophones are greater and greater every year. We have people that come from Francophone countries. We also have a presence that is very dynamic. There is the Federation of Franco-British Columbians that is proof of this. There's trade networks that speak French.
A French school board commission, dozens and dozens of French language schools throughout British Columbia. And Mr. Speaker, that was put in place by a New Democrat government. In British Columbia, in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, NDP governments opened the door to ensure education in the French language for all Francophone students in the province. We're proud of that legacy. The NDP doesn't say one thing here in Ottawa and say something else in New Westminster or Winnipeg or Saskatoon. No. We are consistent with our values. We strengthen official languages throughout the country. That's what NDP governments have done wherever they've been, wherever they are. Elizabeth Weir, Leo Piquet, Alexa McDonough, in other provinces as well. We've moved forward the equality of both official languages, no matter where in the country. New Democrats have been there to strengthen official languages, to support French. So that is the legacy of New Democrats. It's different than that of the Liberals and the Conservatives, who support official languages in Ottawa, but don't have the same opinion, Mr. Speaker, when they go back to their regions. The NDP is consistent. We have these values and these principles, and we are proud of them, very proud of them, proud of all of these principles that we've had for years, Mr. Speaker. So today's motion is just common sense, as I've said. But my question is really to the Liberals and the Conservatives. When the NDP brought forward the bill 10 years ago, the Liberals and Conservatives said no. Even if the Liberals support the principle of a threshold for Atlantic Canada and the Conservatives support a threshold for Saskatchewan and Manitoba, we need to be consistent. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will vote in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, for his speech, and I'd like to thank him at the outset because since this morning, he seems to be in agreement with our Opposition Day motion. I understand that they'll vote in favor. That's great. When we talk about the political weight of Quebec, it's also about recognizing thoroughly that Quebec is a nation. He's talked about the Liberals, the Conservatives, and in 2006, the Conservatives voted to say that Quebec is a nation. But since then, radio silence. Nothing has been done concretely by the Conservatives to go further with that recognition of the Quebec nation. So I'd like to know how far he'd be willing to go to recognize the Quebec nation, to have standards, and so to what degree is he willing to go to recognize the Quebec nation? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. She already knows the answer. She has surely read the Sherbrooke Declaration. It indicates that the NDP sees a future that is promising for all Quebecers and for Canadians to put together a vision that is important and also respects Quebec's jurisdiction and says that it could have compensation from the federal government to put in place programs that reflect the desires of the people of Quebec. That's been Quebec's position, the NDP's position for a long time. But beyond that, we support French. NDP governments have always strengthened French, no matter where they are in Canada. And we see that in British Columbia, in the Yukon, in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario, no matter where, NDP governments have always strengthened French. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pick up on the member's last comment in regards to the language of French and it being spoken in Canada. I do believe that in Manitoba there are actually more people that can speak French than the history of the province today. And I think it's because of a strong national policy supported by and enhanced in many ways by different provincial jurisdictions. I also like to think that as a member of Parliament for Manitoba, that I do have a great deal of passion for the province of Quebec too. There's things that we have in common, such as a strong, healthy aerospace industry. So supporting the province of Quebec doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be a member of Parliament representing the province of Quebec, and vice versa to other areas. And I'm just wondering if he could just provide his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Speaker, I would love to share my thoughts on that. This is where I disagree profoundly with the Bloc, because the Bloc will never recognize the existence of a vibrant Francophone sector outside of Quebec. They have never stood up for Acadians. They've never stood up for Franco-Columbians. They've never stood up for Francophones in Western Canada. And as the member knows, what we're seeing in British Columbia, the number of Francophones increasing. I have the pleasure of participating in so many Francophone events. And I see the incredible vitality of the Francophone community in British Columbia. We're seeing more and more schools and institutions as well. These are all good things. We all need to work together to reinforce official languages, reinforce a Francophone community right across the country. And that's something, tragically, that the Bloc will never want to do. It's unfortunate. But we have a responsibility. And of course, with the NDP, our consistency over the years is something that we hope both Liberals and Conservatives will learn from. We'd like to work together to make this country even better.
We do have time for a very quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Merci, le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech from my colleague, and I would like to ask him how a proportional representation system, a mixed one, could protect Quebec and regional and cultural representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe for her wonderful French and her excellent question as well. It's important, Mr. Speaker. This is something that the NDP has worked for a long time. The idea of putting in place a system where we are truly represented so that people who vote for the NDP in Quebec, for example, are represented by a number of MPs, because the number of people who vote is large. And people would have their vote counted no matter where they reside in Canada. That is something the NDP is still working on. Thank you for her question.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. I don't want to forget, so I'd like to tell you that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Jonquière. All right, I haven't forgotten. So, Mr. Speaker, on the motion before us today, I will be very frank as I begin. I'm going to make a confession. I asked myself, well, why wouldn't it make sense for Quebec to lose a seat? If there are fewer of us, if our demographic weight has gone down, it seems logical to me. That was what I thought right off the bat without reflecting. And then I surprised myself, but I went a little further and I asked why Quebec could justify claiming a different number of seats that's not the equivalent of its demographic weight. Then, as we think about it, we see that the formula is not only mathematical. So that's the first observation. There are 3 examples in the current calculation formula that would show you that idea. The first is the senatorial clause. This ensures that no province has fewer MPs than senators. That ensures 4 seats for Prince Edward Island, even though its population would warrant only 1. There's the grandfather clause that ensures that no province has fewer MPs after redistribution than it had in 1985. This clause protects the number of seats in the Maritime provinces and Saskatchewan. There's a clause for the territories, which ensures that they will each have 1 member of parliament, even if technically their population would warrant only one member of parliament for the 3 territories. So this is not purely about mathematics. So one might ask then, does Quebec have a clause to protect its number of seats? But there is none, and that's what we're trying to resolve today. And now the question could be asked, why? In our history books, when Canada was founded, there were 2 founding peoples. More recent history, and we celebrated that sad anniversary in October of this year. In 1971, we started setting aside the idea of founding peoples, and it's been replaced by Canadian multiculturalism, which has replaced biculturalism and made Quebec less present on the Canadian map. History repeats itself always a little bit. In 1995, Jean Chrétien's government, we don't know why exactly. Something happened a few months before, it seems. It seems there was a referendum that was a close call for Canada. And then there's a recognition of a distinct society. That's some smoke and mirrors. And according to the Bloc Québécois. And then Lucien Bouchard said that from Meech 1 to Meech 2, from Meech 2 to Charlottetown was a downward slope. Less and less is offered to Quebec. We are tired, perhaps, of the previous effort. And as we are tired, we offer a little less. So how can the Prime Minister believe that Quebecers will be happy to be told by him, you are distinct? I recognize that you are distinct. How can he imagine that this will please us, Quebecers? If there's one thing we know, it is that we are distinct. We've known for a long time that we are distinct. What we want, for example, is to have the means to make our decisions in a distinct way, to direct the future of Quebec in the direction of its distinction, in the direction of what is different from others, of our differences. That's what we want. That's what we don't have. There's nothing like that in the resolution, absolutely nothing. So now, 2006, Harper's government recognizes Quebec as a nation. And then I looked on Wikipedia. There's a page on this. It's very interesting. Wikipedia tells us, pretty high on the page, it is important to note that this is a symbolic motion as it does not amend the Constitution Act of 1867, which states that Quebec is one of the provinces of Canada. It hasn't been endorsed by the Senate, the second branch of the federal legislature. There is very little enthusiasm for constitutional change since the failure of the Meech Lake Accord, and politicians find themselves in a position where they can only make symbolic statements. I will come back later on the symbolic aspect of these different recognitions. Then, June of last year, June 2021, the Bloc had a motion that this House agrees that Section 45 of the Constitution Act 1982 gives Quebec and the provinces exclusive jurisdiction to amend their respective constitutions and acknowledges Quebec's willingness to enshrine in its constitution that Quebecers form a nation, that French is the only official language of Quebec, and that it is also the common language of the Quebec nation. So once again, it's about walking the talk. It shouldn't be a purely symbolic recognition of the nation. And this is what we're trying to do today with our motion. And now I'm going to talk about something else where Quebec has had its specificity for a number of years. This is the question of immigration. And these two topics are closely related. So we know that Quebec shares this jurisdiction with the federal government. Immigration is under the 2 levels of government. For a number of years, there's been decentralization of some of these powers. In the first agreements that were signed, Lane Cloutier and András Bienvenu in 1975, there were administrative changes made. However, there was a milestone in immigration selection, forcing Canada for the first time to consider Quebec's views on every new application destined for its territory. Then, in 1978, the Cullen-Couture Agreement was signed. And this required the same for temporary immigration, which led the 2 governments to work even more closely together. The massive part of this recognition that Quebec can choose a large number of its immigrants is the 1991 Gagnon-Tremblay-McDougall Agreement, which people know as the Quebec-Canada Accord. This document gives Quebec significant powers to welcome people who are able to work. As a result of the agreement, Quebec gained full control over the selection process for economic immigrants, as well as over integration and franchisation. In other words, Quebec can determine the entry volumes of its future permanent residents. And it is for immigration-related issues, among others, that the question of Quebec's political weight is important. A few days ago, Paul Journet wrote an article saying that Quebec is less and less influential. We often have debates on the thresholds in Quebec. We oscillate between 40,000 and 50,000. When we compare this to what Canada is doing, we see it's a totally different game. Canada is talking about going from 280,000 to 430,000 immigrants. If we look at this proportionally, that 50,000 out of 8.5 million, that's about 5% of the population. If you look at that 430,000 that the Liberals are suggesting, out of the 38 million minus the 8.5 million, that's about 1.4%. Growth is 3 times higher for our demographics in Quebec compared to in Canada. That's because of a choice made by Quebec that wants to ensure good integration and French learning of its immigrants. In Canada, there's English that's more internationally recognized and used. So Quebec has a legitimate interest in wanting to intervene not on Canada's thresholds, but on the direct and indirect consequences on Quebec. And that is exactly why we're presenting our motion today. When there's a negative result due to a decision by Canada, if they're increasing their immigration and resources don't follow, that has an impact in Quebec. We would want more money and more public servants in Quebec because otherwise we have lower demographic weight in Quebec, and we're justified in wanting proportional representation reflecting our particular status. Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is not a whim. It is simply to put into practice and into the present what it really means to be a nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP supports the motion because it's essential to maintain the constitutional balance. In Canada, it's not only a matter of representation by population. Democracy is based on the balance between regions and the interests of communities, and it's essential for the NDP to preserve and ensure the voice of Quebec in the House of Commons. Does my colleague support the position of also supporting proportional representation for the regions and other minority regions in Canada? The honourable
member.
In general, Mr. Speaker, our bloc doesn't want to stick its nose in the business of others. We're here to represent Quebec's interests. If rural areas want to have a debate and bring this to the floor, they should make their arguments and we can debate them. But I don't think it's the role we should be playing as members of the Bloc Québécois. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Drummond.
Président, je suis enchanté de pouvoir me lever.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to congratulate my colleague on her brilliant speech. Some colleagues this morning have showed some difficulty distinguishing between the demographic weight of Quebec and its political weight. And that's an important distinction, and I'd like to hear my colleague say a bit more about that and how this will be important for the protection of our cultural identity, among other things. Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for Drummond for his question. As I said at the outset, if you just stick to the mathematical dimension, you could think that it's unjustified, this request that we protect our number of seats. But as soon as you realize that the current formula already takes into account other factors, that it's not a purely mathematical calculation, then it becomes something we can contemplate, that we could consider protecting our tiny minority within the vast North American, predominantly English-speaking continent. So you can see that a lot of issues have been shunted aside, a lot of considerations have been disregarded, and I think we need to make sure that we're never again swept under the rug. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I fully agree with her, but I've been listening to our colleagues in the NDP this morning saying that they would like more consideration paid to francophones outside Quebec. But I think that's something we've always been concerned about. We've always been concerned about the presence of French speakers throughout this continent. But would my colleague not agree that a strong French nation that was recognized and protected within the Canadian Federation, wouldn't that actually lend itself to supporting francophones outside Quebec who don't get appropriate representation? The French minority in Quebec might be protected, but that's not necessarily the case in Western Canada. So could my colleague assert that what the Bloc is asking for today could actually strengthen the power and influence of francophone communities outside Quebec? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I couldn't agree more with my colleague. And in fact, that reminds me of a memory from my youth when I was the president of the Youth Council of the Parti Québécois, and we had a summit on Quebec independence, and some Franco-Ontarians came to us at the end and said, you probably often hear the argument that if you become independent, you're going to abandon Quebecers, French speakers outside Quebec. But no, it would be quite the opposite. Quebec would be the bastion that would allow those Francophone communities outside Quebec to survive. And the idea that Quebec does nothing for Francophones outside Quebec, I talked about immigration today, and I talked about the problems we have in that arena. There have been all kinds of battles fought around immigration, and the choice, not just immigration, but the choice of Francophone students. And we do this not just on behalf of Quebec, but also on behalf of many French institutions, educational institutions outside Quebec. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor to give you some thoughts about the loss of Quebec's political clout. I see the member for Drummond and his disparaging remarks about my weight already being quite significant. I'm not talking about my weight. That's not the issue today. I'm talking about Quebec's political clout or weight or influence. And the loss of that influence has been obvious in a number of ways. The loss of a seat here in the House would be one reflection of that declining political clout. But Quebec's influence has also been lost in other ways. There are a lot of schools of thought that are expressed in Canada and not in Quebec. A lot of opinions. There's been the rise of conservative populism. You don't see that in Quebec. The conservative populism that denies climate change, that this is completely alien to Quebec. And the multiculturalism approach in the rest of Canada sees our secularism as something that's against freedom and pluralism, but we don't see things the same way. Same thing when it comes to the economy. Quebec's voice is not well represented here when it comes to the economic interests. Most of the debates we have, I would say, are based on the fossil fuels industry. There are two big industries, the auto industry and the oil patch, and I hear my colleagues, my conservative colleagues, making a connection between the crisis in Ukraine and the agenda of big oil. This really isn't a relevant debate to us, and I'd like to hear my Quebec colleagues in the Conservative caucus raise some issues that are more germane to Quebec. Just look at softwood lumber. You never hear English Canada really going to bat to get a deal that would be good for Quebec, a deal with the U.S. So these are all ways in which Quebec's influence is waning. And the same thing when it comes to Quebec's legitimate aspirations. For example, there's Bill 96. People have described that legislation as being discriminatory towards the Anglophone minority, probably the best treated language minority in the whole world. They get a huge amount of funding just for university education, for example. And the same thing with Bill 21, the secularism bill, and the mayors of some municipalities have mobilized to try to portray that bill as something racist that should be fought. That's another expression of Quebec's waning influence. Now, what kind of ramparts do we have against this decline? Well, there's Quebec nationalism. That's one of the ramparts, one of the protections we have, one of the safeguards. And it's hard to define what Quebec nationalism really means, but there is a nation clause, and I think we should really look at what is meant by Quebec nationalism. The first thing is that it's not a belligerent form of nationalism. We've never talked about invading Ontario or raiding New Brunswick. It's definitely not a belligerent movement. The most promising thing about our nationalism is Dion's theory. Dion said that the first half of the 20th century was conservative nationalism in Quebec. It was the myth of survival, and it was an identity-based nationalism, and Quebecers were attached to their language and their religion way back when. But the church caused a lot of problems. For example, my grandmother was forced to have 18 children. And so there's a lot of problems connected to Quebec's religious history. But Dion also talked about liberal nationalism or social democratic liberalism, which is the idea of Quebec's emancipation. And I come back to what Jean Lesage said, and this was his definition of Quebec nationalism. The only powerful tool we have is the government of Quebec. It's our government. We cannot afford not to use it. When Lesage said that, he was also referring to something that he made all throughout the Quiet Revolution, and that is that the government of Quebec will be the motor, the driver of our emancipation. So what's the goal of the Quebec government? It's to protect a national minority that has a different language and culture. And so there's a misunderstanding, a persistent misunderstanding. I think you could even call it a myth around Quebec nationalism. And it's been around for some 50 years. People think that Quebec nationalism is kind of a turning of our backs on the rest of an inward-looking thing. But back in 1962, Aquin invented this, or came up with the idea that this was a myth, that Quebec nationalism was inward-looking. And Pierre Elliott Trudeau had published a bit of an essay and a bit of a criticism that he thought, a convincing criticism about Quebec nationalism. And this reminds me of another anecdote that we constantly have to remind everyone. You know, the difference between Mr. Trudeau and Mr. René Lévesque. During the Second World War, Trudeau was fortunate enough to be paddling around all the lakes in Canada, while René Lévesque was a war correspondent for U.S. media. René Lévesque was one of the first journalists to go into Dachau. And while Pierre Elliott Trudeau was off paddling his canoe around the lakes of Canada. And René Lévesque was definitely didn't stand for a belligerent form of nationalism or an inward-looking one. But meanwhile, Trudeau ascribed that to Quebec nationalism, and it's highly debatable. But Pierre Trudeau, in his essay, said, it's up to us to promote ourselves, because by being better, we will convince Canada that French-Canadian culture is alive and thriving. So he basically said that it's up to Quebecers to stand up for themselves and promote themselves. But Aquin, in his response, said, why should French Canadians have to be better? Why should they have to shine to justify their very existence? So that's one of the Gordian knots that's quite important in Canada. Why do we constantly have to fight to legitimize our existence? That's what Hubert Aquin said. And I'd like to wrap up quickly on this. What's really great about Aquin was that he fought against the notion that Quebec nationalism was inward-looking by saying that the Quebec government was never based on a simple idea. We are a diaspora with many different origins. We have a history that was founded by French Canadians, but with ethnic plurality. The only thing we share is a common culture. That's what Aquin replied to Trudeau back in 1962. He said, the fundamental distinction between English Canada and French Canada is that French Canada is monocultural. French Canada has one culture, whereas English Canada is bicultural. And so that's according to Aquin, there's an openness to diversity, but as long as Quebec culture is respected in the process. And the best way to protect Quebec culture is by accepting the nationalism that goes along with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Jonquière for his impassioned and fascinating speech. I won't make any comments about his weight. I will refrain from doing that. But he talked about the importance of nationalism and that it shouldn't be seen as something that's inward-looking. So nationalism is all well and good, but we're not here just for one reason. And until we're a country, we have every reason to be here defending our interests. So beyond nationalism, that would protect us, but it will also lead us to something much bigger for the Quebec nation. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. Coming back to Hubert Aquin, in his essay on cultural fatigue, he talks about what is the reason for the Quebec nation. What's its raison d'être? And if we were to lose our political clout completely, could my culture disappear? Is nationalism the only way to protect us? Is it possible that the Quebec nation will one day disappear? And yes, it is possible. If we just let things keep going the way they are, following the path they're on, yeah, within 50 years, it could be over. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Jonquière.
To some extent, I agree with the Bloc regarding its nationhood. It is not lost on me that the Bloc are arguing this as settlers, whereupon Inuit and First Nations lived and thrived since time immemorial. I agree that linguistic and cultural criteria should be of paramount importance to the electoral redistribution process. I must ask the member, what will their party do to ensure that Inuit, First Nations, and Métis are represented within their party? Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I've always thought that there was a lot of common ground between what Quebecers are seeking and what Indigenous First Nations are seeking. But with the two big attempts at constitutional amendment, Meech and Charlottetown, the First Nations are looking for the same thing. They want political autonomy and self-governance, but I think that's what the federal government is afraid of. If they open the door to one, they have to open the door to all. And those who are pro-federalism, by recognizing First Nations, they also have to recognize the Quebec nation. So we have a lot in common. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to listen to my colleague making speeches, such eloquent, intelligent, impassioned speeches. He's obviously a great writer and researcher. But my question is more down to earth. He comes from a region, Jonquière. It's in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. And could he explain that the big losers in this kind of redistribution exercise could be rural areas, remote areas, and regions, and the whole issue of where people live and how people live is at the center of this discussion? The honourable member for Jonquière. I appreciate my colleagues' compliments. It's true that wasn't part of my presentation, but there does have to be distribution between the major cities and the urban, rural areas. I am a guy from the countryside. I'm from a region, and we need our voices to be included. We need to think about that, and I thank my colleague for bringing that issue up. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Hochelaga. Good morning, colleagues. I'm very pleased to take the floor today to discuss an important topic, which is the redrawing of the federal electoral map. Colleagues, my speech today will look at an essential aspect of the redistribution process and the redrawing of riding boundaries, which is soon to begin. The legislation in question establishes the process by which the seats in the House of Commons are redistributed every 10 years. Why every 10 years? Well, because that is in keeping with the census data, which the Chief Electoral Office uses to calculate seat distribution. As all members know, the Chief Electoral Officer uses this data to do the necessary use the data for the calculations in October of 2021. Since then, 10 independent commissions have been constituted, one in each province. And these commissions are made up of 3 members, including the chief, or appointed by the Chief Justice of the province in question, and 2 members are appointed by the Speaker of the House of Commons. Allow me to take a moment to thank these eminent Canadians for agreeing to do this work, and I think everyone would agree. A cynic might say that as members, we have a disproportionate interest in this process, but I'd like to remind everyone that this work has direct consequences for how each and every one of us serves Canadians. Therefore, public consultation plays an essential role in the redistribution exercise. And I'm delighted to say that when these independent commissions when they publish their first boundaries proposals, there will be at least one public hearing in each province. And thanks to these public consultations, Canadians in 10 provinces will have an opportunity to express their opinion on these proposals. In addition, members of the House of Commons will have an opportunity not just to say what they have to say at the public hearings, they will also have the opportunity to express their objections if they wish. These commissions began drawing up a first series of riding maps, revised maps, and those will be published in the months to come. And then under Section 19 of the Act, the commissions will publish their respective proposals in the Canada Gazette and in at least one major newspaper. And it's worth noting that the proposed boundaries the proposal has to include the time and place where the public hearings will be held. Also, pursuant to the Act, the commissions have to organize at least one public hearing, and this has to happen 90 days after the proposal, within 30 days, rather, of the publication of the proposal. And it's important to note that they can actually hold more than one public hearing, and history confirms this. The last time round in 2012, 132 public hearings were held in all 10 provinces. The larger provinces had more public hearings than smaller ones. For example, there were 31 public hearings in Ontario, 23 in BC, 21 in Quebec, and 15 in Alberta.
In addition to encourage participation, many of these public hearings were held in the evening. In addition to Canadians and members of Parliament making written or oral presentations at the public hearings, the various commissions accepted and considered comments received by email, by fax machine, and by other means. In Saskatchewan, for example, the Commission received nearly 3,000 submissions in various forms, including emails, letters, and petitions. It is therefore very likely that the commissions will make every effort to reach as many citizens as possible in their provinces. Colleagues, I think it is also fair to say that given the rapidly changing information and communications environment since 2012, commissions can probably reach an even wider audience. In other words, this broad public consultation, which is expected to begin between April and October 2022, will allow the commissions to gather valuable information as they revise and finalize their proposals. Before I talk about the opportunity for MPs to participate, I should point out that in 2012, community groups, municipalities, and other organizations made numerous submissions. This input will be essential as these stakeholders represent the views of communities in a different but equally important way to members of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, all members of Parliament can make submissions at these public hearings. Therefore, I would encourage any member of Parliament who feels challenged to do so, as we have unique on-the-ground knowledge of our constituencies and the needs of our constituents. In addition, once a committee has submitted a revised report, members may file written objections with the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Once this committee has considered these objections, A copy of said objections and the committee's minutes will be forwarded to the committee concerned. According to Section 23 of the Act, a commission may thereafter consider the objections, which may result in changes to its proposed boundary or to the names of the proposed electoral districts. Colleagues, before concluding, I would like to re-emphasize a point I made at the very beginning of my speech. That is, that the electoral boundaries commissions are completely independent and responsible for the production and finalization of their boundary proposals. Although the commissions are solely responsible for this important work, as I tried to explain during my speech, the public, and indeed every member of this House, has many opportunities to participate. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that all Canadians deserve to be effectively represented in the House of Commons. Does this mean that the population of a province must be perfectly matched to the proportion of seats allocated to that province? Of course not. Representation must reflect the uniqueness of Canada. I think all members would agree that the notion of effective representation is what is most important here. Not only will commissions take into account up-to-date census data, but they will also take into account, among other factors, the importance of protecting communities of interest and historical boundaries. Now, what is effective representation for Canadians? It is knowing that they have a Member of Parliament who is sensitive to their concerns. Dear colleagues, I know this is something we all care about, and it is probably what motivated each of us to run for public office. We did so to serve Canadians who voted for us. Every day, constituents look to Members of Parliament for advice on a number of issues. These questions are wide-ranging. For example, some want to know the status of a loved one's immigration or visa application. Others want information on federal government assistance programs. I do not need to remind you how essential this linkage and representation was during the 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, more than ever, we all must show leadership and help all Canadians have a voice. And I hope that you will all join me in encouraging such a commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for his very detailed speech, very pedagogical and informative speech. And unfortunately, I retained the end of it because I'm not going to give a précis of all the speech, but he talked about effective representation. In the MP's opinion, is the Bloc Québécois right in seeking to retain its political power and Quebec's political power here in the House? The Honourable Member, I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to perhaps inform my colleague that I am one person who, with two other Liberals during a Liberal Congress, proposed for the first time that Quebec be recognized as a nation. And I am overjoyed by the fact that a few months thereafter, there was unanimous consent that Quebec be recognized. I've always respected this important acknowledgement of my province. At the same time, I talked about the effectiveness of representation and effective representation in general with the redistribution of seats, and I look forward to hearing what all Canadians have to say on the matter, but especially in my province of Quebec. It's important to hear them, to listen to them. We have to realize that there are particularities in Quebec that are unique. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I would like to ask him a question. Does he find it sensible when it comes to redistributing ridings? Does he find it logical that Quebec will lose a seat? Given that this could set a precedent because it has never happened before in Canada, a province has never lost a seat. Could this perhaps have a knock-on effect and happen in other provinces in the future? There may be protests in Quebec and elsewhere. Can the government let the Commission know that they should not play in this kind of game? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. He highlights a very important point. Historically speaking, a province has never lost a seat, and this is a very important consideration to keep in mind in these discussions between us and all Canadians. And as I mentioned, we have to recognize certain historical facts, certain particularities in every single province and territory, and we already did so in the Constitution Act 1867. This is something that should be debated, and I look forward to hear what other colleagues have to say and to hear what Quebecers and Canadians in general have to say. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount, for his remarks. He spoke to this idea of effective representation, and while it's a little beyond the scope of the current motion, I'm curious as to his views on the idea of moving to a truly proportional system in the way that we hold elections, and moving towards a system such as a mixed member proportional system that is common in European countries. Could the member share his personal view on that idea?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount.
I thank the member for the question. I've always been very clear, as far back as I think 2013, that I personally favor a preferential vote approach. I've always said that publicly, and that's been my position from the beginning.
We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And another question on the same subject as the question asked by the MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley to our colleague, the MP for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. Perhaps he could add more details to his answer, because I'm very pleased to hear that he is against the first-past-the-post system. But I think that his answer is that he would prefer the preferential ballot. But the question asked by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is, what is his idea? Is he for proportional vote for this House of Commons? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. Perhaps to add a few specifics to answer the question for the MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I answered the question he asked of me. He asked me for my personal preference, and I gave him my personal preference. However, we've had this debate. We had this debate for a very long time after the 2015 election with regards to the kind of democratic vote we should have in Canada. As we very well expressed in the Liberal Party, there was no consensus throughout Canada or any vast majority for one system over another. That is why we remained with the current system. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my turn to rise today to speak to one of the important parts of our democracy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the official process should occur every 10 years. For 60 years, various commissions, independent commissions and non-partisan commissions, have been asked to redesign our electoral boundaries. These commissions were created in 1964 when Parliament passed the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act. This independent approach was introduced to avoid the risk of political interference in this important process, an approach that seeks to maintain the integrity and transparency of our democratic systems and institutions. Moreover, we have seen through several events in recent months and very recently how fragile the public's trust in our democratic institutions can be. This is the reason for which respecting the process of redrawing the electoral map is so important. Whilst this process is already underway, Election Canada already has a proposal which, as a member from Quebec, may seem surprising. However, it's not the federal government's decision to reduce the weight of Quebec in this House. This proposal comes from a fully independent body. It is not political or politically motivated. However, for the Bloc Québécois, it is a way to try to create outcry, to create news against the federal government. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the Bloc Québécois is not the only ones to fly the Quebec flag in this House. They are not the only ones fighting for Quebec. The Bloc Québécois is certainly not the monopoly of Quebec. Fighting for Quebec, Mr. Speaker, is what I do as a proud member of Quebec and as a proud Quebecer every day since I was elected. Mr. Speaker, delivering for Quebec is not possible on the opposition benches. You have to be within government to do so. Since 2015, every day we have made real differences in the lives of all Quebecers. We have invested a record $1.8 billion to create more housing and tackle head-on the housing crisis that is affecting almost every corner of Quebec, especially in our beautiful city. We signed an agreement for childcare spaces in Quebec through $6 billion of investments, recognizing that there's a lack of space for Quebec families. We invested $172 million to fight homelessness effectively and in partnership with cities in Montreal and elsewhere in the province. We will connect all Quebecers to high-speed internet thanks to record investments under the operation called High Speed Canada Quebec. We have responded with the Canadian Armed Forces to support our seniors in long-term care homes. We also supported vaccination efforts during the pandemic in Quebec. That is what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We are fighting and delivering for Quebec every single day. This requires Quebec MPs in the House of Commons. I'm proud to be part of a team of 35 Liberal MPs who are achieving concrete results for my province. They're trying to say that we are unsynchronized with Quebec and Quebecers. That's what the motion is trying to do. Quebec's political weight has always been important, and it's not in 2022 that it will be eroded under our government that is present for Quebecers. We must not politicize this debate. Unfortunately, the Bloc implies that the federal government despises Quebecers. The reality is quite different. I still remember an announcement our government made in 2017 when we invested for the first time $2.4 million to fund the Fête Nationale du Québec. It was the first time this had ever happened. Perhaps the Bloc has already forgotten that. It was the first time that the federal government funded the Fête Nationale du Québec. Federal money in the Fête Nationale. It's our government also that invested $750,000 to build the Espace René-Lévesque in New Carlisle, in the birthplace of one of the great Democrats that Quebec was born to. I would like the Bloc to admit and commend the federal government for such initiatives to preserve the memory of René Lévesque. It's our Liberal government as well that will put forward the modernization of the Official Languages Act to protect our beautiful French language. We are also the ones who will act to protect French and our Francophone culture from the major broadcasting platforms. Mr. Speaker, these are several examples of how the Liberal Party is delivering for Quebec. And we will not stop there. We still have a lot of work to do, and I can reassure this House that the 35 members on this side of the House that are from Quebec are working hard to make a difference in the lives of all Quebecers. Whether it is to defend our culture, our language, our progressive values, our desire to leave a green future for our children, we will always be there to fight for Quebec. And, Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we have to preserve Quebec's demographic weight, a Francophone nation's demographic weight. And I find it a shame that this debate has been politicized rather than having a more unanimous debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm extremely disappointed by the tone from my colleague from Hochelaga today. I don't know what kind of mood she was in when she read the motion from the Bloc Québécois. I don't know where she saw criticism of the government's work. Criticism of the work of Quebec MPs regardless of their political party. It's quite the contrary. Quebec MPs of all political parties should see in this motion an opportunity to work better for Quebec, to have the tools to continue working for Quebec, to better represent the interests of Quebec. We have many opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to criticize the government's work. In the motion today, there's none of that. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the possibility that Quebec would lose a seat here in the House of Commons, the real effects that could have on the political weight of Quebec, and the quality of the work of Quebec MPs in the House of Commons, regardless of political party. The work that we accomplish for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What my answer would be is that what I find unfortunate is that the Bloc, every time it presents a motion, it's a way to make a political point, score a political point. But yes, it's partisan. There's an independent commission doing this. We work together every day for the good of Quebec. But to have a political debate, because that's what we're doing today in this House, we're politicizing that weight. The demographics and the weight of Quebec have to do with a lot of things, not just with the representation, but also the increase in demographics, in French speakers, and that is work being done by the government of Quebec that they have to recognize. Questions and comments?
For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And Mr. Speaker, here we are debating the concerns about the threat to democratic representation here in the House of Commons and the lack thereof, Mr. Speaker. We know that proportional systems have better representation in terms of democracy. And, you know, this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, ran on a platform in 2015 that this would be the last unfair election, that we'd get rid of the first past the post system, which we know doesn't work, Mr. Speaker, very well, and it certainly could help reduce cynicism and encourage greater political participation if we have a proportional system. So through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague not agree that a proportional representation electoral system would better serve Canadians, reduce the cynicism that I talked about earlier, and we keep hearing from Liberals over here saying that they support changing the system like their Prime Minister, yet they can continue to say, well, we can't come to an agreement. Mr. Speaker, leadership is actually about making decisions and ensuring that representation's real. That's not happening. Maybe my colleague can speak to that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I won't deny that there were commitments made in 2015 on electoral reform. What I can tell you is that it's such an important reform on the democratic rights we want to have. We can't do it on the basis of a majority decision. It has to be unanimous and consensual, and that consensus didn't exist, and that's why it didn't go forward. But I continue to think that, yes, we'll have to review electoral reform eventually so it's more representative. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to ask her a simple question. Can Francophone immigration play a role in strengthening the demographic weight of Quebec? Is that a strength or a weakness for Quebec? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that the demographic weight of Quebec, we have to ensure that this Francophone nation will continue, that the demographics are there. And I'd like to hear my opposition colleagues call for Quebec to strengthen Francophone immigration in Quebec, because that will protect our demographics in Quebec and within Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take a deep breath and start my speech. Mr. Speaker, an Anglophone journalist recently asked me if Bill C-246 that I tabled recently, that seeks to have a nation clause for Quebec in the Constitution, wasn't just another whim from Quebec. After a polite pause, she added that according to some people, it would be another crisis from Quebec's who don't want to live together as Canadians. There's a whole list of words that I would like to say in response, but I can't say because of decency, because I'm here representing my constituents, even though I don't think my constituents would mind if I added some colorful language here. And I could give some more colorful terms for those who are learning French here. So I would like to take a step back here. Mr. Speaker, once we've taken a step back and calmed ourselves down, I was able to see that the comment of that young journalist, which wasn't truly disrespectful, it was reflecting, unfortunately, what is thought in provinces. It's because of people who have sought to stifle Quebec. I'd like to make an aside to inform you of something very important. I am sharing my time with my colleague from Manicouagan. One day I won't forget to mention it. So, getting back to that young journalist, I can't really criticize what she said because, my goodness, she was born at a time when the narrative was already firmly in place. The seed had been planted, and when the fruit is ripe, you don't ask how it grew. It's a time of intellectual laziness where we just take everything in without questioning too much. I would say it's a rather sad time. So what do we do in response? I think we need to avoid confrontation, and we need to teach. We have to explain why Quebec insists so much on its specificity, on its difference culturally, its different vision, and a whole host of things. We can only deplore this reductive view of Quebec's nation, of its political heritage, its cultural heritage, its place in the history of this country. But that lack of understanding towards Quebec, its historic weight, its legitimate aspirations, all of that is based on mistaken perceptions of institutional change in Quebec and Canada. We can go back to Confederation in 1867 to better understand Quebec's place in the Canadian Federation. Quebec is not a province. Quebec is the product, the standard bearer of one of the two distinct communities at the founding of Canada. This dualism that some would like to reduce, it's at the foundation of the institutions we're members of today. Over the past 40 years, aspirations and demands of Quebec within the Canadian Federation have almost all been rejected. In 1982, Quebec was had. All of the attempts at reparation have failed. There are many examples. Or it was just symbolic, administrative accommodations. Does that mean that Quebec's requests are less legitimate? No, because I'll remind you that Quebec is more than a province. It's a nation that was recognized here in 2006. It was recognized in June 2021, not long ago. Quebec is a nation whose only official language is French. It's the official and common language, French. And this is unique in North America. So it's our responsibility to have ceaseless discussions and without partisanship so that we can send that message and have Quebec recognized for what it is. So the Quebec nation needs to be much more than symbolic. It needs to take form in concrete actions far beyond statements, beyond intentions. It's what we'll have the opportunity to do in a few weeks when we debate C-246, which I said at the opening. But it's what we're doing here as a type of preamble by debating this motion tabled this morning by my leader and colleague, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the Quiet Revolution, Quebec was about 30% of Canada's population. Today, about 23%. And it's not increasing. There are efforts Quebec needs to make, that Canada needs to make, to correct this. Efforts in the area of immigration. We're talking about increasing immigration thresholds. Quebec has its own vision. We want to be able to welcome people in a consistent and intelligent way. We're able to say that bringing in 100,000 new people is unrealistic if we want to do it properly. And it's up to Quebec to determine how many people would be appropriate for its capacity to integrate people. But we're also counting on the federal government to not block us for immigration in Quebec. For example, it was mentioned by my colleague from Saint-Jean earlier. When we see what happens when people ask for visas from Francophone Africa, they're subject to discrimination. And that leads to reflection. I hope I'm not bothering my colleague from Timmins James Bay during his phone call. When Quebec decreases, French decreases. French in Parliament decreases. And that is said with respect to Francophone communities all over Canada. Like Quebec, they fight every day for the survival of their language and their language rights within the Canadian Federation. It's recognized that the Quebec nation is one of the two founding people, and that must lead us to maintain the weight of Quebec here in the House of Commons and all over. Canada is proud to have two official languages. We say that they are English and simultaneous translation. But French is one as well. And the motion that we've tabled today seeks to protect Quebec's identity, its weight, so that Quebec continues to be represented as a nation here in the House of Commons and within Canadian institutions, as long as Quebec hasn't decided to fly on its own. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and earlier I had indicated that based on what the leader of the Bloc Party had said in terms of how important actions were. And, it's interesting today we debated or introduced, I should say, the Official Languages Modernization Act. Yesterday, we brought forward debate, I think it's C11 in regards to the modernization of the Broadcasting Act. Both of these pieces of legislation, from a national perspective, will ensure the protection of arts and culture, something in which I know my Quebec colleagues, in fact, all of us, see the true value of that industry in the province of Quebec and how it's enhanced the heritage of Quebec. And I'm wondering if the member opposite would recognize that you don't even necessarily have to be from an MP from the province of Quebec, as I am not, as he knows, in order to advocate for wonderful things for the province of Quebec. And I would like to think that there would be members of the Bloc that would be advocating for my province too when it comes down to the issues.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague from Winnipeg North. He's mentioned C11 on broadcasting, a bill I care a lot about. Today's motion, like C246, which is related because it has the same spirit, doesn't criticize the government's work. It doesn't criticize the intention of members from the rest of Canada. Yes, there are good provisions in C11 to protect discoverability, highlighting the presence of Francophone content and content from First Nations and Francophone communities outside of Quebec, minority language communities. There are a lot of great things, and that's what we would expect from a government. To not create regulations only for some parts of the country, but for all of the country. So it's not a criticism of the government or the work of the Liberal government in this motion. It's a way of ensuring that over the coming decades, in the future, Quebec maintains its political weight of a nation. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond. I enjoy working with him on the Canadian Heritage Committee. And of course, the NDP supports the motion, there's no doubt. But it was revealed during the debate that Quebec already has a bill coming up in a few weeks on the same topic. So we'll be having a debate in a few weeks. So I'm a little confused, Mr. Speaker. There are all sorts of crises. There's climate change. We lost 600 people in British Columbia. There's a housing crisis. There's a lack of healthcare transfers. There's a war in Ukraine. There's a pandemic. All sorts of crises. And the Bloc plans to discuss the same thing twice in the coming weeks. It seems to me we have an opposition day once every 3 months. They could have chosen a different topic. Why did the Bloc choose to have a motion and a bill on the same topic when there are so many crises that affect Quebecers? The Honourable Member for Drummond. 2 answers to the question from my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby. And I'd like to say that I also appreciate the work we do on the Canadian Heritage Committee. First, we are able to walk and chew gum at the same time. It's pretty incredible. We're able to do those 2 things at the same time. And my leader was saying in his speech that there will never be a good time. If we always wait, there will always be something. And I think there's no bad time to bring this up. And I'd like to thank him for his advice on the Bloc's agenda, but these are decisions that we are able to make, and we have the intention to continuing to make our own decisions here at the Bloc Québécois, but I appreciate his suggestions for our future topics.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Deputy de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by commending my colleague, the member for Drummond. I really admire him, and I'm really thankful for all of his work, because whatever he does as an elected official, through his work as heritage critic, or through Bill C-246, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, representation of the House of Commons. That's a bill that he introduced in February of 2009, and he does serious work with a lot of heart. He introduced this bill to promote and protect the interests of his constituents, like those of my riding of Manicouagan and like those of all of Quebec, to protect Quebec's influence in this House and to guarantee Quebec 25% of the seats in the House of Commons. Because Quebec is a nation, Mr. Speaker. So we have a lot of conviction and certainty about doing what's right for Quebecers and Quebec, and that's why I rise in the House today to debate this motion which addresses Quebec's political influence in the House of Commons. And I remind you the motion reads as follows: that, in the opinion of the House, any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing 1 or more electoral districts, or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons, must be rejected. And B, the formula for apportioning seats in this House must be amended, and it calls on the government to act accordingly. In essence, what the Bloc is asking this House to do is to commit, as we have done, to requiring the government to concretely protect Quebec's influence. Because I repeat, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is a nation, a French-speaking nation in a country that on paper is bilingual. And the Bloc is tabling this motion not just by chance, it's not a whim. Numbers, like pictures, are worth 1,000 words. Between 1867 and 2021, Quebec's influence in the House of Commons has waned from 36% in 1867 to 23.1% in 2015, and it's still going down. While the number of elected representatives from Quebec rose very slowly and modestly from 65 out of 181 in 1867 to 78 out of 338 in 2015. And on the next redistribution, which will be effective in 2024 at the earliest, Quebec's influence will continue to fall, down to 22.5% this time. And for the first time in history, Quebec would even lose a seat, bringing the total number of elected representatives for Quebec down to 77 out of 342. And for the Bloc, as well as for Quebec, this would be unacceptable. Of course, the 10-year redrawing process is not a surprise, but it's not purely mechanical either. The Chief Electoral Officer determines the population per riding, which is known as the electoral quotient, by counting the population increase since the last redistribution exercise. So with a population increase of 9.647% in 10 years, we arrive at 121,000 constituents per riding. The number of seats initially allocated to each province and to Quebec is then calculated by dividing the population figure for each province by the electoral quotient. But as the minister responsible for Canadian relations and la francophonie, Sonia Lebel, has repeatedly said, to us this is not a mathematical formula. It's important to take into account the real influence of Quebec's representation in the House of Commons. We are francophones, we have a special status and a nation to defend, and our Quebec unique character must mean that we do not lose any seats in the House of Commons. Redistribution is not limited to the application of a simple rule of three, because if it were, PEI would have only one MP in the next redistribution, and some prairie provinces would lose seats as well. So the electoral quotient is supplemented by two clauses, the senatorial clause and the grandfather clause, which are illustrated by the prairie provinces and PEI. And a third and final factor for the time being that the electoral redistribution exercise has to take into account is the so-called representation rule. When a population has been underrepresented as a result of the last redistribution, a seat or seats must be added. These clauses and rules have been enacted over the last 150 years or so, but they are not unchangeable, and for good reason. The Canadian Encyclopedia, Mr. Speaker, wrote an article about redistribution and emphasized the principle of balance, explaining that at first glance, one might think that this is a relatively simple mathematical exercise. But we mustn't forget that this principle of political equality coexists with the reality of Canada as a federal state and with the idea that effective representation must also recognize the existence of distinct communities. Striking a balance between these different principles goes to the very heart of the redistribution process. So, distinct communities. But Quebec is nothing less than a nation with more than 8 million people living in the same land, sharing a language, a culture, and a common vision. A nation as recognized by the House of Commons in 2006, a nation where French is the only official and common language, as recognized by the House of Commons in 2021 by voting in favor of the Bloc Québécois motion to that effect. So, nation status. As long as Quebec is not yet a country, as long as it doesn't have all the tools it should have for self-determination, this nation status will have serious consequences politically. And that includes respect for Quebec's independence, its autonomy, and its National Assembly, the conclusion of asymmetrical agreements, and the taking into account of Quebec's difference in federal government laws and policies. That's what the Bloc is asking for today, at this very moment, a commitment in the House, the consideration of our nation and the resulting consequences, and that is to defend our political influence and maintain it. The Bloc expects a firm and unequivocal commitment from this place. Let's remember that with the Charlottetown Accord, under the Charlottetown Accord, Quebec would have been guaranteed 25% of the seats in the House. The former Progressive Conservative Party was in favor. The Reform Party was against it. John Turner was in favor. Pierre Elliott Trudeau was against the Charlottetown Accord. The NDP were in favor then, even in 2006, but what about now? Canadian parties have disappeared, others have changed, but the Bloc Québécois has stayed true to itself, consistent, coherent, and always defending Quebec's interests. And we want to know, as do Quebecers, if Canadian parties are worried about Quebec's fate. We want to know if, like Quebecers, the other Canadian parties are concerned about Quebec's fate if they reject any scenario that would reduce Quebec's political influence. Premier Legault, whose words have been repeated since October, said that the nation of Quebec deserves some representation in the House of Commons regardless of the demographic change in each province. To him, this is a test for Justin Trudeau because it's nice, it's all well and good to recognize Quebec as a nation, but there have to be consequences. And preserving Quebec's influence in the House is one way that has to be done. So my leader also said that a country that claims to be bilingual cannot watch its institutions diminish the relative influence of the French-speaking province of that country in the central parliament. And I will repeat what he said. You cannot imagine the battle the Bloc Québécois will wage if, for the time we have left in this federation, we see our influence constantly diminishing. It will reduce the amount of time we stay here. And I'm only too eager, Mr. Speaker, for the day when Quebec alone will make its own decisions for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Deputy de Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. He did a good job of expressing a number of... she did a good job of expressing a number of arguments and positions for why Quebec should be a nation. But we are indeed here in the House of Commons, here in Ottawa, in the Parliament of Canada, and we're talking about Quebec's representation within our Canadian democracy. I'd like to ask my colleague, because I think she could see me as an ally in ensuring that Quebec is well represented here in this place. But if we are to move forward, can she confirm that the Bloc will be satisfied if Quebec is well represented here in the House and within the Parliament of Canada? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Outremont for her question. The only thing that will satisfy me, I can't speak for everyone, but the only thing that would satisfy the Bloc Québécois is Quebec independence. I pay my taxes, though, to Ottawa, so as long as that's the case, I want to ensure that we're well represented here. So it's just a half measure to have our political clout protected. That's half of the battle, but of course, we will always want more because we want an independent country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
J'aimerais remercier ma collègue de Manicouagan.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Manicouagan and ask her whether the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should study a mixed proportional system and the idea of a citizen assembly.
That would help the democratic reform discussion that we're having today in this House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As a matter of fact, there are two parts to it. First of all, I'm in favor of, we always want to have the best possible representation of the public, but I'm a bit surprised there's the Canadian Encyclopedia, Sonia Lebel, Premier Legault, and our leader have all said that this is not just a simple mathematical calculation. Quebec is a nation, so anything that can improve the democratic process is something the Bloc supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Manicouagan for her question. She talked about Ms. Lebel and Premier Legault and the National Assembly, and earlier we heard a Liberal member accuse us once again of trying to pick fights here in the Bloc Québécois. But I consider myself the messenger. I'm delivering the message about what the National Assembly and what Quebecers want. As long as we're here, we should be the champions of the people of Quebec. We are a nation. We have that special status. So we should at least be able to keep the influence that we have here and make sure that we don't lose any more seats. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Shefford for her question. I'm disappointed to hear people trying to diminish what we're trying to do here and suggest that we're just trying to pick a fight, that we're just squabbling. I don't think that's fair. And to compare this with Ukraine, I don't think that's I think that's intellectually dishonest. I think what we're asking for here is legitimate. If it's legitimate for other people, it's legitimate for Quebec. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and that's what the Bloc is only asking for.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from St. Laurent, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise, Mr. Speaker, to be able to address actually a number of issues with the focus in regards to what's before us right now. You know, I can't help but think, and I've a number of members, when they stood up, started off their comments with regards to what's taking place in Europe. And I would like to do likewise, Mr. Speaker, by just recognizing that what's happening in Ukraine today is on the top of minds of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It is something that will have a very profound impact throughout the world. And I know that there was a debate, an emergency or a take-note debate last night in which there was no shortage of members of Parliament that were wanting to be able to contribute to that debate. I raise it because I do believe this is the type of issue in which many Canadians would like to see the House possibly spend more time in debate. And I say it because, Mr. Speaker, when I look in terms of the resolution or the motion that the Bloc have brought before us today, and you can kind of sense it in the leader of the Bloc party when he stood and rose, and part of his speech he made reference to Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And I raise it in this way because at the end of the day, we should recognize that this is the very first opportunity that the Bloc have to bring forward an opposition day motion in 2022. And what makes it interesting is they actually also have a private member's bill that deals with the same issue, that is actually also being scheduled for debate, Mr. Speaker. So I'm a bit confused in terms of why it is, whether it's what's happening in the world, the threat of a real possibility of a World War III, to the horrendous things that are taking place in Ukraine today, to the local issues, whether it's the pandemic and providing thoughts and guidance on that issue. We often hear about the environment. We hear a great deal about housing and so much more. Yet they chose to have this particular debate. And I suspect, unfortunately, that it does have a lot to do with politics. But let me provide some thoughts on this issue. Every 10 years, there is a readjustment that takes place. There is a legislation that ensures that there is an independent review of our boundaries and recommendations that follow, Mr. Speaker. It's based in part on population shifts. We all know that population changes from within municipalities, provinces, territories, obviously, and from interprovincial migration. That happens every year. When we just had released a couple weeks back, I believe, through Census Canada, a report that clearly showed that when you think of population growth in Canada, whether it's in the past decade or going forward into the future, you have to take into consideration immigration. The future growth from a population perspective is going to be very much dependent on immigration. And so looking at interprovincial immigration or migration to immigration and reflecting on that over the last decade has ultimately brought us to the point where we are today, where back in, I believe it was in October, the recommendation of reducing a seat in the province of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I am, and I've said this before inside the House, very proud of my heritage and the lineage that goes back to the province of Quebec. A couple hundred years ago, many of my great-grandfathers and mothers would have been some of the pioneers in the province of Quebec. We weren't the first, Mr. Speaker, as we know, First Nations were here before our Francophone communities. And the migration, at least in some elements, that actually went out west into the provinces of Manitoba, where I live today and proudly represent. But my passions in terms of national policies very much factor in the province of Quebec. And I wouldn't want any member to try to give an impression that unless you're a member of Parliament from Quebec, you don't necessarily care for what's happening in Quebec. I care for the province of Quebec in the same manner in which I care for our prairie provinces, the province of Ontario or Atlantic provinces or our territories or on the Pacific Ocean, BC. We have a lot in common economically, things like the aerospace industry. French is a beautiful language. It's a language that we want to encourage and promote and get more people speaking that beautiful language. The province of Manitoba and the St. Boniface community in particular has a very healthy and growing Francophone community. When Manitoba had immigration numbers during the 90s that were somewhere probably in the neighborhood of about 3,000 to 4,000 annually, where we have virtually quadrupled those numbers through the nominee program, special attention was given to the Francophone factor, Madam Speaker, a very important part. Whether it's urban Winnipeg through St. Boniface or rural communities like St. Pierre-Joli, place where my great-great-grandfather was actually born, Mr. Speaker. For me, it's taking a look in terms of what it is that we are actually doing. When a Bloc member said that it's about action. Well, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 days alone, today we had the minister bring forward changes that will be having a very positive impact on bilingualism here in Canada, our Official Languages Act. Yesterday, we were debating Bill C-11, which deals with the updating or modernization of the Canada Broadcasting Act. Actions do speak louder than words. And I think it's important for us to recognize that the province of Quebec is in fact distinct and has and contributes so much to who we are overall as a nation. And that's why it's important that we support arts and culture, such as what we've seen in Bill C-11. That's why, in part, we bring forward the legislation that we had introduced for first reading today. I understand the magic of 78. You know, we see within our history where we've given consideration, for example, for the province of PEI. Because of the number of senators it has to have an equal number of members of parliament. Very much familiar with the grandfathering clause that would put it in 1985 or 84, Mr. Speaker. You know, here I would have welcomed to see the debate on this when the members opposite brought forward the legislation, because we know it's going to be brought in, Mr. Speaker. Where I question the politics is why it is that they would choose this particular motion when there is so much happening internationally and here in Canada, and using this as the very most important public policy issue as their first opposition day. It's for them to ultimately make that determination, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to ultimately seeing the private member's bill being brought forward that I understand deals with the same issue in time.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable. The honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm also proud of my roots, like the member said. The member for Winnipeg North, I should know this by now. Yes, Gill is very British. They were kidnapped and adopted by the Abenaki. I'm here to represent Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say that, like my colleague for Drummond said, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't want to be told that Canada is deciding what's good for Quebec by saying, well, Bloc Québécois, hey, you should not use this opposition motion day to talk about what you would like to talk. They're trying to tell us what to do, what to say. This is ill-advised. I must say that at the same time we're being told that there are emergencies throughout the world, and I agree that it's an emergency what's happening in Ukraine. But we can do both things at once. And we can't take lessons from a party that proposes no solution. So I would like to know if the member for Winnipeg North agrees with our motion, simply put. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I suspect, and if you read what the leader of the Bloc Party had to say, and just in the form of the preamble to the question that the member put forward, that they too recognize that their priorities might be a little bit out of place, because in both cases they make reference at least to what's happening at the international level. In regards to the motion at hand, I think in good time the member is going to find out exactly what it is that I will be doing. But whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day there will be a vote. Whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, to assure the member that even though I'm not a member of Parliament from Quebec, I don't see myself as someone that doesn't respect the needs of all of our communities, in particular the province of Quebec, and will always be an advocate for Quebec.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I represent 25 remote fly-in communities, 25 communities with mayors, 25 communities with airports, 25 communities with any number of schools, including a French school in Iqaluit. The landmass of my riding extends from Alberta to Quebec. The discussion on seat distribution is of particular interest to me. I realize the member thinks that the timing is not the best, but I do still have a question. Does the member agree that the representation criteria and seat distribution be expanded to include vastness of the landmass in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, to a certain degree, we do that already. In our territories, each territory is given one member of Parliament, and if you take a look at the population of those three territories compared to the Canadian average, it's very obvious that it is given, as well it should. I think that all territories and provinces do need to have representation, and it would not be appropriate to have one member of Parliament representing three territories.
We do have time for a quick question and answer. If not, we can move on. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I listened with great interest. I mean, the crisis in Ukraine is about democracy. The Conservatives keep using it to claim that we should be pumping oil production, which I think is abusive. But what surprised me for my colleague was he was saying because there's a crisis in Ukraine, he was chastising the Bloc for talking about the democratic setup of the House. The fight in Ukraine is about democracy. It's about the right of people to make decisions about how their democracy is going to be maintained. I welcome this decision by the Bloc. The Bloc have a right to bring this. They shouldn't be chided for it. This is a fair conversation. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks that just because we're talking about the international crisis that we still can't talk about improving democracy at home.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, unfortunately in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's just a personal opinion. If I was to pick an issue, if I was in opposition, if you don't want to dabble into international, I would be talking about issues on whether it's healthcare. It could be healthcare transfers. It could be on the issue of the environment. It could be on the issue of housing. It is a personal opinion that I have. The Bloc and opposition parties will do what the Bloc and opposition parties will do. But I suspect if the Bloc were to canvass, that this might not necessarily be the primary issue that their constituents would want them to deal with, given that they also have a private member's bill that's going to be debated on the very same issue too.
Referees do dip.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss the formula for the distribution of seats in the House of Commons and the redistribution of the federal electoral map. On the 15th of October 2021, the Chief Electoral Officer announced the redistribution of seats in the House of Commons. Under the current electoral boundaries readjustment process, the provinces and territories will be represented in the House of Commons as follows. 43 seats for British Columbia, 37 for Alberta, 14 for Saskatchewan, 14 for Manitoba, 122 for Ontario, 77 for Quebec, 10 for New Brunswick, 11 for Nova Scotia, and 4 for Prince Edward Island, 7 in Newfoundland and Labrador, 1 in Yukon, 1 in the Northwest Territories, and 1 for Nunavut. This distribution is the result of a calculation based on population estimates provided by the Chief Statistician of Canada and a formula set out in the Constitution Act of 1867.
Independent, non-partisan electoral boundary commissions have been responsible for redrawing our electoral maps. These commissions were established in 1964 when Parliament passed the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act. The Act sets out the roles and responsibilities, the process, and the criteria these commissions must follow when redrawing our federal electoral boundaries. This independent approach was introduced by design to the risk of political interference in the process and maintain integrity and transparency in our democratic systems and institutions. Prior to 1964, the House of Commons itself was responsible for fixing the boundaries of electoral districts through a committee appointed especially for that purpose. But Parliament realized that the manipulation of riding boundaries to benefit members of the governing party was a significant risk to the integrity of our system. And that was, Mr. Speaker, and remains unacceptable. The introduction of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act was a critical measure put in place to solve that problem. As outlined in the Act, a 3-member commission must be established for each province. These commissions are comprised of 1 chairperson and 2 commissioners. Because this process occurs every 10 years, I would like to remind honourable members that the government does not recommend or appoint members to these provincial commissions. To be clear, they are independently appointed. In fact, the government's role in the entire process is extremely limited. Chers collègues, j'aimerais maintenant...
Dear colleagues, I would like to talk now about the formula for redistribution. There are 4 steps. This is how the Chief Electoral Officer arrived at the result mentioned earlier. First of all, the initial number of seats allocated to the provinces is calculated. To do this, the electoral quotient must first be calculated, which is obtained by averaging the growth of each province over the last decade. Quebec, for example, grew by 7.83% between 2011 and 2021. In contrast, Ontario grew by 10.87%, British Columbia by 14.03%, and Alberta by 17.56%. Altogether, the 10 provinces averaged a growth of 9.65%. Next, the electoral quotient from the previous redistribution, that is 111,116. Is multiplied by this average to obtain a new quotient of 121,891. Finally, the calculation of the initial number of seats allocated to the provinces is calculated by dividing the population of each province by the new quotient. This gives us 5 seats for Newfoundland and Labrador, 2 for Prince Edward Island, 9 for Nova Scotia, 7 for New Brunswick, 71 for Quebec, 122 for Ontario, 12 for Manitoba, 10 for Saskatchewan, 37 for Alberta, and finally 43 for British Columbia for a total of 318 seats. Dear colleagues, it is also important to note that it is this stage that determines whether new members will be added to the House of Commons. Whilst the average growth of the provinces over the decade was 9.65%, the growth of the 10 provinces combined was actually 10.90% over the same period. So when the quotient grows more slowly than Canada, there would be an increase in the House. On the other hand, if the quotient is growing at the same rate as the 10 provinces, there would be no change in the total number of seats. And therefore, if the quotient increases faster than the 10 provinces, there would be a reduction in the total number of seats. This means that where the growth is observed, it largely influences the size of the House. Returning to the formula, once the initial number of seats allocated to the provinces has been calculated, the second step is the application of the special clauses, the senatorial clause and the grandfather clause. This step ensures that the provinces have no fewer seats in the Senate than they had in 1985 or during the 33rd Parliament. This step therefore adds 2 seats to Newfoundland and Labrador for a total of 7, 2 seats to Prince Edward Island for a total of 4, 2 seats to Nova Scotia for a total of 11, 3 to New Brunswick for a total of 10, 4 to Quebec for a total of 75, 2 to Manitoba for a total of 14, and 4 to Saskatchewan for a total of 14 as well. The third step, the representation rule, applies only to a province that was overrepresented in the House of Commons after the last redistribution. If such a province becomes underrepresented as a result of the above calculations, it is allocated additional seats so that its share of seats in the House of Commons is proportional to its population share. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, however, that this rule applies to the provinces, not the territories, so the territories are not counted in the calculations. So, the provinces to which the representation rule apply are Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. However, out of these provinces, only Quebec is given a share of seats that is less than their population share following the second stage. 2 seats are therefore added to Quebec for a total of 77 seats. And finally, in the fourth stage, 3 seats are allocated to the territories, 1 each to the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. This for a total of 342 seats in the House of Commons, as announced by the Chief Electoral Officer. Over the years, the formula has been modified several times, and most recently in 2011. It is not simply a mathematical allocation based solely on provincial population. No, this formula takes into account and protects provinces with a declining population share, whilst allowing fast-growing provinces to get more seats. In closing, dear colleagues, it is important to stress that the redistribution process, which includes reapportionment, is done in an independent and highly normative manner in order to prevent partisan influence. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this debate this morning, I've heard Liberal reactions to our presentations. I heard their presentations as well. This is voluntary blinding. They've read the motion, they've understood the motion, but they're trying to divert the motion a bit in order to...
Rumbling going on, a lot of people coming in, but we are still working on a debate here.
The Honourable Member for Drummond has the floor. I was saying that the Liberals are voluntarily blinkered. They understand the motion. They know that it has nothing to do with the process, the perfectly legitimate process of an independent body that is trying to redistribute ridings based on demographic evolutions in our country. We understand this. After mansplaining, we have Liberal-splaining that's happening, Mr. Speaker. We understand this, Mr. Speaker. What we're trying to point out today is that we're trying to talk about Quebec's political weight as a nation, and that the House of Commons has a legitimacy to do so. Does my colleague recognise that the House of Commons has the legitimacy to define that Quebec could systematically obtain 25% of seats in the House of Commons through legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not that complicated. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. And yes, I have to look at the details, but the formula is very important, and we cannot simply ignore the formula that already exists in order to determine how many seats each province gets, and so we have to take this into account. I think this is a discussion that is important to have, and it must be taken into account when calculations are made. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to know one thing. She talked a lot about the mechanics of it all, but what is her position? What is her opinion as an MP from Quebec, as a stakeholder in Quebec? I would like to know if she will vote for the motion or against the motion tabled by the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. And the answer I have is that I believe that Quebec is fully within its right to be well represented. I will represent my constituents, as I'm sure she does as well, and I believe that Quebec is a province that has the right to be well represented in the House of Commons, but we still have to keep an eye on the process and the mechanics, because this is just 1 out of 10 provinces. If it was the case in another province, we would also examine it with the same intensity. Thank you very much.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, past month, my community of Brampton South experienced some widespread flooding. It impacted approximately 100 families. I met with the family in Churchville together with Brampton Fire and Emergency Services Chief Bill Boyce and Councillor Pleshy to see the damage firsthand and speak to the residents. I would like to thank all the first responders, city workers, and community volunteers in Brampton for their hard work and keeping our neighbors safe. My thoughts are with all those who were impacted by the flooding. Mr. Speaker, our government has already taken steps to prevent this in the future with investment like the $38 million from the Disaster Mitigation Fund to the Brampton Riverwalk project. I know that this project will protect our residents and unlock the economic potential of downtown Brampton. We'll continue to work with municipal and provincial partners to ensure that they are properly supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day as I walk to Parliament Hill, I'm shocked at how cold it is. It's freezing. Imagine living outside in this cold. Imagine living on the streets. Our homeless crisis in Peterborough-Kawartha continues to soar. We have at least 317 people on our streets. 317 people. This past weekend, One Man's Mission united dozens of people who donated their time and money to take part in the coldest night of the year walk in support of a new charity, Street Level Advocacy. Scott Cooper, the founder, walks the streets of Peterborough every day, connecting with people living on the street. He set a goal to raise $20,000, but the charity raised over $28,000. Wow. Money raised will go toward helping the homeless and a strategic plan to get people off the street into permanent housing. Thank you to all of those who participated. The power of one is the power of many. Empathy plus action is how we change the world.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March 1st marks UN Zero Discrimination Day, a time to celebrate the right of everyone to live lives full of authenticity and dignity. This year's theme, Remove Laws that Harm, Create Laws that Empower, is a reminder that we all have a responsibility to make fairer laws that leave no one behind. We have done much, like banning conversion therapy, which was passed unanimously in this House. But we have more to do. Last week, I was pleased to welcome the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion to my riding of Vancouver-Granville for a roundtable on diversity and inclusion with a broad range of community organizations, all of whom expressed their worry about the rise of discrimination in our society. We must hear these voices. On this UN Zero Discrimination Day, I encourage everyone to reflect on the important work we still need to do to make our communities free of discrimination in all its forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize Sylvain Racine's contribution to community TV. Sylvain was an artist and also a pillar. In 1983, he arrived as a volunteer, and Sylvain saw the beginning of TVRM at a time of experimentation where things were done on a low budget. He became the CEO in 1997 and remained the CEO until recently, and helped other local TV stations in Quebec. TVRM, Sylvain shaped it. He was dynamic, he brought people together, and he had deep roots in his community. He gave many young journalists the opportunity to develop their passion, and he allowed TVRM to grow and will remain for a long time an essential actor in our local democracy. Happy retirement, Sylvain. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today, thanks to the work of the Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, to participate in the launch of our first Irish Heritage Month here in Canada. This is an opportunity for us to celebrate all the contributions of the Irish to our beautiful country, our beautiful democratic and prosperous country. Among the co-founders of our country was a great Irishman, Thomas D'Arcy McGee. A federal member of Parliament for Montreal West, Thomas D'Arcy McGee was renowned for his skills as an impassioned orator and his defense of the integrity of the new Canadian Confederation. That is why he was assassinated on April 7, 1868, just a few steps from here, on Sparks Street, following an evening debate here in the House. I invite all my colleagues to raise a glass and salute the contributions of all Irish people to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand in the House during a very difficult time in Canada and in the world. And what I want to share with you is some incredible news. Next month, a very special couple from London, Ontario will be reaching multiple significant milestones. Jeffrey and Pauline Jill will be celebrating 80 years of marriage. Pauline will hit the beautiful age of 99, and her dear spouse will turn 100. I want to take you back 80 years when Jeffrey and Pauline were first married in the UK. 6 months after their nuptials, Jeffrey was sent overseas with his company, the Royal Engineers 8th Army, commonly known as Desert Rats. Jeffrey trained new recruits on nomadic equipment, refurbished a power plant, and cleared mines during his time in the Middle Eastern desert. Jill was wounded by the Italian hand grenade in Sicily during the latter part of the war, but he shares that his biggest challenges awaited him in England after 1946, when there was no work, no money, and they lived in a hut. The Jills moved to South Africa for 10 years and moved to Canada in 1966. Now Jeffrey enjoys visiting schools to teach Canadian kids about the Second World War. Jeffrey and Pauline, best wishes for a very incredible 80th anniversary. Happy 100th to Jeffrey. Happy 99th to Pauline. And I look forward to celebrating with you. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin has chosen to walk in the footsteps of Joseph Stalin. Stalin once said 1 million deaths is a statistic, a single death is a tragedy. And certainly behind the statistics we're seeing coming out of Ukraine, there's lots of tragedies. A mother and father being told that a child has died, a child finding out that their father will never be seen again. Ukraine, of course, has borne the vast brunt of the suffering, but let us not also forget the Russian mothers and fathers who are hoping that their sons and daughters come home from the Ukraine. All this tragedy perpetrated by Vladimir Putin and his supporters. To all my family back in the Ukraine, to many of them waiting with their guns for the Russians to come, for their families who are praying and hoping for them, for all the Ukrainians, and for all the very many Russians who oppose, Vladimir Putin. I support you, my family supports you, Canada supports you. In fact, all good people of the world support you. I think this House supports you. Slava Ukraina!
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the recent birthday of Martha Louise Black, an extraordinary Yukoner who was born on February 24th, 156 years ago. In 1898, Martha left her American home to join the thousands of men and women heading to the Klondike to lay claim to gold, discovering she was pregnant as she labored up and over the Chilkoot Pass. Martha never found her promised gold, but gave birth to her third child in Yukon, fell in love with the territory and stayed. She became a successful businesswoman and naturalist. Having remarried in her new home, Martha ran to become Yukon's Member of Parliament after her husband George Black resigned due to ill health. She became Canada's second female MP in 1935. Martha Black recalls having to travel by airplane, steamer, horses and rowboat to reach her constituents. She served her adopted territory until 1940, stating, "I represent no political party. I represent the people of the Yukon." With the challenges Canada now faces, we have little room for purely partisan politics. As a remarkable and intrepid Yukoner and a skilled parliamentarian, Martha Black can be an inspiration to us all in this House.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastland.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin's barbaric and illegal invasion of Ukraine is an international war crime and a crime against humanity. Putin is killing civilians with carpet bombs, cluster munitions, and there are now several reports he has used thermobaric warheads. Shopping malls, daycares, and schools are among his targets, proving to the world that Putin is nothing but a despot and a warlord. He must be made a pariah on the international stage. Russia cannot be permitted to remain in the international community. Putin and his inner circle must be investigated and swiftly brought to justice before the International Criminal Court for these atrocities. The bravery and tenacity of the people of Ukraine attacked by Vladimir Putin is inspiring. They are fighting and dying on the front lines and must be recognized as true heroes. Canada and our allies can leave nothing on the table in the fight for human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and our collective civil liberties. We must not allow dictators like Putin to redraw borders through force. Ukraine is holding the line for Western democracy and the free world. The future depends on what we do now.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Today I stand in this House to add my voice to the countless Canadians of all faiths and backgrounds that are shocked and angered by Putin's unjust, unprovoked, illegal attack on Ukraine. It is incredibly hard to see the images of families torn apart and the grave loss of lives and destruction. This invasion has repercussions for us all because it's not just an attack on one. It is an attack on democracy, on international law, on human rights, on freedom. It threatens peace and order in Europe and around the world. Canada has made it clear that these unwarranted actions won't go unpunished. We're providing financial aid, cybersecurity support, both lethal and non-lethal equipment, and imposed some of the severest sanctions Canada has ever imposed. Canada must continue to do everything it can to help Ukraine in its darkest hours. But I'd also like to highlight that although these days have been dark, we have seen a bright light shining strong in Ukraine, and that light is of its people, led by their extraordinary leader, Vladimir Zelensky. Your bravery has inspired us all. Slava Ukraini.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putin's invasion of Ukraine should be a wake-up call to all of us that we can't take our Arctic sovereignty for granted. NORAD Commander General Glenn Van Herk recently warned that delaying the updating of our outdated northern defenses leaves us all at risk. Canada, like Ukraine, shares a border with Russia, a border that is poorly defined and today is in dispute. University of Calgary professor Robert Hubert said recently, any myth that the Russia of old, the aggressor, expansionary Russia, had been a thing of the past has been laid to rest. It tells us that the Russians are, in fact, willing to use any means possible to seize the territory of a sovereign state. Now is the time for this government to finally start listening to the warnings of military officials and modernize, not just maintain, NORAD's early warning system. When is this government going to start taking our Arctic security and our Canadian sovereignty seriously?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
The last few years have been incredibly tough. For most of us, our mental health is not where it should be, and many around us are really, really struggling. BeThere.org, remember that name, just the words BeThere.org, is the award-winning Canadian brainchild of Jack.org, and quite simply, a tool the world needs to know about right now. Its 5 golden rules are a must for anyone who loves someone who might sometime need help. In other words, all of us. Number 1, say what you see. Something as simple as, I haven't seen you at class the past few days. Is everything okay? Might be enough to start a life-saving conversation with someone. Number 2, show you care. Number 3, hear them out. Number 4, know your role. Number 5, connect to help. Each evidence-based rule is laid out simply and brilliantly at BeThere.org. Please check it out today. Someone you love is counting on you to be there.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every March, we come together to celebrate the month of Francophonie. I invite you to celebrate the diversity and richness of Francophonie and to show our solidarity as an important part of the global Francophonie. At home in Nova Scotia, in Halifax, organizations will have a number of activities in March to illustrate the richness of our local Francophone community and contribute to its development. I was proud in my previous roles to support this development by introducing the first Francophone Immigration Action Plan for Nova Scotia. I am also proud today to see that our new Immigration Levels Plan recognizes the importance of increasing Francophone immigration. To all those celebrating in Halifax West and elsewhere, happy month of Francophonie. Thank you.
The other member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to 2 great Canadians we have lost in recent weeks. Darwin Benson spent his life making Canada a better place to work and live. He worked for years in the labor movement and then spent his retirement volunteering at food banks and as a hospice driver, taking patients to doctor's appointments. Darwin was an honorary life member of the NDP and worked tirelessly on 26 campaigns over the years. Darwin was my friend, but then Darwin was everyone's friend. Secondly, I'd like to pay tribute to Jeff Hutchings, a friend and colleague who passed away far too young at the end of January. Jeff was a renowned biologist at Dalhousie University, and he was one of the most outspoken and effective defenders of science in Canada. Jeff was brilliant, articulate, and likable, but he was fierce and when it came to using good science to create good government policy. We are all poor for the loss of Darwin and Jeff, and I and many others will miss them dearly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community of Barrault is mourning the loss of its mayor, Ivan Roy, who passed away recently surrounded by his family at the Montreal Heart Institute. Mr. Roy was first elected as mayor of Barrault in 2017 after serving for a decade as a municipal councillor. Re-elected last November, he had just begun his second term. Notably, he was the founding president of the Foire du Camionneur, where he was involved for 14 years. He is largely responsible for the success of this event. Among his many other local accomplishments, there is the creation of the entrepreneurial greenhouses with the public market, the birth of the Economic Development Committee, and the implementation of the composting service. He was also involved with the Abitibi MRC. The region has lost a remarkable man who was loved by all. I offer my thoughts to his family, the municipal council and staff, as well as all the citizens of the municipality of Barrault who are in mourning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, our energy security policy is as important as our defense strategy. The war in the Ukraine has unmasked the foolishness of the Liberals' green energy policy that would see Canada's oil and gas sector destroyed while increasing our reliance on foreign oil from countries with poor human rights records. Canadians still use oil, and we have enough in our country to be self-sufficient without importing it from dictator regimes. Canadian oil and gas can replace Russian oil and provide energy security to our allies when it matters, and it matters now. Right now, when Russian oil is fueling an unjustified war and creating refugees and a humanitarian crisis, Canadian energy exported to our allies would hamstring illegal wars while creating jobs, growing the middle class, and supporting Canadian families. Now it's time for Canada to step up to the plate by getting our oil and gas to the market.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, today, March 1st, marks the launch of Irish Heritage Month. Last March 10th, this chamber unanimously adopted my motion. I am grateful to this House for its support to recognize the many contributions that Canadians of Irish descent have made to building this country into what it is today. Mr. Speaker, the political and economic relationships between our two countries are strong, and the cultural ties run deep. The point of Irish Heritage Month is not green hats and green beer. It's about honoring the close bond between our two countries that are embedded in our past, and is about celebrating a bright future between our two countries. Ireland and Canada share the same values. We have a long history of promoting democratic values and human rights. This year, Mr. Speaker, I am asking all Irish Canadians to dedicate our month to Ukraine and to Ukrainian Canadians. I ask that you do what you are best at. Stand up, reach out, lend a hand. Unity is strength, Mr. Speaker.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Last
night, MPs came together to express their support for Ukraine and their disgust for Putin and what he's doing. One of the things that we asked the government to do to reflect that is to expel the Russian ambassador. The Deputy Prime Minister yesterday said silence is complicity and following orders is not an excuse, and we would agree with that. In light of the silence from the Russian ambassador, will the government expel the Russian ambassador and recall our ambassador back to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Russia's egregious and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is a direct challenge to democracy. It's why the Minister of Foreign Affairs summoned the Russian ambassador to express extreme concern and disagreement with Russia's actions. Canada will continue to use all tools at its disposal to make sure that these illegal acts are not left unpunished. The people of Ukraine have the right to their sovereignty and territorial integrity and the right to live free without fear.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we expect the government to take serious action and expel that ambassador, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, thousands of Ukrainians have fled their country and they are searching for safety. Ukrainians don't want to be permanent refugees. They want to return to their home, a sovereign and democratic Ukraine, but they need protection now. Canada has always been a welcoming place for those displaced by war. Will the Prime Minister commit today to allowing visa-free travel for Ukrainians who are wanting to come to Canada and find a safe haven?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canada is steadfast in the support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We have been priority processing applications from Ukraine and bolstering operational capacity in the region, which has allowed us to approve more applications from Ukrainian nationals. In addition to establishing a dedicated service channel for Ukraine, inquiries regarding Ukraine are prioritized, and we're continuing to work on more measures as the situation unfolds that will ensure that Ukrainians can flee to safety.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's a little hard getting a direct answer from the Prime Minister today. Let's try another question. Safety, security, sovereignty, those must be all top priorities for any government, and it should be Canada's priority, especially now. The longer Canadian oil, gas, and LNG stay in the ground, the bigger Putin's wallet gets. And the more countries like Ukraine and others will continue to be hurt and threatened by Russian aggression. More than ever, the world needs Canadian energy. So I'm going to ask the Prime Minister, will he commit today to changing his political direction, and will he begin to support the extraction and exportation of Canadian oil, gas, and LNG?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have been there for Alberta and Saskatchewan and Newfoundland and Labrador and their energy sectors. We actually are moving forward with the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, which the Conservatives couldn't get approved and couldn't get built. We're going to continue to work to ensure that we are supporting workers in the energy industry, even as we ensure that we're moving forward in ways that reduce carbon from our atmosphere and create a better future with good jobs for everyone. Canada has a significant role to play in the world. We will continue to play it with Europe and with other allies as well.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act on February 14th, Conservatives and others said it clearly didn't meet the legal threshold. Legal tools were already available to move the trucks from Ottawa. The Prime Minister moved ahead to invoke the Act and even attached confidence to the vote. Less than 48 hours after that vote, he revoked it, which proved he used the Emergencies Act for his own political gain. Isn't it true the Prime Minister used a legislative sledgehammer on our country for his own political advantage?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Emergencies Act enabled local authorities to end the illegal blockades. We've heard from the Commissioner of the RCMP, police chiefs, experts, and political leadership that it was essential to the police response and that it offered precision and clarity as they did their important work. But even after all this has ended, Conservative MPs still can't pick a lane. Canadians want to know, do they stand with blockaders or do they stand with Canadian communities?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, here's a lane we'd like like the Prime Minister to pick from. Today is March 1st, and as of today, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario, and Nova Scotia, they've all lifted their vaccine mandates, and other provinces are following suit. Why? Because it's safe to do so, and they care about mental health and their economies. Here at the federal level, we have a Liberal government that is dragging their knuckles because they become so backwards and regressive in their thinking when it comes to the need for restrictions. When will the Liberals come out of the dark ages and see that vaccine mandates are so yesterday? When are they going to remove the federal mandates?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we ground our decisions in science. We continue to believe that keeping Canadians safe is extremely important, but I will highlight that Canada has made significant movements on restrictions at the borders to enable for more Canadians to travel safely and less onerously when they come home. We will continue to look carefully at what more measures we can lift or move forward on to ensure that Canadians continue to be safe while getting back to the things we love. Canadians expect their governments to keep them safe. That's exactly what we're doing.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Russian tyrant's pride appears to have been wounded, and now he is viciously and savagely launching an extreme attack on an innocent population. Canada has placed sanctions on Russia, very severe sanctions, and that's great. We mustn't allow the Russian tyrant to save face too quickly. Shouldn't the sanctions be kept in place until the very last Russian soldier leaves Ukrainian soil? The Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his position. We fully agree the situation is not just a matter of Ukraine's territorial integrity. It's a question of the rule of law and the principles of the United Nations and its charter. We should be there to support those principles, and we will keep the sanctions in place right up until Russia recognizes and admits they made a huge mistake and withdraws its soldiers from Ukrainian soil. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Another issue, does the Prime Minister agree that in any circumstance, in particular the circumstances we're witnessing in Ukraine, that it would be irresponsible to use the war and its humanitarian consequences as an opportunity to promote oil exports from Western Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we import negligible amounts of Russian oil and gas, and that was blocked with the sanctions we imposed a few days ago. But the fact is that Europe still relies very heavily on Russian oil and gas, and we, as a world, have to try to offer alternatives to Europe, alternatives to Russia for Europe. And we know that the global economy has to decarbonize, but we haven't quite got there yet. But we will provide the resources necessary to help our European friends. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Ukrainians are facing a disastrous crisis. Canada must stand up to President Putin and his unjust and unprovoked war. The United Kingdom has slapped sanctions on Belarus for its role in this war. Is the Prime Minister also prepared to place sanctions on Belarus?
Premier Ministre.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Oui, monsieur.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have announced sanctions on Russia. We did that a few days ago, but we also added sanctions against Belarus because we know that they've been complicit and even partners in the invasion of Ukraine. So we have put sanctions on the government of Belarus and the oligarchs who have benefited from this situation. We have done that, and we will always look for ways of doing more to punish Belarus for its complicity. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Witnessing a humanitarian crisis unfold in Ukraine, and Canada has to do everything we can in our power to support people in need. One of the things we can do is to support Ukrainians who are seeking refuge in Canada. So will the Prime Minister commit to a simple, straightforward, barrier-free process for Ukrainians who are seeking solace and refuge in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of weeks, seeing the terrifying possibility of what has come to pass, we actually been preparing with Immigration Canada and our consular resources to ensure that there are capacities to treat Ukrainian demands, Ukrainian requests much more quickly. We are processing a higher number of visas and permits, and we're looking at creating new programs to further fast-track applications of people who are fleeing from this terrible conflict. Canada will always stand with Ukrainians. Merci, Monsieur.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in this crisis, Canadians deserve real answers. When asked if Canada intended to expel the Russian ambassador, the Prime Minister dodged the question. And the same question was asked of the Finance Minister, who said everything was on the table. Well, what is really on the table? For 6 days, Ukraine was under invasion. For 6 days, Putin's regime violated international law. And for 6 days, the Russian ambassador was silently complicit in war crimes. Will the Prime Minister expel the Russian ambassador and recall our ambassador immediately? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's egregious and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is a direct challenge to all of us, to the international rules-based order, to democracy, and to people who care about human rights and social justice everywhere. And that's why our foreign minister summoned the ambassador from Russia to hear her opinion immediately and directly. And Canada will continue to have that dialogue, but will also remind Russia every day of their responsibilities, of their absolute need to stand up and to be counted, and they will be punished.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister, no answer. I asked the Finance Minister, no answer. Now the Parliamentary Secretary has been sent to tell us that the ambassador was summoned to be wrapped over the knuckles. That's all they've done. For 6 days, the ambassador has been complicit with Putin's regime in these war crimes. When is the government going to expel the Russian ambassador and recall the Canadian one from Moscow?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's actions, Mr. Putin's actions, will not go unpunished. And when we talk about what we've done, let's talk about the sanctions. Let's talk about the military aid. Let's talk about humanitarian assistance. Let's talk about standing with the people of Ukraine and doing absolutely everything in our power to make sure that Russia is punished and Russia withdraws immediately, and we have a ceasefire and we have peace.
Well, member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The situation for Ukrainians is dire, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians of Ukrainian heritage are worried about their family members trying to flee the war. One person called the Ukraine hotline to ask about his parents' PR application. He was told that someone from Ukraine who applied a year or two ago had no priority. Instead of having those in need get stuck in this Liberal-made immigration backlog, will the minister commit to visa-free travel for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters trying to flee war?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Ukraine is characterized by unspeakable violence, and we condemn in the harshest terms this war of choice by President Putin. That's why we started preparing more than a month ago by boosting our operational capacity in the region. It's why we extended a dedicated service channel to provide reliable information. It's why we created a new pathway for people who are already in Canada to make it easier to stay and work. And it's why in the very near future, we will have new measures to welcome more Ukrainians who are seeking safety as they flee this war. Canada will be there for Ukraine in its time of need. They deserve nothing less.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
At the Citizenship and Immigration Committee today, we agreed to pass a motion in support of Ukraine, including calling for a visa-free travel. The Liberals voted against it. All opposition parties are calling on the government to implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians. Despite the security processes already in place for people arriving without visas and at customs, and considering our national security system, why is the Liberal government against visa-free travel for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters fleeing war?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that all members of this House and all parties want nothing more than to support Ukraine in its time of need. That's why we've introduced new measures to expedite application processing that have seen 4,000 applications across our lines of business already approved. It's why we've introduced new measures to make it easier to stay. My interest, and I am sure the honourable member shares this perspective, is to create a program that will get the greatest number of Ukrainians to Canada as quickly and safely as possible. In the very near future, I'll have more to say with a plan that will achieve those ends.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government for sending anti-tank weapons to Ukraine, which the Conservatives have been calling for since 2018. I know that Ukraine will make good use of the 100 Carl Gustaf anti-armor weapons that we are delivering now. Non-NATO partners like Sweden have also stepped up and are sending 5,000 anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. Additionally, Ukraine needs more medical supplies that Canada currently has in storage. Will the Minister of Defence send Ukraine additional weapons, improved first aid kits, and Roll 3 hospitals that Canada has?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Let me just be clear that all options continue to be on the table in terms of our support, but we should recognize that we have sent support $10 million of lethal and non-lethal aid, $25 million of non-lethal aid, and then just yesterday, as the member rightly pointed out, more anti-tank weapons as well as ammunition for those missiles. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, when Russia attacked Ukraine, Stephen Harper signaled that Canada must be prepared to respond to potential Russian incursions. Yesterday, the defense minister told us she would work with our U.S. partners to ensure NORAD was modernized. In other words, the Liberals have done nothing since 2015. This morning, we learn in the media that Russia is massing troops and equipment for battle in the Arctic. Canada's sovereignty is at stake. When will the minister tell Canadians about her plan to modernize our northern warning system? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. Canada will continue to work with its American counterparts, and that is why we have committed $2.5 million by the end of Budget 2021 for our efforts. We will continue talking with our partners in the U.S., and we are going to continue protecting our Arctic sovereignty. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Conservatives are using the war in Ukraine to sell dirty oil and gas. Their solution is to run pipelines through Quebec to export more fossil fuels to Europe. But the UN Secretary General does not agree. He said that as current events reveal, our reliance on fossil fuels makes the global economy and energy security vulnerable to geopolitical crises. It's time to accelerate the energy transition. So, Mr. Speaker, does the government also agree that reliance on fossil fuels is destabilizing the world? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for all her work on environmental issues and climate change in the recent in years past. We agree that we need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, both for environmental and climate reasons, and to create the jobs we will need tomorrow and beyond, and also to reduce our reliance on countries like Russia. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The UN Secretary General, again, commenting on the IPCC's terrifying report, he called it an atlas of human suffering because it maps the areas of the world where people will suffer the consequences of climate change. Half the world's population is at risk, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of people, which brings us back to the choice the Minister of the Environment will have to make on Friday. He has to decide whether or not to approve the Bay du Nord oil project, which aims to extract $300 million. Will he say no to Bay du Nord? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague. The Environmental Assessment Agency has done an assessment of the Bay du Nord project. Our government is studying it, and we will give our decision in due course. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the UN Secretary General said a lot of things, and one of the things he said yesterday was that the major polluters are guilty of setting fire to our only home, and he said that the abdication of leadership was criminal. Mr. Speaker, we expect some leadership from this minister. He himself set the bar very high for his own performance. So I repeat my question, it's very simple. Will he approve the Bay du Nord oil project, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is talking about leadership. We are the government that has done the most in recent years to fight climate change. $100 billion of investment, Mr. Speaker. Over 100 measures to fight climate change. We went all the way to the Supreme Court to defend the carbon tax, which our government brought in. So the leadership's on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to climate change. Thank you.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2015, the Liberals ran on a platform of transparency that, quote, the government and its information should be open by default, that they would, quote, restore trust in democracy. Parliament is setting up a committee to review their use of the Emergencies Act, and it is critically important that the official opposition have the power to hold this government to account. Instead, this Liberal government is being obstructionist and undermining our ability to do our duty to Canadians. My question, why is this government so afraid of accountability?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm confused. The party opposite has 3 members of their caucus, and they're cheering that. They're very happy that they have the same number as the government has. The opposition, unfortunately, decided to cheerlead the illegal activities that were happening outside. It would be entirely inappropriate for those that were cheerleading the type of activities that we saw, the illegal blockades, the illegal occupation, to be chairing. What we said instead is that 2 opposition parties will chair the process, one who is against the act, one who is for the act. That's being reasonable. That's being fair.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called Canadians he disagrees with these people with unacceptable views. Racists, bigots, misogynists, terrorists, people that take up space. Yesterday, the Public Safety Minister even said protesters were rapists. Experts say there was no such security threat or financial threat to Canadians. Given the Prime Minister voted for it, then revoked it in 36 hours, will the Liberals finally admit imposing the Emergency Act was wrong?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as events unfold in the world that are deeply serious in the Ukraine, as we have finally been able to put the illegal blockades and the occupation behind us, I would hope that the members opposite would look at the efficacy of the Emergency Act, how successful it was in restoring peace and order, and that their questions might be on things that right now are pressing in the world.
I just want to clarify that when you're asking your question or answering the question, you can shout as long as you want. When you're not singled out and allowed to, I prefer you not shout at each other. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this is the story of yet another demonstration gone wrong because of the inaction of the Prime Minister, who did nothing for 3 weeks. It was disappointing. And then suddenly on February 14th, the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act. 3 days of debate followed. Monday, March 21st, the House endorsed the use of this law, thanks to the Liberals and the NDP. Wednesday, March 23rd, this Prime Minister contradicted himself by saying the opposite of what he just said days earlier and revoked the act. Can the Prime Minister tell us what happened between Monday and Wednesday for him to flip-flop like that? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Since the beginning of the demonstrations and the illegal blockades, the government took many concrete steps. We added resources and we introduced the Emergencies Act. But that was our last resort, and that was following the advice of police. After that, we revoked the act, but a lot of progress was made, and we will continue to provide resources. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, there was no longer anything in the streets of Ottawa. The streets were cleared. The border crossings at Coutts, Emerson, and Windsor were cleared without using the Emergencies Act. But here in Ottawa, the Prime Minister waited 3 weeks and then decided one morning to invoke the Emergencies Act. And then on Monday, it was too late again when the streets of Ottawa were already clear. The NDP and the Liberals voted in favour of this act. And then a flip-flop 2 days later, the Prime Minister revoked the act. This is a simple question. What happened? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act was essential to allow police to put an end to the illegal blockades and demonstrations all across the country. We always said that we would not keep it in effect a minute longer than was absolutely necessary. And that's what we did. We kept our word. We followed the advice of police, and we gave them the tools they needed.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the IPCC report released yesterday has a stark warning. Either we take action now on mitigation and adaptation for climate change, or risk suffering even more severe consequences from extreme weather events, wildfires, and floods. But this government continues to give the fossil fuel industry billions of dollars in subsidies. So instead of bankrolling the multinational oil and gas companies, why don't the Liberals fund the infrastructure our communities need to help prevent catastrophe?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. The IPCC report shows what people around the world have known for a long time, that countries need to take bold action to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to cut emissions, 30 million tons since we've come into power, Mr. Speaker. That's almost half of Quebec's entire emissions that we've managed to reduce because of the hundreds of measures we've put in place, Mr. Speaker, because $100 billion of investment. But we recognize, as the member opposite do, we need to do more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the window of opportunity for a sustainable future for our children and grandchildren is closing, according to the new IPCC report, a chilling report. According to experts, the climate crisis has already had irreversible effects. Global warming is happening too fast, and this Liberal government is just paying lip service. In addition to buying a pipeline, the Liberals continue to subsidise the biggest polluters in the oil and gas industry. The worst in the G20. When will the Prime Minister end fossil fuel subsidies to protect people now and generations to come? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The IPCC report shows what we all know. All countries need to make extra measures to adapt for climate change. We have to continue to reduce emissions and strengthen our resilience, and that is the reason for which our government has invested over $2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, in adapting to climate change, and over $100 billion to fight against greenhouse gas emissions. But we must do even more than this, all of us here in Canada and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are struggling to find affordable housing, including in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. The need for affordable housing has been highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Last week, I had the honour of speaking at a virtual open house for one of our government's Rapid Housing Initiative programs in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. Can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House how our government is building more affordable housing in Kitchener South Hespeler and across Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler for her question, but also for her very strong advocacy on the issue of affordable housing. Recently, in the member's own riding, we announced $8.2 million to create 42 new permanent affordable housing units for seniors and women at risk of and, in fact, experiencing homelessness. This is real action. It means 42 Canadians now have the housing that they need and a safe place to call home. This is yet another example of the National Housing Strategy at work in communities from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been plagued with backlogs throughout this pandemic, everything from immigration applications to GIS payments to parental benefits. Yesterday, the President of the Treasury Board said in the House that 99% of public servants are vaccinated. So I have a simple question for the Minister. How many unvaccinated federal employees did she have to fire to get to 99%?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, vaccines are the best way to bring this pandemic to an end. Public servants stepped up. 99% got their first dose, 98.7% got their second dose. Public servants are responding to the need of making sure Canadians are safe and healthy during this pandemic. Those that need accommodation are being treated, and we will continue to make sure that these public servants are respected. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in QP, the Health Minister praised the province of Saskatchewan on their COVID-19 efforts. As of Monday, all COVID-19 restrictions have been lifted in my province. Businesses can fully open and smiles can be shared between the people of Saskatchewan once again. Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the highest vaccination rates in the world. When will the Health Minister follow the lead of the science-backed Provincial Health Authority and lift all federal mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gratefulness is the word that comes to my mind. Grateful to the question, obviously. Grateful to for our relationship with Minister Merriman and the entire government of Saskatchewan, who've been there to help, as we have, Saskatchewan people to go through this crisis, and grateful to the millions of people in Saskatchewan who have made the right choice and got vaccinated.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, in Beauce, we share borders with the United States of America. Mr. Quirion, a constituent in my riding, has informed me of the unfair treatment he continues to receive at the border. His son lives minutes away in the state of Maine, but he is rarely able to visit him because of the current border mandates. He is fully vaccinated, but is still required to take a quick test just to make a one-day visit. The closest place to his son that provides testing is over 1 hour away. When will the government come up with a plan to eradicate these mandates permanently for vaccinated people? The Honourable Minister for Transport.
Along, our government will continue to follow the advice of scientists and public health experts. And the good news is that yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we've eased our border measures. That's great news for travelers, great news for the tourism sector, great news for our aviation sector, and great news for communities who are along the borders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Tourism Association would disagree greatly with that, Minister. An ER nurse messaged me yesterday because she's in isolation. Her ER is desperately understaffed, and she's stuck at home with 0 symptoms because she was randomly selected to do a PCR test at the border on top of the rapid test. Canadians need a plan. They need answers. Provinces across the country are following the advice of medical health officers and dropping mandates. When will our Prime Minister give Canadians a plan and a timeline on when federal vaccine mandates will be dropped?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians support doing everything we can at our borders to protect the health and safety of Canadians, but also to protect our economy. prior to yesterday, we were testing all arrivals from non-U.S. travelers to make sure that incomers are fully vaccinated and are not carrying the virus. Yesterday, we changed these measures, Mr. Speaker. We no longer test every traveler because based on the advice we received from our public health experts, and now we're accepting antigen tests for our travelers. That's great news for travelers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, we were anxious to read the new bill to modernise the Official Languages Act. Quebec had only one request, that it be left alone to decide on language planning in Quebec. Well, no, Ottawa and the Liberals are meddling again. It is giving precedence to its law so that the application of the Charter of the French language to businesses under federal jurisdiction is optional on a voluntary basis. Why not simply let Quebec's Bill 101 apply in Quebec, as Quebec is asking? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Protecting French is an absolute priority for our government, and today I had the pleasure and the honour to retable our bill on the modernisation and strengthening of the OLA. We recognise the decline of French in this country and even in Quebec. We seem to have a technical problem. We will see if we can sort it out. In the meantime, I believe that the Minister for Heritage has an answer to the question. Mr. Speaker, for the Government of Canada, defending and promoting French is and always will be an absolute priority for us. In this bill, we recognise that we have to do more. We need to boost French in a working language, in a service language. We are doing so not only in Quebec, but throughout the country, and we'll always be here to defend French. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is asking for this. The Government of Quebec is asking for this. Imagine, every living former Premier of Quebec is asking for it. Pierre-Marc Johnson, Daniel Johnson, Lucien Bouchard, Pauline Marois, Philippe Couillard, and even the very and most liberal Jean Charest is asking for it. Even this House voted in favour at second reading. Only this Liberal government is opposed. Will the Minister amend her bill so that Bill 101 applies to private companies under federal jurisdiction in Quebec? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada intervenes within its fields of competence and jurisdiction, seeking to strengthen French for a working language, for a service language, not only in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, but in Francophone communities throughout Canada, because being French is being Canadian. We want to promote French, not only in Quebec, but everywhere. We want more French. We want to speak French, listen to French music, and that's why we're acting, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, according to Angus Reid, 53% of Canadians can't keep up with the cost of living, and things are going to get worse. The next budget will introduce significant amounts of new spending and make inflation worse for Canadian families. And on April 1st, this government is increasing the carbon tax on gasoline by almost 9 cents a litre. Every day, we hear more stories of Canadians telling us they are getting squeezed. Mr. Speaker, when will this government realize it needs to change its course and cancel its tax and spending plans?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy with a false economic narrative. So I am glad to have the chance to share some good news. StatsCan today released our GDP numbers for the fourth quarter. Canada's GDP grew at an annualized rate of 6.7%. That is the second highest level in the G7, and it beat market expectations.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Liberals about inflation in Saskatchewan, and the government confirmed the negative impact of inflation on the poverty line throughout my province. In fact, the poverty rate increased 1.2% in Saskatchewan, and it's only going to get worse. That means an additional 13,000 people in Saskatchewan are falling into poverty every year simply because inflation is driving their costs through the roof. Mr. Speaker, why is this government driving low-income families in Saskatoon West deeper into poverty with their high-spending, high-inflation policies?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable people in Canada. We introduced the CCB, which is indexed to inflation and which lifted almost 300,000 children out of poverty. Wow. We increased the GIS, also indexed to inflation, and which has helped over 900,000 seniors. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, there were 5.1 million Canadians in poverty. By 2019, that figure had dropped to 3.7.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the communities of Flamborough-Glenbrook have grown exponentially as young families flee Toronto in search of a more affordable life. Except for now, they're feeling the crunch here too. In January, the Realtors Association of Hamilton-Burlington confirmed that the average house price in the Hamilton area is now over $1 million. Wow. Mr. Speaker, with interest rate hikes on the horizon, when will we see the long-promised housing plan to address this crisis? And what hope can this government offer young Canadians that have given up on the dream of home ownership?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I encourage him to enable his party to actually vote for the measures that we've brought in place to enable affordability. The party opposite voted against the vacancy tax that we were supposed to move forward on. They voted against measures to help first-time home buyers. They voted against measures to improve more investments in affordable housing. These are the things that we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to not only continue to invest in affordable housing for the most vulnerable, we'll also continue to put in place measures to encourage more Canadians to turn from renters into homeowners, and I hope the member opposite and his party can support us.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the last 2 years of this pandemic have underscored the importance of investing in domestic manufacturing of vaccines and PPE, and therefore supporting science and research in Canada. That is a reason for which I'm proud to rise in the House today with my colleague to ask about the first Canadian-made plant-based COVID-19 vaccine, the Medicago vaccine, that was approved by Health Canada. On the 24th of February, can the Minister for Health outline how the government is supporting the use of this vaccine? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Laurent for that excellent question and her excellent work. What great news. Last Thursday, Mickey Gago's Covivence vaccine was approved. It's great news. It was the first such vaccine to be approved by Health Canada, the first in the world to be approved on a plant-based technology. Workers and partners are giving us an extra tool to protect their health and security.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Liberals, all winery, cidery, brewery, and distillery owners will wake up on April 1st to an increase of their excise taxes. Most who I have talked to have struggled along due to perpetual lockdowns, and most do not fall within Bill C-2's benefits, and any potential offset does not come close to bridging their losses. One winery owner that I spoke to will have a $50,000 excise tax hit. Unlike the finance minister, I've owned my own small business and I've had to read financial statements. So will the minister cancel the April Fool's Day excise tax increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like other taxes and benefits, the alcohol excise duty rate is automatically adjusted each year. This approach provides certainty to the sector while ensuring our tax system is fair for all Canadians. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite opposite really wanted to support Canada's small businesses, the member opposite and her party should have voted with us to support the business support measures that helped Canadian small businesses get through COVID.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. Yeah.
Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, the price of alcohol will go up yet again for Canadians due to the Liberals' ever-increasing escalator tax grab on beer, wine, and spirits. Canadian restaurants and bars will continue to struggle due to the impacts of the pandemic. Another tax hike is the last thing they need. This automatic permanent tax increase must be reviewed by Parliament every year so we can support the places that serve Canadian alcohol and the farmers and producers who make it. Will the Liberals put a cork in their ever-increasing excise tax on Canadian alcohol?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the increase is less than 1/5 of 1 penny per can of beer. And there are specific measures that take into consideration the needs of craft brewers and wineries. And let me tell the members opposite something else. They should have paid attention to the Wine Growers of Canada and Beer Canada. Both organizations called for an end to the blockades that hurt their business and that our government acted on decisively.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, tourists from around the world are now making their travel plans for the fast-approaching summer tourism season. But the federal government's requirements for pre-departure testing at Canadian borders stands in the way of making Canada an attractive destination. Yesterday, the Canadian Travel and Tourism Roundtable said the policy is not grounded in science or evidence. They also called on the government to drop it. For the sake of the economic recovery in our hardest-hit tourism sector, can the federal Liberals tell travelers when they will drop the pre-departure travel requirements?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, very grateful to the question, in particular because my region, my city, my riding of Quebec is a riding of exceptional quality, attracts thousands, if not millions of foreigners and tourists over years. We're very proud of that, and that's why we're so proud that the measures to which the measure alludes to have been reduced, have been relaxed just a day ago. We'll continue to work to support the tourism industry while protecting the health and safety of travelers and workers.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, at the onset of this pandemic, our government acted swiftly by introducing emergency measures to keep Canadians financially afloat. While these benefits have been crucial for so many families, including those in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, I have personally heard from seniors that it has resulted in a reduction of their GIS payments they rely on to make ends meet. Can the Minister of Seniors inform the House on what we are doing to strengthen income security for seniors that are dependent on GIS?
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Scarborough Agincourt for her work and her advocacy for seniors in her community and in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable, all government has always been there, and that is especially true for low-income seniors. We have committed to supporting seniors who counted on pandemic supports and had their GIS impacted. We're making a major investment through an automatic one-time payment for those affected seniors. We unanimously passed Bill C-12 in this House, and I'm confident that the other place will do the same. Mr. Speaker, seniors know that our government will always be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
More than half of Canadians say they're struggling with the cost of living. And yesterday, a report from the National Housing Council confirmed that the government is not making housing more affordable for Canadians. It also said that the Liberal government's national housing strategy is only meeting a fraction of the existing need. After 6 years of half measures, the housing affordability gap has only increased, and Canadians are paying the price for the government's failures. When will the Liberals stand up for Canadians by cracking down on housing speculators and make the needed investments to build 500,000 units of social and co-op housing?
Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. We thank the Housing Council for their work. and we commit to examining closely the recommendations contained in the report that they've prepared. We're the government that reintroduced federal leadership in the housing sector. We've brought significant resources through the National Housing Strategy, which has grown from $40 billion to over $72 billion. The honourable member mentioned the co-op sector. We're the government that saved the co-op sector after it was abandoned by the Conservatives, to the tune of $318 million that will guarantee subsidies for a long time for the most vulnerable members of the community, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week, a man froze to death in a downtown Winnipeg bus shelter in minus 30 weather. We have a homelessness crisis in Winnipeg Centre that is costing precious lives, and people are forced to sleep out in the cold because the Liberals' national housing strategy fails to fix the housing crisis. People need real solutions, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister respect the right to housing as a human right and make adequate investments to ensure nobody else dies because they can't find a home they can afford?
The Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me make this absolutely clear. Even if one Canadian finds themselves on the street, it diminishes us as a society. So I share the grief of the honourable member, but I want to reiterate our support for investments in affordable housing. I've lost count on the number of times that I've been to Winnipeg virtually and in person to make announcements through Rapid Housing Initiative, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund, the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, Reaching Home, the Canada-Manitoba Housing Benefit, the Canada-Manitoba Bilateral Agreement on Housing. We are doing everything that we can and will continue to do more.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for oral questions today.
That's all the time we have.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's difficult when there's so much noise in this place. You probably didn't know how bad it was. And I know we can't rise in question period on a point of order, but I had to turn my microphone up as high as I could to hear the honourable member from Repentigny from the enormous roar of heckling against her as she spoke. That violates our standing orders. It violates Standing Order 16. It violates Standing Order 18. And Mr. Speaker, I know you're doing your very best to remind people to keep order, but it becomes hard when members can't hear other members pose questions because of the rudeness and the noise.
I want to thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I want to remind all the members that when someone else is speaking, as right now, please respect each other and try to follow the rules of the House, because that's how good debate takes place. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question...
Order! Thank you. We're about to have someone rise on a point of order, so we want to hear what she's saying. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member for Miramichi-Grand Lake claimed that the Minister of Public Safety called the protesters rapists. I was present at the Public Safety Committee meeting on Friday, and I can assure this House that the Minister did not say that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to ask the member to apologize for misleading the House and to retract this statement.
I will take that under advisement and return, but I do want to remind the honourable members to please check their facts before they say anything in the House, and try not to insult each other. Try to do it with words. We're debating issues, not calling each other names. Are there any other points of order before we continue? Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Please to débat. Resuming debate on a opposition motion on the representation of Quebec in the House of Commons, standing in the name of Mr. Blanchette. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my esteemed colleague from Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I had 4 of them to remember. Recently, Elections Canada moved to redraw the federal electoral map. I'm going to interrupt the honourable member just for a moment. I would like to remind all members that we are trying to debate here in the House. If they have discussions, please take them outside or whisper very quietly. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elections Canada recently moved to redraw the federal electoral map, which would add 4 seats to Ontario, Alberta, and BC, but would eliminate a seat for Quebec. This electoral reform would make us forever a negligible quantity within the Canadian regime. Today, Quebec has 78 seats out of the current 338 in the House of Commons. But if this reform goes ahead, Quebec would have only 77 seats out of 341 in this hypothetical future federal parliament. Since parliamentary votes are often very tight, we have seen a number of examples of that in this parliament. Quebec's political clout would be reduced with only 20% of the total number of members. So this would be a clear trend. As Quebec's demographic weight declines, so would its power of influence in this house, and it would continue to wane. Beyond mathematical calculations, the consequences of this continual reduction in Quebec's weight within the institution that decides the laws of this country would have a real impact. Quebec would have less and less of a say, and its interests and values would be more and more watered down to the benefit of the interests and values of the rest of Canada. Isn't that just the very real consequence of our presence within this regime, whose aim is to continually relegate us to a minority? Before the advent of the misnamed Confederation, when French Canadians were more numerous than English Canadians, we had a right to equal representation. So 2 peoples who were unequal in number, but the same number of members, as long as the French Canadians were less numerous. But then came the regime of 1867, and then the French Canadians were less numerous, but the parliamentary representation became proportional. Obviously, that's an easy decision when the conqueror decides. In 1867, we continued to be relegated to a minority. This became systemic. The House, or rather Quebec, represented 36% of the House in 1867. And every time the electoral map was redrawn, our representation declined. 28% in 1947, 26% in 1976, 25% in 1999, 23% in 2015. And now, are we headed to 22%? As time goes by, Quebec will be submerged in a red tide, Mr. Speaker. As time goes by, Quebec will mean nothing to Ottawa. It will inspire neither fear nor respect. As time goes by, we will have to waste more and more energy trying to explain ourselves, to make ourselves understood, to have ourselves respected. Mr. Speaker, we'll have to fight tooth and nail in order to keep a very minimum space within the debates in this country. That's why the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill seeking to create a nation clause, which would guarantee that Quebec would never have less than 25% of the houses in the House of Commons. That would be a minimum. In 2006, the Canadian government tried to distract Quebec by labeling it a nation within a united Canada. Isn't it time to walk the talk, to show that these words have a meaning? Just that they shouldn't be used just for this House to adopt a motion? And will this House dare to adopt our motion? At least it would limit the damage done. But let's be clear. Quebec has never had any power in Ottawa. It doesn't have it now, and it never will. This state is controlled by another nation. The so-called French power is just smoke and mirrors. Certain Canadian leaders come to Quebec from time to time, but their actions and decisions will always be subject to the law of the majority, and rightfully so. The Quebec nation will always be at the mercy of the decisions that the majority will impose upon us. The only parliament where the Quebec nation has 100% of the seats is the National Assembly. And this assembly has adopted numerous and countless motions unanimously, but they are not even discussed in this House or mentioned, Mr. Speaker. If forming a nation means something, that parliament that represents 100% of our nation should not have to suffer laws that it doesn't want. For example, the Emergencies Act, which was unanimously voted down by the National Assembly. It should be able to adopt all of its laws without fearing that they will be overturned by courts that come under a constitutional order that Quebec has never signed on to. The National Assembly should also stop having to fear that its democratic choices, for example, Bill 21, it should not have to fear that it will be challenged by a state in which it represents a minority. The National Assembly should be able to decide its own policies with regard to its values and interests, culture, justice, social solidarity, environment, energy, international relations, and trade agreements. When the National Assembly votes, for example, to increase health transfers, it should not have to come begging cap in hand to this Parliament, where Quebec will only represent 22% of seats.
We are minority, more and more so, in fact. Well, being a minority in a foreign system makes us have to make ridiculous compromises forever and makes us waste our potential. And these compromises will be increasingly heavy as our weight becomes smaller in this House. That's our only destiny in Canada. This system deprives us more and more every day of having the means to decide on our own what we want for ourselves. And this system cannot be reformed. What is preferable, to be 100% one's own or belonging 22%, being 22% of someone else? What's better, to be a majority or a minority? We want independence for Quebec. Why? Because Canada is not our country. Canada's choices are its choices, not our choices. Independence is about democracy. Now, there are, of course, independent countries whose people are not free, but it is impossible for any people to be free without having its independence. That's a very simple notion to understand. When you take political abilities away from a nation, that is neutralizing it or neutering it and making it powerless, condemned to being powerless. That is the real and true issue behind this redrawing of the electoral map. We want to leave this institution. We are tired of seeing Canada taking away our democratic choices in the name of a constitutional system that was imposed on us. We are really tired of living with choices of a society that are not our choices. We want full freedom. The real history of Quebec will start when Quebec finally becomes our own country, a French country, secular, free, human, fundamentally free, where we don't need to ask permission to make choices that match our values and interests in the Republic of Quebec. Questions and comments?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I will ask my question in English just to ensure that I say the right thing.
Sympathetic to the idea that in Quebec, particularly with French culture and the language and the dynamic, that is something that we have to preserve, promote, and continue to support. There has been a notion in this House, as I've sit in and listened today, that Quebec is the first province ever to lose a seat under the redistribution. That is false. In Nova Scotia, we used to have 21 members of parliament. We are now down to 11. Quebec, as other provinces, have the same ability to protect, in the sense that Quebec will never go less than 75 members of parliament. Now, I take notice that they want to fight to maintain the seat. I'm okay with that. In Nova Scotia, we have the largest Gaelic-speaking population outside of Scotland. We have a unique history. Will this member also fight for the proportionality that Nova Scotia will always keep a certain percentage of seats in this House, regardless of the dynamics of the population of the country?
L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I fundamentally believe that each province should be able to do what it wants. If Nova Scotia or New Brunswick has something that they want, then we should discuss this. And that's all fine, as long as Quebec doesn't lose its democratic weight in this House. That is what we want. If other provinces want more seats, then it follows that Quebec's seats should be increased as well. Some provinces may have lost seats in the past, but the real issue here is that we know Quebec is a nation. This House has recognized it. So will they walk the talk?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député, the honourable member for Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saint-Étienne-Bagotte. He talked about the Quebec nation and making sure that Quebec has enough representation in this House. And the first question to the member is, if Quebec wants to have another referendum, the National Assembly should go for another referendum. Based on the language he's providing here today, it seems that that's what they want to do. So I would encourage him to talk to his premier to do that. And secondly, we don't talk enough about this in this House of Commons. British Columbia, 6 Senate seats. British Columbia, no guaranteed seats on the Supreme Court of Canada. The West still wants in, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sick and tired of hearing all the time about the needs of Quebec when British Columbia needs its fair share of the Federation as well. We pay taxes, and the Constitution is representation by population, and Quebec needs to recognize that BC pays its fair share, and BC deserves just as much representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, the colleague seems to criticize me for promoting what Bloc Quebec wants most of all, which is independence. And he is standing up to speak up for his fellow citizens in his area. That's what we're doing too. And we are independentists, and we know that we can't become independent here in this House. We welcome the National Assembly of other provinces if they want to start an independence process, and we want ours to do it as well. But we are using forums like this and our access to debates like federal parliament debates to defend our citizens in Quebec. So we don't want to be criticized for trying to get what we want. The colleague says he's sick of hearing us say what Quebec wants. Well, I hope he'll support us in our desire for independence.
Port Moody Coquitlam, a 30-second question. Espérons une réponse de 30 secondes.
30-second answer as well, please.
Mr. Speaker, and je voudrais partager avec
I would like to say to the member to let him know that my last daughter was born in Montreal.
Canadians and for those in Quebec, and I just wanted to ask the member if the Bloc also agrees that the first past the post system is no longer serving all people.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In the past, a promise was made by the current government during its first term in government. They promised to reform the electoral system to make it more proportional. We supported that, of course. I have no reason today to believe that in the future we wouldn't support that. But we can't just give blanket approval to any reform. We need to study any type of reform. We will take a look at it in detail as soon as a proposal is put forward for electoral reform.
Débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will talk to you about the former Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. It used to be called the Haute-Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia, and I will come back on to that later. I'm very happy to speak to this motion today. I was listening to the speech of my leader and House leader today, and it was really music to my ears to hear them defend Quebec. And oh, poor Conservatives, we feel so bad for them that they're going to have to listen to us continue to defend Quebec and the great nation that it is. Well, because that's what we're talking about today. As the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte said, in this House, it's been accepted since 2006 that Quebec is a nation. The House reaffirmed that in June. It was recognized that Quebec is a nation with French as its only official common language. It's important to remember this. We also want the right to self-determination. We want to control our social, economic, and cultural development. As long as Quebec is part of Canada, then there are tangible political implications. We want political decisions made in this House of Commons to recognize Quebec, but we must absolutely have the political weight to express ourselves in this House. Madam Speaker, I feel personally directly concerned about today's issue because during the last electoral redrawing 10 years ago, my region was directly targeted. As in 2012, last October, the Chief Electoral Officer proposed a new seat allocation, giving 4 more seats to Canada, but Quebec would lose 1. So we went from 78 to 77. It would be the first time since 1966 that a province has lost seats in the House of Commons, and I find this unacceptable. The only way to avoid such a situation is to modify the formula that determines the number of MPs and their distribution per province, to do so in order to protect Quebec. Earlier today, the member for Drummond tabled a bill in the House to guarantee to Quebec 25% of MPs. He explained the ins and outs of that, and he explained the meaning of the proposed nation clause that we want. What we're asking the House to do today is to adopt a simple principle to protect Quebec's political weight. I don't see how anyone could disagree with that, Madam Speaker. I said that this is particularly close to my heart because we don't want Quebec's political weight to decrease, and I'm especially concerned about weakening the voice of Eastern Quebec. Now, let me take you back to 2012. The same exercise was carried out assessing electoral redistribution. 4 MPs from Eastern Quebec joined forces to denounce eliminating a riding in part of our country because, yes, that is what was proposed at the time. Totally eliminating the constituency that I represent today for democratic reasons, just because the population was below the new established quota of 101,000 people. The Chief Electoral Officer was therefore trying to balance out the average population in Eastern Quebec ridings with the Quebec average by completely eliminating 1 riding. So the Electoral Boundaries Commission for Quebec proposed expanding the boundaries of Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques, and Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine to form 2 huge ridings. They were huge in size, and Avignon, La Métis, Matapédia would have disappeared. They would have become the 2 most populous ridings in Quebec under the proposed redistribution. So the elected officials at the time, Guy Caron, he was the NDP MP for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques, and François Lapointe, he was NDP MP for Montmagny, Lillé, Kamouraska. There was also Jean-François Fortin, a Bloc MP, one of my predecessors. He was the MP for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matapédia at the time. They presented a brief to the commission, and I took out that brief to see what arguments they had, because their arguments are still relevant today. And I realized that, unfortunately, this situation is a déjà vu of what was experienced 10 years ago. Eastern Quebec could be targeted and could lose some political weight in the House of Commons. Fortunately, in 2012, my riding was not eliminated. Thus, I'm here today. What happened is that boundaries were redrawn, so instead of eliminating a riding, we changed Haute-Gaspésie for Avignon. But sometimes people are wondering who their MPs are. with all these changes, because it's not every day that we reach out to our federal MPs. But these MPs, they fought to keep their ridings, and their ridings wait. Now, I don't think that we should target rural areas like mine. My riding, it alone, is almost 15,000 kilometers squared in area. It includes 2 administrative regions. It spans 4 regional county municipalities. It encompasses 56 municipalities and 2 Indigenous communities. That's huge, Madam Speaker, and that comes with different challenges than the challenges in urban ridings, but they may be a little bit more populated. In rural areas, multiple interests have to be reconciled and managed. Therefore, we often work toward consensus and cohesion. In a constituency like mine, when there's a debate involving the interests of the region, I have to work with 56 mayors, 2 Indigenous chiefs, 4 county municipality leaders, chambers of commerce, so many chambers of commerce, agricultural and industrial unions, because we have a huge area, so there are different challenges, as I said. It's not the same as in urban areas. Sometimes some of my colleagues here representing urban ridings, they have to work with just 1 mayor or 2. It's not quite the same thing. It's necessary to respect the natural communities and boundaries of the administrative regions and Quebec MRCs. We need to ensure that they're not split up the same way as local entities. That's what the 2012 redistribution proposed to do, to break up regional county municipalities, but in rural areas. We must be aware of the realities of these communities and the realities of municipal and local administrations. People who come under the jurisdiction of a municipality or other local authority form economic, social, and political ties by the very fact of sharing the same political community. And often attempts are made to justify these redistributions and redrawings on the basis of demographic forecasts, which show, for example, new urban design based on densification rather than sprawl. I sort of understand this, but I think it's a bit much to base redistribution on 20-year population forecasts when the boundary review has to be done after each 10-year census anyway. And in fact, for the first time in 20 years, Madam Speaker, in 2021, the migration balances of the Bas-Saint-Laurent and Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine administrative regions were positive. This, too, must be taken into consideration. We're being told that our region is becoming devitalized, that the deficit of voters is too great, but people are in fact moving into our regions. And I'd also like to mention the importance of constituency offices in a region like mine. I may be one of the only federal MPs with 4 constituency offices. Why do I have 4? Because my riding is so massive, and it wouldn't make sense for people from Carleton-sur-Mer to have to drive 2 hours to get to an office in Amqui, or for constituents in Montjoly to drive an hour to get to the one in Matane. Constituency offices give a human face to politics and bring people closer to their elected representative. Constituency offices are like the first point of contact where we try to remedy the failures of the big federal machine. For example, we try to help people with insurance, employment insurance. These are services that we need to offer to our constituents. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Ariane and Marjolaine and Ghislain, who work in my regional constituency office. I couldn't help people without them, and so many people in my riding wouldn't have had their problems solved without them. Madam Speaker, I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip right to my conclusion. The 2012 brief concluded with this: rurality is not a recognized constitutional right. It is a way of life, an economy, values, and interests that have a constitutional right to expression through the right to a fair vote. It is on these words that I implore my colleagues from all parties to support the idea that, for all the reasons I have mentioned, the voice of Quebec, and particularly that of Eastern Quebec, must not be weakened. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. This topic is very important. Because it's so important, I will once again ask my question in English, because I want to make sure to be able to choose all the right words.
I'm not against the principle of trying to protect Francophone culture, language. In fact, the fact that I have tried to use the French language, I think, is imperative of that. But what I take issue with the Bloc Québécois, recognizing that they are sovereigntists in this House and don't actually necessarily even want to sit here in Ottawa, is the idea that Quebec does not have influence within the Federation. I think whether or not you look on the cabinet in this side of the government, whether or not you look at future leaders that try to become prime minister in this country, they have to have a propensity in French. They have to have an ability to resonate in Quebec. And she talked about rural members. So by pushing for proportionality, I'm not against adding and keeping 78 seats, by the way, in Quebec, notwithstanding that there's been a loss of seats in other provinces. But by pushing for proportionality, she is making the argument that rurality does not matter outside of Quebec, that actually MPs like myself would have to have larger ridings and that my representation wouldn't be the same because she believes that in Quebec it is absolutely proportionate and that same proportionality cannot exist elsewhere. Can she provide some remarks on that for me?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, L'Amitié, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Hearing him, I get the impression that he'll be voting in favor of our motion. It seems like he agrees with it, and I do welcome to vote in favor. This comment has been made before today. People are saying we're tired of hearing of Quebec. Why aren't other provinces being defended and stood up for? Well, please put forward motions for your provinces to protect your political weight. Sure. But at this point in time, Quebec is the province which stands to lose a seat with the proposed reform. Quebec absolutely cannot accept losing a seat. I also talked about the east of Quebec, whose weight in this House needs to remain substantial. But please, let my colleagues stand to protect provinces like Nova Scotia, and a colleague earlier spoke about British Columbia. Sure, and we'll support you, but we will always support Quebec.
Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. I think it shows just how important it is to have adequate representation for people who live in rural areas. I'd like her to elaborate on this. For example, they talk about the territories, but the territories each have a member of parliament, and the numbers are very small. I think that, and they need representation. I'd like her to elaborate. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and he's quite right. I think we shouldn't base this only on demographic factors. I think we have to consider the cultural context, history, regional factors. We are a resource sector. There are third kinds of regions, agricultural resource. And yes, there are natural resources in our area. There's also the economic context, which might be less than most of Quebec. But we have a voice that should be heard in the House of Commons so that people's grievances can be heard and so that we can get what we are entitled to. But there are very specific aspects to rural life, and they have to be reflected. I think that this has to be understood and represented. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Assistant Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member for Alfred Pellon, who also sits on the executive of the Quebec Caucus. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to talk about something as important as electoral redistribution. It's something that is at the very heart of our democratic life, C to C to C. Now, our Constitution provides for strong mechanisms to make sure that Canadians are adequately represented in the Parliament. The official process of redistribution is extremely important. According to the Act, it has to happen every 10 years, and it is in this context that we are debating this issue. I think we should remember certain features of the process. It is, above all, the fruit of commissions, various electoral commissions, and I believe we can all be proud of these processes. It defines the roles and responsibilities and criteria which must be met when they redraw electoral ridings. In 1964, the House of Commons was charged with dealing with the redrawing of ridings. But Parliament realized that gerrymandering, a term that was used to describe the manipulation of redrawing ridings, was a significant risk, and gerrymandering remains unacceptable. The legislation on electoral redistribution was put in place to solve this problem. The government's role is extremely limited, and it's important to realize that the government has no decision-making role and no influence on independent commissions. Now, this is a motion. The Commission works independently and proposes new redrawing of ridings. All representatives, elected representatives in this House, have heard the worries of Quebecers with respect to redistribution. Now that we have the context, Madam Speaker, let's get back to the motion being debated today. The motion today deals with Quebec and the number of seats it has in Parliament. I want to be clear, as a Quebec MP, as a proud Quebecer and as a proud Canadian, I think Quebec has to maintain a strong representation in this House and in all federal institutions. That is part of our identity. And I agree with my colleagues, we have to work together to make sure that Quebec should lose this importance. I think we have to recognize the significance of Quebec, and this is something our Liberal government does. Over the past 3 elections, it is the Liberal Party that represents best by the number of seats in Parliament and by our actions. It is the party best able to represent Quebecers. Let's look at what we have delivered for Quebec. $1.6 billion for housing, millions for daycare. And I could go on, Madam Speaker. Over the past 2 years, what we have done in Quebec during the pandemic was absolutely necessary for our seniors, our families, businesses, and all our regions. And I'm very proud of that. Since 2015, the government didn't simply defend Quebec's interests. It decided, and it legislated, and it funded. The Liberal Party acted on behalf of all Quebecers. And you can count on the parliamentary group that best represents Quebecers. And we won't stop there. We are the only party that can act on behalf of all regions of Quebec, and we will continue to do so. It's the same thing with this issue, Madam Speaker. We will analyze all factors that should be considered. We're not going to do this on the fly. The government will do the work it needs to do and propose something that will be entirely democratic. I would say to my Quebec fellow citizens, count on us to make sure that Quebecers are adequately represented in Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, I'd like to stress just how strong the Liberal Quebec caucus is. Our 35 members of Parliament who defend Quebec's interests in Parliament. Now I'm thinking above all of our Prime Minister, the member for Papineau, who is a proud Quebecer, and his Quebec lieutenant, the member for Honoré Mercier. He can always be counted on to put Quebec's interest first at the very highest decision-making level. I think of our Minister of Health, who's in charge of our pandemic policies. I'm thinking of our Foreign Affairs Minister, the member for Hansé-Cartierville, who right now is at the UN representing Canada and who has done remarkable work in our response to the crisis in Ukraine, and our Minister of Innovation and the member for Saint-Maurice Champlain, who make sure that we are investing in our future, whether it's electric buses or vaccinations, and our Minister of the Environment. I see what he's doing to make sure that we are able to deal with this issue for Quebecers and leave our children a green and healthy planet. Our Minister of Justice, our Minister of Agriculture, of Sports, and of Indigenous Relations. Madam Speaker, I could go on mentioning all our members of Parliament and ministers from Quebec, but that would take up a lot of time. We're all defending Quebec's place within a united Canada and making sure that Quebec's voice is heard at the highest levels of government. This is a priority for me and for our government. We will stand up for Quebec as we've been doing since the very beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What praise for the Liberal Party. An almost complete list of Liberal Quebec ministers. I'd like to ask my colleague, during her speech, she said this is not a political decision. But then she mentioned every member, or just about, of the Liberal Party in Quebec. So yes or no, will she support our motion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The proposal of Elections Canada is not a political choice. But what the Bloc is doing is political. I'd like to say once again that we're here to represent all Canadians and all Quebecers. That is the work I do. That's the work that the 35 members from Quebec who are Liberal members, that's what they do day in, day out. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For me, because I have a problem with the idea, and I certainly support representation by population, but we continually revisit our boundaries. My riding has been changed over the years, and we keep adding more and more MPs to this place. I think at some point we have to consider whether we can keep the number of MPs at some level capped. I don't want to go to what the UK Parliament looks like. The Parliament of Westminster has over 650 people who can never be in the chamber at the same time. I'm just wondering if we can actually re-examine the process by which we assume, I mean, it is the law, it's the way the Elections Act is working. Can we actually re-examine this? Because the Bloc Québécois raises a good point. They are going to lose the representation for Quebec as a nation in Canada, but so too does the member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon have a good point. What about British Columbia? We need to actually get a handle on representation by population, perhaps through fair voting and getting rid of first past the post.
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague has raised several very important points. I'd like to say that it is our democracy that is at stake, and I think we'll have to debate this in the House and hear everyone's voice in order to come up with a solution that is more complete than what we have before us in the Bloc Québécois motion. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her points. But again, I just wanted to reiterate what was always also mentioned by the Bloc, that this is Elections Canada. This is a nonpartisan issue. So regardless of who's representing those ridings now, what we're talking about is, does it make sense for the boundary to change and for additional ridings to be introduced or taken away? So I just wanted to say that, you know, this is, in my opinion, we're talking now about representation of all people, not which party represents them, and I'm concerned that that might be influencing the decision on the other side of the aisle. So I just wanted to ask the question of the members. About almost 3/4 of Canadians believe that first past the post is no longer serving them. Does the Liberal member agree that we need to start looking at proportional representation model? Thank you.
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very open to the idea of discussing how our democracy should work. But I think there are problems in all systems. It will be up to the members of this House and to Canadians to decide how they want to move forward with our democracy. I believe that the situation in Ukraine with Russia's invasion underscores the importance of democracy in Canada and around the world.
I believe the Honourable House Leader for the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 9, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate not be further adjourned. Thank you.
What do I say, please? Thank you. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a Quebec Member of Parliament, I enter the debate on the motion presented by my colleague. I think this is a very interesting motion which takes into account various historic considerations with respect to Quebec. My mother says, you have to know where you're from to know where you're going. So, Madam Speaker, I will begin. I will review some of the fascinating history which has brought us to where we are today. At its beginning, with the British North America Act, and then the Constitution Act of 1867, there were so many seats for the 4 provinces at the time. Quebec had 82 seats, Nova Scotia 17, New Brunswick 15, and Quebec had its number of seats. Now, the number of members of Parliament in each province corresponded to that province's percentage of the population. Now, beginning with the census of 1867, they decided to divide the population of a province by a fixed number, which was the electoral quotient. They got this by dividing Quebec's population by 65. That is the number of seats guaranteed constitutionally to Quebec in the House of Commons. This was a rule that guaranteed that no province would lose any seats if there were a redrawing of ridings. And unless its percentage of its population had fallen so much, more than 40 years after this formula was amended for the first time, the first change to the formula came in 1915 with the passage of the Senate Clause. It provides for a province not being able to have fewer seats in the House of Commons. In 1915, this provision had as an effect guaranteeing another seat for Prince Edward Island, which still has 4 seats today. 30 years later, in 1946, a second amendment to the formula happened. This allowed for 255 seats among the provinces and territories according to their share of Canada's total population, and no longer according to the mean number of ridings in the country.
Canada is a diverse country, and because the population had not grown at the same rate in all provinces, some provinces lost seats as a result.
1951, la Nouvelle-Écosse,
Further,
perdirent des sièges. Donc, afin d'éviter
in order to avoid too rapid a loss, a third modification to the formula was added, the 15% rule, which prevented a province from losing more than 15% of the number of seats it had been entitled to in the previous redistribution. However, these same 3 provinces and Quebec lost seats following the 1961 census. Thus, with the addition of Newfoundland, they would again lose seats in the 1971 census, and Parliament thus legislated in 1974 to remedy the situation. The Fourth Amendment was in fact a new formula. Concern over the continuing loss of seats in some provinces prompted Parliament to pass the Representation Act. Among other things, this act guaranteed that no province could lose seats. As before 1946, this new formula once again used Quebec as the basis for calculation, but with 3 differences. First, 75 seats were now allocated to Quebec rather than 65. Second, the number of seats allocated to Quebec would increase by 4 with each readjustment of representation in order to slow the increase in the average population of ridings. Third, the provinces would be divided into 3 categories. Highly populated provinces with more than 2.5 million inhabitants, medium population provinces with populations between 1.5 and 2.5 million, and sparsely populated provinces with less than 1.5 million inhabitants. Only the most populous provinces would get seats in direct proportion to Quebec's population. Separate and more favorable rules would apply to the sparsely and medium populated provinces. However, this formula has only been applied once in 1976 and brought the number of seats in the House of Commons to 282. Following the 1981 census, it was found that this new formula would have resulted in a marked increase in the number of seats in the House of Commons, both immediately and in subsequent censuses. For example, according to predictions at the time, the formula would have increased the size of the House to 369 seats after 2001. In passing the Representation Act 1985, Parliament changed the formula again and introduced a new grandfather clause. This new clause, which is also still in effect, guarantees that no province can have fewer seats than it had in 1976 or during the 33rd Parliament, that is, in 1985. However, the clause was not the only change. The revised formula for calculating the number of seats involved several steps. Of the 282 seats in the House of Commons in 1985, 1 seat was allocated to the Northwest Territories, 1 to the Yukon, and 1 to Nunavut, leaving 279 seats. The total population of the 10 provinces was then divided by 279 to obtain the electoral quotient. The initial number of seats for each province was calculated by dividing its total population by the electoral quotient. If the result was a fraction that was greater than 0.50, the number of seats was rounded up to the next whole number. And finally, the senatorial clause and the grandfather clause were then applied to obtain the final number of seats. And as you all know, more recently, in 2011, the Conservative government changed the formula once again. The 2011 amendment was used to address the significant underrepresentation of the high-growth provinces of Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta, a problem that the 1985 formula could not solve. The change was also intended to prevent overrepresented provinces from becoming underrepresented after the new formula was applied. The representation rule was introduced and gave additional seats to Quebec, which would otherwise have become underrepresented. The slower-growing provinces retained the same number of seats, and thus Ontario gained 15 new seats, BC and Alberta 6 each, and Quebec was given 3 new seats. Since 2021 is it falls on the 10-year period following the Chief Electoral Officer's calculation of seats, our House will continue to evolve. My colleagues and I look forward to the results of the independent boundary readjustment process currently underway. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Take advantage of the fact, and a member and my colleague and friend being a Quebec Member of Parliament, and yesterday we had a wonderful debate in regards to the expansion of the Canada Broadcasting, or modernization of the Canada Broadcasting Act, and I think it's just a wonderful piece of legislation that's going to help see growth in an industry, the arts industry, which I know is a very important industry for my colleague. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts as to why it's important that the national government continue to support our arts community. And that's something in which Bill C-11 will be doing by modernizing the Canada Broadcasting Act.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I must say that I am a son of immigrants, and I'm very proud of being born and bred in Quebec, and so I understand what culture is. I practice Italian culture at home and Quebec culture as well for my son Gabriel. And that's the most beautiful thing, because culture is something that is rich and it determines where we head in life. As my mother said, we need to know where we came from in order to move forward. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to look to the past. In 1995, and that's when Jean Chrétien, who was the Premier at the time, and that is when the House recognized a distinct society, and he had called on the House to take that into account in all of its decisions. So, isn't it time, in light of the debate today, to take into account the fact that that Quebec is a distinct society in the decisions that we must make? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for her question. Any scenario that would cause the loss of a seat in Quebec is unfair, in my opinion. The Bloc Québécois should be careful of triggering a constitutional debate. We advocate a fair and sound approach. We have heard the concerns of Quebecers in that regard, and we are working with all parliamentarians to ensure that Canadians across Canada, including Quebecers, and I'm proud to be one, continue to benefit from strong representation in this House. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention and for pointing out, and I think rightly so, our agreement in many ways of protecting Quebec and making sure they don't lose any seats. And New Democrats stand firm in our support for this work. I do have one question for the member, however, related to the topics of electoral reform. While we're at it, in 2015, the Prime Minister promised to end the first-past-the-post electoral system so that citizens' voices could be better represented. Doesn't the government agree that a proportional electoral system can reduce cynicism, especially right now, and encourage greater political participation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his question. Quebec's place in this House is and must remain strong and stable, just like its place in our Confederation. Madam Speaker, I must also say that electoral reform could have an impact on the representation of different parties and on regional distribution across Canada. However, that would not change the question at that underpins Quebec's representation. How to distribute seats in the province remains a question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Alfred Pellan. Because of the question from my colleague from Edmonton-Griesbach, I think that we must examine why there are so many divisions in our country. In my opinion, in the Green Party's opinion, we think that the biggest problem is because of our electoral system, which creates a very toxic system. And it pits parties against each other. With a proportional voting system, it would be much more collaborative. I must allow time for the member to answer. A short answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the Green Party for her question. Our government advocates the important place that Quebec holds in our Confederation and in this House, and that is not challenged. However, we don't have to put in place extreme measures to achieve that. We'll have to leave that there. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House today to defend the Bloc Québécois motion, which sets out a very simple principle. To start with, I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from La Pointe de l'Île. See how generous I am? Because 10 minutes isn't much. Madam Speaker, this motion is very simple. What it says is that from now on, when the federal electoral map is redrawn, Quebec's relative weight, I can hear the colleagues across the way who are saying, yes, we'll maintain the number of members, that's fine. Yes, but if you add more elsewhere, the impact is the same thing. We're talking about a percentage of votes, and that is plummeting and has been since the beginning of Confederation. And for the members of this House who don't understand our requests, because I heard people who were exasperated earlier. Oh, Quebec's demands, I'm so sick of those. Well, that's curious, Madam Speaker, because last week, at least not very long ago, there was a motion that was voted on to amend a constitutional clause for Saskatchewan, and in this House, it was voted on unanimously. And throughout the day, I pointed that out to my colleagues and said, I don't understand why you're not as mindful of Quebec's status. And if you're wondering, if my colleagues are wondering why we're always putting forward these demands, it's because we're not recognized in this confederation. And if our colleagues want to convince us that it's our confederation, well then, haven't they ever wondered why we don't feel like we're a part of this confederation? Because we're not recognized. Quebec is not recognized, Madam Speaker. And the ultimate aim, I would have liked to give you a history lesson, but I've seen already that I'm not even following my speech. But since the conquest, Madam Speaker, I'm going way back. Yes, I am. But Quebecers are a nation of fighters, and they've been fighting assimilation since that time. And there are many instances in history which could have caused them to disappear, to be eradicated, but they resist. Why? Because they are part of a parliament and they speak for their nation, and their purpose is to explain to their colleagues in a very friendly manner that it is perfectly normal that these other colleagues should recognize the relative weight of this founding nation. So, all right, I'm going to go straight to 1867, Confederation. You might remember that the Union Act dated back to 1840. After the Durham Report, the specific objective was to stamp out the French fact in Quebec. That was clear. In 1867, Canada was formed from 4 provinces, and Quebec represented 36% of the population. And at the time, I believe that our ancestors, I think that they were duped by the illusion of these 2 founding nations, because who speaks for those people now? You'll see the 35 level Liberals in Quebec, but besides that, no one defends Quebec. We're talking about multiculturalism here. You know, we hear from the Liberals, well, you know, there are other minorities and you're very lucky that we recognize you, but I'm talking about these unanimous motions. They're an example from the National Assembly. How many times, Madam Speaker, has the National Assembly adopted unanimous motions that have not been respected in this place? So for those who say, well, the Quebec nation has its own government, Quebec, yes, but I hope it will have a real government in Quebec someday, just like all my Bloc colleagues. But right now, that parliament, the National Assembly, is dominated by another parliament in this place here today. And if Quebec doesn't have a proper representation, then its voice won't be heard. And I would go even further. If there's no political party that defends the interests of Quebec, well, then that voice is definitely not heard. It's silenced. Think of how many debates there have been on language, on culture between 2011 and 2019. Count them, just for fun, those who like mathematics. The number of debates on Quebec culture, on our language, on our place, on the respect of our laws between 2011 and 2022 even. But I'm getting away from, I digress. The Federation. Okay, I'm going to talk about language. That's why we're here. We're talking about language. So in 1871, there was a law that prevented instruction of French in New Brunswick, same thing in PEI. And then the French schools were stamped out in Manitoba, which was created initially for Francophone Métis people. And then in the Northwest Territories, instruction in French was stamped out. Same thing in 1905 in Alberta and Saskatchewan. They were decreed English provinces, but they had been explored by Francophones. In 1912, up until 1944, the damages, the harm that it caused to the Franco-Ontarian community is unbelievable. So I could go on and on. 1931 in Saskatchewan, right up until very recently, in 2018, to limit Francophone universities in Ontario. So all that to say that the French fact, the Quebec nation, must be represented. When we rise, it has to count. We're already a minority, so don't worry. We're not going to come and dominate the federal parliament. Far from it. All we want is to continue to have the opportunity to have our voice heard. And for those who say that we're always missing something, I have a question.
Here's my question for those people. Well, what have you done since 1995? What have you done with all the big, lofty promises, rhetoric speeches? Nothing. Nothing at all, Madam Speaker. No recognition for Quebec. You may say no, but we didn't sign in 1982. That's the real deal. Then, when we ask for things, we're called complainers. We want 25% of the weight in this House, 25% for a founding people. Some people don't like to use that terminology, but for a founding people, and 25%, that would be the bare minimum. I spoke of 1995, but what about, for example, Charlottetown in 92? There, 25% weight in this House was discussed, but it was refused by English Canada because they thought it would be giving Quebec too much. That is the portrait of what is Canada, Madam Speaker. To be a nation is to have the right to develop your own nation. As long as the Parliament of Quebec, the Assembly of Quebec, is submitted to the will of the Parliament of Canada, as long as that's the case, then we must have a minimum number of MPs in this House, a minimum proportion. Now, colleagues will not be surprised to hear me say that I want Quebec to take control of itself and should decide on this question, and I hope it'll be a yes this time. We don't control all of our political decisions. We don't control all of our taxes. And as long as that's the case, we are not in control of the destiny of our nation. That's what this is about. I'm eager to take my colleagues' questions. I hope they will not ask questions aggressively, but either way, I'm ready to discuss this matter, the very core of the matter. And I want everyone to understand that this bill is not against you. It's for us. It's for our language, our culture, for our survival. And I know that outside Quebec, things are different. With my remaining 10 seconds, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleagues to urge them to please give this some thought and not just vote no as per usual. Let's remember what we did for Saskatchewan a few weeks ago. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess one of the biggest problems that I have, and I must admit the Bloc are being somewhat transparent on this issue, is that they want to see Quebec separate from Canada. And I'm not really hearing as much the arguments to make the justification that I would have liked to have heard, because I do believe that they have an alternative motive, and they're very clear on that. So can a member explain to me, because we get same sorts of presentations, this happens to be inside the House, from other jurisdictions and other concerns that they have. Why should we give the Bloc any credibility on the issue for the simple reason it's politically motivated in order to ultimately see the province of Quebec become its separate nation? That's the motivation for the Bloc. For me personally, I believe we live in the best country in the world. And Quebec is a part.
On va donner l'opportunité à l'honorable.
An answer from the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, that's the issue, Madam Speaker. And we are here to really save what we have, protect and conserve what we have at this point. And I don't really understand the Parliamentary Secretary's question. Here's what I want to have explained. Here's what I've understood from the question. It sounded to me like arguments in favor of independence, and I have many, but I'd need half an hour. But all we want at the end of the day is to control our future. Well, I won't give the honourable member 30 minutes. We don't have 30 minutes, and I'd also like to remind the member to not speak directly to other people in the House.
Lady Smith.
Merci, Madame Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I support the motion. In 2015, the Prime Minister promised to end the current electoral system so that the voices of Canadian citizens could be better represented. But that didn't happen, and here we are. Does the member not agree that a proportional electoral system would encourage more political participation? And thank you for allowing me to speak in French. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I answer, thank you for asking this question in such good quality French. We really appreciate that. That's great. Madam Speaker, now, of course, it is high time for us to review our voting system in all parliaments, actually. We need to add in an element of proportionality, but in any reform, electoral reform, voting reform, we must take into account regional distinctions. Now, earlier, I talked about 3 regions that have their own MPs. They all deserve to be represented, but population-wise, maybe they didn't have the population for MPs. We want to have a similar principle in Quebec because we are Francophone. Our culture is different. Often we have different values. Sometimes we have the same values, but not always. Sometimes our interests are different.
Comments, the honourable member for Kings Heads.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. The way I see it, there's a couple different ways we can come at this. The member from Saanich Gulf Islands has suggested that we actually cap the amount of members of Parliament. If you look at Quebec representation right now, it represents about 23% of the seats in this House. Would the member opposite support the concept, because Quebec does have a protection of 75 seats, there will be no less than 75 seats ever in the House of Commons? Would the member support the proposition of capping the amount of seats in this place, recognizing that Quebec's proportion would never go under 75 seats, therefore they would always maintain at least somewhere between 20 to 23% of the composition? When I look around the perspective of a Nova Scotia MP, there is a lot of influence in Quebec. I support that. It's important. But would he support the idea of capping it and then protecting on the constitutional basis?
Now it is time for a reply from the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, it depends how it's formulated. what the formula is. So if we stick with 75 MPs, but the 75 MPs make up 25% of the total, then yes. My answer is yes. But our goal today, we're not talking about a specific number of MPs that we want. We're talking about our relative weight in the House. I have great respect for members from Nova Scotia, from Prince Edward Island, all members in this House. This is nothing against anyone. What I'm talking about here is the aspect of a nation. In this Parliament, we have the nation of Canada, but there's also the nation of Quebec, and these are not the same two nations. These are two nations which happen to work together, but are not the same nation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under the new proposed breakdown, the House would have 342 members with 4 new seats, but Quebec would only have 67 MPs, so we would lose 1 seat, which would bring Quebec's demographic weight in the House from 23.1% to 25-odd%. And the Direct Chief Electoral Officer, it's not his fault. He is following the 1867 Constitution and other related rules. But in fact, these decisions come from Parliament. Hence, our motion in this House today. This would be the first time since 1966 that a House would lose one member in the House. But Quebec has been evolving constantly since the 1867 British North America Act. In 1867, Quebec had 65 MPs out of 181. Our political weight was 36%. Today, since 2015, in fact, Quebec has 78 seats out of 338. Our political weight is 23.1%, and we would go down to 22.5 from 23.1. This is just the sequel in a long series. For example, the Royal Proclamation, the Quebec Act as well in 74, inviting Quebecers to join the fight with the American independence. Then there was the Constitutional Act, which established a territory in which English loyalists were a majority. Then there was a lot of immigration such that Anglophones ended up being the majority in Canada. All of this led up to the British North America Act of 1867. And since the beginning of this, what we've seen is British governments, English governments using repression, forbidding people from speaking their language, forbidding people from having their schools, all sorts of measures which were taken in order to assimilate Francophones and keep them a minority. French Canadians went from 99% of the population of this land in 1763 down to 29% in 1871, and it has continued declining the demographic weight of Francophones in Canada since then. And in the Constitution Act of 1867, my colleague spoke about this, there were laws abolishing French language schools all over the country in provinces which are now mainly Anglophone. In 1867, bilingualism was protected in Quebec and within the federal government, but within the federal government, that seems to be set aside for a long time. We're still experiencing this today with the Official Languages Act after all these years. There was the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission in the 60s. André Laurendeau wanted to give collective rights to the Quebec nation. But that is not what ended up happening. In fact, it ended up being the Commission on Biculturalism and Bilingualism, which led to a Multiculturalism Act, which trivialized the nation of Quebec as being one cultural community in a country with many cultural communities. The bilingualism they wanted to protect was, in fact, there was a law to protect minorities, official minorities. And in Quebec, it was decided that there was a minority, the English language minority, but they had a very dominant position in Quebec society at the time for colonialism reasons. So the federal government didn't take action to protect French minorities everywhere, but also what they did, the federal government, was to strengthen English in Quebec, in the state of Quebec. Today, the French language is declining in Quebec. The new version of the Official Languages Act will not help with that. With each consecutive census, we see that Francophones are being assimilated more or less everywhere, and Francophones are declining. And only just recently did the government in power admit that there is a decline of French and that the federal government has a responsibility to protect French everywhere, including in Quebec. Yet, the Official Languages Act doesn't do that. The Act, in fact, just keeps going with the same approach as always. In Quebec, if we have a huge influx of immigrants and we're not able to teach them French, to help them learn it, then Francophones would continue to solidify minority status in their own province. And so we want to keep our political and demographic weight. In Canada, we welcome many, many immigrants. But when it comes to language, English or French, for allophones, for immigrants who speak another first language, many of them seem to learn English. But English is not endangered as a language. It's not at risk of disappearing in Canada, but French is. The only way that the nation should react is to protect Quebec. And in fact, Quebec welcomes 2 times more immigrants than U.S. proportionally, and 2.5 times more than France. And according to statistics, in 20 years, the demographic weight of Francophones could decrease. The new policy would increase immigration levels. But if we increase immigration levels without looking at language, then our language decline could decline even faster. The Liberals want to welcome 430,000 immigrants per year. That's many more than the Conservatives, who wanted to have levels in the 200,000 range. Quebec is a unique nation. We have our own unique culture, our own history, our own ways of managing our economy. We have a common shared language. We should have the right to self-determination of peoples, a right which allows a nation to protect its own language, culture, and ways of doing things. That is how we handle our own affairs. Maurice Séguin, a historian who studied the history of colonies, he said that if a people cannot be in charge of its own social, political, cultural, and economic affairs, it will disintegrate. I think that we've now hit a breaking point. For a while, we were able to fight against minoritization because, for example, in Quebec, we had a high birth rate, but recently, our birth rates have decreased, as in many other similar countries, so we have more immigration. But it's very important that immigrants learn French. There was a deal between Canada and Quebec, giving Quebec a bit more control over its economic immigration stream. But recently, the formula has changed. Permanent residency is often given through temporary student visas and temporary worker permits. And there's a lot of immigration from African countries, but many of people who want to immigrate from French-speaking African countries are denied immigration, in fact, more than other groups. We need to keep our political weight and proportions in this House. That's why we have brought forward this motion. We demand that any redistribution, redrawing of the electoral map, not cause Quebec to lose a single seat. We must reject that possibility. Quebec should always have 25% of the members in this House because we are a unique nation, we are a Francophone nation, and it is our duty to resist, to defend French, and doing so, defend cultural linguistic diversity around the world. I urge all colleagues in this House to allow Quebec to retain its political weight. I ask all of my fellow members who represent Quebec ridings to take stock of the situation, and also we must modernize the Official Languages Act to really protect the future of French. Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague across the way for his question. Before 2019, levels were at 50,000 immigrants per year, more or less. Recently, it's gone down to 40,000 immigrants per year in Quebec. I wonder why my colleague across the way doesn't seem as passionate about this when Premier of Quebec, Premier Legault, talks about immigration levels, which would decrease the demographic weight of Quebec. You said that you wanted Quebec to develop itself as a nation. Can this be done through immigration levels, quotas? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Well, Quebec didn't decrease immigration that much. I think it's been relatively stable. We have two choices. If we increase immigration without helping people learn French, then we become a minority within Quebec. The other choice would be to decrease immigration, as the colleague said, but if we do that, then we decrease our political weight. I think that this choice should be Quebec's choice as a nation to choose its own way of integrating newcomers. Quebec should not be penalized for taking action to ensure that newcomers can be properly.
Questions and comments?
Or Crowfoot, Madam Member Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. It's been interesting to hear about this debate and you know, the needed discussion for democratic reform in this country to ensure that our democracy is responsive to the demands of a modern nation. And certainly coming from Alberta, we are quite underrepresented, actually, in this place when it comes to representation by population. But my question to my friend in the block is, I found it very interesting on a day when they're endeavoring to raise concerns related to Quebec and regional issues, that in question period their leader and other members of their party would go to great lengths to attack an industry that's certainly well represented and many workers in my constituency work in when it comes to the energy industry. I'm wondering if this member can help, as I'm listening with great interest to these speeches, if he can help me reconcile how talking about regional interests is not simply a Quebec issue, but also has a significant impact on the rest of the country.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you. And that's a great question from my friend in the Conservative Party. I think we are for the environment. We're not against Alberta, but we want to deal with the climate emergency. We think that our dependence on oil will fall. I think we have to make the green transition when it comes to energy, because we want to make sure of an economic future that isn't entirely based on oil. Right now, we still need it, and we still will have a need for it tomorrow. But in Quebec, it's a bit different because we are a nation, a people with a language and a culture that are very different. It's like First Nations. We have nothing against the people of Alberta, even though we do diverge on issues of the environment. But I think it's in debating that we can understand one another. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions made by colleagues, but I have a question for the member. I think he was saying, well, after all, instead of trying to maintain Quebec's weight in Canada, if we're going to do that, we might need more immigrants. I'd like the member to show how we can do this. We're not managing to integrate all newcomers, and that's causing problems. So the Bloc Québécois has a proposal in order to avoid this. We want to have at least 25% of the seats to maintain our weight. Now, I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the fact that today it doesn't seem acceptable to want this. The Honourable Member in 15 seconds or less. Well, if our colleagues consider this is acceptable, we'll draw our conclusions. The result of the vote will give us our answer. Thank you.
Going to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de
the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York. Economic aid with COVID-19. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to be able to speak in the House today about Quebec's political weight. Last January, the Chief Electoral Officer published statistics that are published every 10 years. Quebec only had 67 members, which means that the percentage of seats will move from 23.1% to some 22.some%. It's clear the Bloc Québécois is against any diminishment in Quebec's political weight. I listened to members talk about language, about their affection for Quebec, about how important Quebec is, about friendship between peoples and provinces. But Quebec is more than that. Quebec has its language, and it is one of the components of Quebec's identity. But above all, Quebec is one of the Quebecers are descended from one of the peoples who founded Canada. But it shouldn't be, our representation shouldn't be decided by mere mathematics. Now, we do have a suggestion to put forward. The motion, it's something that would take us beyond standards that are fixed in time. These criteria that are frozen in time. Now, this debate, as it continues, we have to ask the question, is it fair that a province should lose a seat, that its political influence should be reduced? If we want to live in a federation that denies our political influence, I think that if a mathematical formula is the only way to decide a representation of the Quebec nation, there's a problem. We know statistics and demographics are clear that people are born, people die. We also know that Canada's population is growing faster than Quebec's. That's a fact. It has something to do with an immigration policy that might be improved in Quebec. But recently there was much talk about the unacceptable level of refusal for African students, Francophone African students, whereas there were more Anglophone African students accepted in the rest of Canada. If the present situation continues, Quebec will become a kind of folkloric place. It will disappear in its present form, which might suit some people to a T, but not me. Quebec is a language and a culture, and it's a way of being. But before going any further, I would like you to think about something. Making a decision of this significance shouldn't be done lightly. Before we decide, and I heard today that there would be a decision, a commission, an independent commission that would make the decision. Come on, administration. But what we're proposing is political, so I don't think the decision could be anything but political. When you have to make a decision, make a choice, and perhaps have a preference. Well, there are cases where an existing rule is put in place where there was no rule, and they do this according to a mathematical formula. But when you have to make a decision of an ethical nature, we can ask, yes, there's a rule. Second, are there any omissions in the rule? They say, no, there are no omissions. Is it a rule that has any issues? But then we have to ask, is the rule fair in the circumstances? And this is what my argument turns on. People talk about irregular cases for which you cannot apply a rule without being unjust. Now, what a huge responsibility it is to be just. When we are put before what is called an irregular case, then we have to look at things differently, think differently, and act differently. And when there are no rules, any just rules that can apply, then we have to look to values. We've heard all about Canadian values, but what is a value? It is the utterance of a preference when there isn't a rule. A value is something that's always desirable. But what would the value be that would allow us to live together? I think we have to look to the concept of equity, which is the just appreciation of what everyone is entitled to. For example, if you have a pie and you divide it into 4 pieces, then for 4 people, then that is just. But equality is a different thing. And we have to agree that we aren't all equal. We speak French in Quebec, we live otherwise, our culture is different. So the distribution formula, well, if we start to have fewer seats, we'll start to disappear. I have heard it said that dying means you're no longer seen. And the Bloc Québécois is saying that they move that any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing 1 or more electoral districts, or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons must be rejected. And we'll be asking members to decide on that. The formula for apportioning seats in the House must be amended, and the House call on the government to act accordingly. Well, this formula does give certain latitude. You can change riding boundaries without changing the number. And we find this in the British North America Act. And we heard that Section 43 says that the federal government has the power to do this. But it's really difficult when you talk about amending the Constitution. It wasn't too difficult in the case of Saskatchewan, but they say it's difficult to change a constitution. Now, let's think about the Constitution of Athens that was so dear to Aristotle, but then it was amended. It was used as inspiration, and then it evolved because the context changed. But in order to make this kind of change, it takes what is called courage. This is not something that is theoretical. It only exists in reality. There is a process of the evaluation of the electoral process, and I think we have to look at this question seriously. I really like what one of the members said today. He said, I can understand that there might be a certain flexibility in distribution. I will again refer to the Greeks who, because there was a time that I like very much, which was called kairos. In English, you would say timing. And timing and the right moment, it means that sometimes you have to wait for the right moment. I believe that we are at the proper moment to engage this process, and the members of Parliament will have to send a clear message. Now, I don't believe that anyone will be acting against this motion, but I do hope people will approve this motion and vote for it. I would ask Conservative members. There are some I really enjoy talking and discussing things with. Same for the NDP, the Greens, the Liberals. I would urge you to recognize Quebec's significance. There was a Polish philosopher, Maria Słowska, a philosopher who lived during the Second World War and experienced that war's atrocities. In 1946, she said that what is important is to be decent. And for her, she said, decency means knowing how to live with one another, intellectual honesty, a certain critical sense, and being responsible with what you say. And I think the moment has come, the time has come, that we have to recognize that the distribution formula should be reviewed. Quebec's demographic weight is falling, but we will never be small. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to stress that I listened with interest to his references to our Constitution, saying that Quebec hadn't signed it. But I think it's interesting that we hear often said that things are happening within the context of the Constitution. My question turns on my colleague's philosophical point. Now, is it really something that should happen within this motion where we should make a decision like this? Because there was a private member's bill that turns on the same point that will be presented shortly. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The choice that was made was the wisest one, in our opinion. We had several options, but we thought the moment was the right moment to act. Thank you.
Coast of Base, so Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Quebec for his great statements. And Newfoundland and Labrador have been a wonderful neighbour to Quebec and vice versa. And I can't help but mention that earlier today, on 2 occasions, I was very disappointed to hear the Bloc members asking for Bay du Nord to be turned down. And between Saudi Arabia and Russia right now, they produce 20 million barrels of oil a day. Do you think that Canada would be better off producing some of that 20 million barrels of oil a day in an ethical manner, and that we could all be neighbours and friends and benefit from that?
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I will answer you very frankly. I'm not an economist. So, oil exists. It will continue to be produced, and we're not against that as such. But there's a way of envisaging the future of this planet that means not using oil. And, there's infrastructure in place. But on that matter, I will allow the experts respond to that.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I'd like him to come back to the comments across the way, people who are criticizing us for citing the Constitution and mentioning that we didn't sign it. Well, yes, that is an ethical issue, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. I'd like to hear him to explain the work that we're doing today. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. That is a very important point. We did not sign the 1982 Constitution, definitely, but we're still stuck with it in order to negotiate that kind of arrangement. So we are forced to refer to the Constitution. Our first choice would be to have our own Constitution, obviously, and to be able to sort out our own affairs among us.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, actually, fairly quickly, we've had a lot of discussion from this member, the previous member, talking about the importance of immigration as a factor. When you take a look at what we're doing today, it's because of population shifts. The future is going to be, in good part, in terms of our population growth, is going to be through immigration. My question to the member is, today what's happening in Ukraine, we are anticipating that there could be thousands and thousands of refugees. If it was up to me, it would be a rather high number. Does the member feel that the province of Quebec would be open to receiving people from Ukraine as refugees, as other provinces have indicated their interest to?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. Quebec has already said that it was willing to do so. But I'm going to respond to your question directly. We talk about Ukrainian refugees, and out of solidarity, we do have to accept them. But Ukraine is not the third world. Those people are proud of their country, and they would rather stay in their own country. So we need to open our doors, yes, but we need to provide aid on the ground as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Earlier, my colleague mentioned that everyone here in this House, we are all good people. except that culturally speaking, there are differences among us. So how does he explain that in many provinces right now, Francophones don't have enough schools, they have to go to court to have their rights to education in French recognized, and the provinces aren't following up. So there seems to be some type of voluntary assimilation. And why don't the provinces address that? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, we're looking at bills that have been brought forward in the past years to favor bilingualism, whereas French is underrepresented. It's not true that both languages are equal. The resources devoted to French across Canada are insufficient. Their services and schools are lacking. If I was in Winnipeg, I don't think I could necessarily get service in French, and that would be sad. But, you know, in Quebec, when we foster bilingualism, that means killing the francophonie. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants. I apologize, but I will be putting my question in English once again to ensure that I get my message across.
The idea of actually capping the amount of seats in the House of Commons. They are constitutionally protected in Quebec to have 75 seats in this House. If the Bloc were to suggest that actually 338 is where we should leave the amount of the representatives in this House, that would mean that Quebec would be ultimately constitutionally protected to have 22% representation. Why are they choosing to move in this fashion? I understand they are sovereigntists, but why aren't we moving in a fashion to say this is another way of capping the amount of MPs in this House and allowing Quebec to still have strong representation that would be guaranteed?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like the expression my colleague used. His solution does have merit and should be considered. But why are we doing this way today? It's simple. Because this is an answer. It's a response that we're providing today to a question that has never been adequately considered. But our proposal is clear. I'm sorry. My colleague, I can't remember his writing, but his solution is a good one. But we are responding to questions that have never been answered previously. Questions and comments? The
Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened attentively to the member's speech, both this member and the members previous to this. And New Democrats are firmly in support of ensuring that we recognize Quebec and their unique situation, their unique culture, and their unique language. And I do believe that there's a lot more work that has to be done to ensure that we continue to recognize nationhood, not just in Quebec, but across Canada. I come from the Métis community, and I've spent a great deal of my time trying to ensure that our language, the Michif language and the Cree language, continues to survive here in our native land, in our native place. Could the member speak to the importance of ensuring that Indigenous people, too, also are granted this form of recognition in this country?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton for his suggestion. Quebec is ready to recognize a nation, any other nations, because a nation means a language that distinguishes it, and characteristics that convey or showcase its culture. So we are ready to recognize other cultures, nations, and languages. So yes, I am very happy to welcome his proposal.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Seeing none. Est-ce que la Chambre est...
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la...
The question is the following. Mr. Blanchette, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that, in the opinion of the House, any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map, may I dispense? Thank you.
Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire demander un vote par appel nominal ou que la motion soit adoptée avec dissidence, je l'invite à se lever et à l'indiquer à la présidence. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, would request a recorded vote, please.
Oh, il n'y a pas de traduction.
There was no interpretation.
I will read it again. Est-ce que vous l'avez maintenant? Est-ce que vous avez la traduction?
Is the interpretation working right now?
Alors, si un député reconnu présent.
If a recognized member in the House wishes to hold a recorded division, or if the motion is adopted on division, then I would ask them to indicate so to the chair.
Honorable secrétaire parlementaire du...
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Recorded vote, please.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order adopted on November 25th, 2022, the recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, March 2nd, at the end of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Member.
Oui.
Yes, I'm...
Suspend for a minute or two. We have another speaker on their way. Just need a minute or two here.
We've already heard the question. We're waiting on that one.
Well, I'm sorry. No, the question has been called. L'honorable député de Bécancour.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, has a point of order. Yes, this is a point of order, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, on Monday, February 28th, the Speaker declared, I encourage members who wish to speak on the importance of supporting Bill C-237 to royal assent to do so as soon as possible. And that is why I am rising to present this point of order. I was very surprised, Madam Speaker, by this statement. Royal assent is a mechanism whereby a private member's bill cannot have any funds allocated to it unless the Crown recommends. And by a financial impact, we're referring to additional spending or reappropriation of credits to other means. And Bill C-237 does not provide for either. In my opinion, it is clear that Bill C-237 does not require royal recommendation, and it has all the qualities required to be supported by this House at all stages for the following 5 reasons. First, it does not incur any new expenditure. Second, in addition to not amending the amounts of the transfers, neither does it amend the reallocation of sums among the parties. Third, it does not amend the object of the transfer. The Canada Health transfer continues to be dedicated to health funding, and that is the same for other transfers that are paid to the provinces. And this is a program that has objectives that are comparable to a federal program. Fourth, it does not force the hand of the executive, which has all the leeway it requires to pay these transfers. This prerogative remains. It is the executive that judges whether the provinces have a comparable program in the same way that is the executive that usually judges as to whether the provinces have respected the Canada Health Act. And lastly, precedents plead in my favor. There are a great number of bills that, without having any financial impact as such, do change the normative standard. I have found 31 bills that amended the Canada Health Act, and none of them required royal recommendation. For all of these reasons, I feel that Bill C-237 does not require royal recommendation. Let's go into more detail here. Bill C-237 amends the Act on fiscal arrangements between the federal government and the provinces in two ways. First, it offers any province that wishes it the possibility of refusing to participate in a federal program that is under provincial jurisdiction. And then the government pays a transfer to the province corresponding to what it would have received for its participation if it had not opted out. And that is therefore a zero-sum game. And the bill adds that the federal government would only pay this if the province has a program whose objectives are comparable to those of the federal government program in question. In short, the purpose of the transfer does not change either. This is a fairly similar mechanism to the one that exists in the Act on, for example, student assistance. If a province has its own student assistance program, then it can opt out of the federal program and receive a transfer that is equivalent to what it had received had it not opted out. This transfer has no string attached and is paid into the treasury of the province, but only, as I say, if it has a comparable program. It is the minister who makes this decision as to whether the program is comparable. And with regard to the management of the program by the province, the transfer targets the same objective, providing financial assistance to students. And this is the same principle that we find in Bill C-237 that I tabled. It does not change the amounts or the recipients or the purpose of the transfer. All it does is diminish the scope of the control that the federal government holds over the administration of provincial programs in their very own jurisdiction. I repeat, we are talking about the administration of programs by provinces in their own jurisdiction. That is the only thing that is affected here, and it has nothing to do with the prerogative of the federal crown. C-237 proposes a second amendment to the Fiscal Arrangements Act between the federal government and the provinces, and that is only for Quebec. The government announced its intention, the federal government announced its intention to set the conditions that are applicable to long-term care centers. I presume that this will appear in the Canada Health Act, since long-term care centers correspond to the definition of health transfers in the Act. Since the Quebec government was the only one to have opposed it, then Bill C-237 calls for Quebec to opt out of the application of the Canada Health Act in these terms. Just like my colleague from Montcalm called for Quebec to pull out of the Multiculturalism Act in the 43rd Parliament, which also did not require royal recommendation. The Canada Health Act has no financial impact as such. It sets a framework of standards, and the Canadian government must respect certain principles that are in the Fiscal Arrangements Act between the federal government and the provinces. It is this act that has financial impacts. Bill C-237, my bill, does not change the purpose of the Canada Health Transfer, and neither does it, which is in 24B, or Section 24B of the Fiscal Arrangements Act. It must contribute to providing Canadians the best healthcare system possible and to put information on the healthcare system to make it available to Canadians. C-237 does not change 24B, which determines the purpose of the transfer. In the Canada Health Act, the government is responsible for assessing whether the provinces comply. In Bill C-237, the government assesses as to whether the province has a program that contains comparable objectives. I would personally have preferred not to place this section in C237, but I was aware that it would have had the effect of changing the purpose of the transfers and therefore risking royal recommendation. In short, C237 has no financial impact either on the amounts or to their intended recipients or on the purpose or the general conditions. Only the specific conditions of the Canada Health Act are affected. Madam Speaker, I hear a great deal of noise in the House, and I am having trouble giving my speech. Yes, indeed, the honourable member. I'm not sure if it's in the House. Perhaps the colleagues here could take their conversations outside to continue their discussions so that my colleague can continue. So only these sections are affected, and playing around with these standards does not involve reassigning expenses and therefore does not require royal recommendation. Since the beginning of the 35th Parliament 27 years ago, when bills started to be published on Légisinfo, 31 private members' bills have proposed amending the Canada Health Act. In all cases, new conditions were added, and sometimes they required provinces to develop new services in order to have access to the Canada Health Transfer. Sometimes requirements were imposed as to how to provide health care in order to access these transfers. And sometimes certain services were to be offered free. For example, abortions. I might allow you to guess which provinces. And so royal recommendation was not required for any of these bills. Of course, not all of them were placed on the order of priority, and therefore the speakership did not have to decide. But there was a bill that was tabled by the late Maurice Bélanger, who was a great defender of Francophone rights in Ontario. He proposed this bill in the wake of the Montfort Hospital crisis, which is a Francophone hospital in Ottawa, that the Ontario government had tried to close. This bill introduced a new condition in the Canada Health Act to set new language requirements for French services provided in the provinces and in English in Quebec. If the provinces did not respect these conditions, the minister could cut the transfers. This bill was placed on the order of precedence without the speaker indicating that it required royal recommendation, and then it was debated. If you consult the Hansard in March 2003, you will see that the parliamentary secretary of the Minister of Health intervened in the debate on behalf of the Crown and said, and never did he mention royal recommendation. And so he asked the member to refer the bill to the Committee on Official Languages before second reading because he said that the federal government should act unilaterally in an area of shared jurisdiction. And so, in short, he asked the House not to adopt this bill, and therefore he recognized that he had the right to vote on it.
Another example is Bill C-213 by the NDP member for New Westminster Burnaby, which this House voted on at second reading on February 24th, 2021. It's called the Canada Drug Benefit Act. This bill creates a new transfer altogether. In this bill, in Section 4, it states that the purpose of this act is to establish the criteria and conditions to be met for the payment of a monetary contribution in respect of public drug insurance plans. After setting out the specific conditions, It states that the minister may make a transfer to the provinces in order to fund a provincial drug plan. It should be noted that the bill does not provide for any specific amount. I understand that it was drafted specifically so as to not generate new expenditures and necessarily, therefore, to require royal royal recommendation. And it worked, even though it created a new transfer, even though it set out the precise aims and conditions. It did not require a royal recommendation because it did not generate any new expenditure. Applying the same logic to Bill C-237, there is only one conclusion. This bill does not require royal recommendation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did indeed pay careful attention to the member. His arguments will be taken under advisement and assessed by the chair.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30 so we can start private members' business.
Does the honourable member have the agreement of the House? Perfect. It being 5:24, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-242, Reuniting Families Act, standing in the name of Mr. Seebeck.
Mr. Seebeck, seconded by Mr. Howland, moves that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary resident visas for parents and grandparents, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The honourable the honourable member.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about a bill that I think is going to make a dramatic difference in the lives of so many Canadian families. In 2011, our Conservative government brought in the Super Visa. The Super Visa is a 10-year multiple entry visa that allows families to reunite with parents and grandparents. They were allowed to stay for 2 years over 10. There were certain conditions with respect to that visa. They had to undergo a medical exam, be admissible on medical grounds. They had to have provided satisfactory evidence of private medical insurance, and the host child or grandchild had to have a certain financial means in order to qualify for the parent or grandparent to be able to come to Canada, be eligible for the Super Visa. This has been a fantastic tool for families to reunite in Canada over the past 11 years. It's one of the things I'm very proud of, as I was part of the government that brought that in. What we've learned over the last 11 years, however, is that this is something that could be improved. In fact, the Citizenship and Immigration Committee studied this in 2016 and heard from stakeholders about the challenges that exist with the Super Visa. So my bill is going to do 3 things. Number 1, it's going to extend the time that a parent or grandparent can stay in Canada from 2 to 5 years, which is going to be an incredible benefit to families. Imagine being able to have your parent or grandparent there for 5 months every year over 10 years to spend time with yourself, with your children. This is going to make things so much better for Canadian families. Number 2, the issue of health insurance has been brought up. It's costly. So this bill is going to address that. It is going to allow for the purchase of insurance from outside of Canada as approved by the minister. And finally, the third thing is that this bill is going to require the minister, the government, to prepare a report on reducing the minimum income requirement that a child or grandchild of a foreign national must meet. I'm going to go into the importance of these improvements now and why it's going to mean so much for Canadian families. when we talk about the issue of health care and private health insurance, this can be enormously costly for families. It can range up to $5,000 per year. In addition, families are looking at paying for the cost of a flight back and forth. So this was clearly heard in the evidence that was brought before the committee. Now, what we have to point out is that, in fact, you have to be medically admissible before you're eligible for the super visa. And that health check has to be provided as a precondition to the super visa being issued. So we're not talking about people that have, health care and health conditions and health concerns. So by allowing insurance from other countries, this will lower the cost of insurance. Why do I believe that? Because I believe that competition is a good thing. And if you can purchase insurance from an American insurance company, a British insurance company, an Indian insurance company, the list goes on and on and on. This is going to create competition for Canadian insurance companies, and it's going to lower the cost to these families. Now, some will say, well, maybe this could be an insurance company that won't pay. Well, that's why I've included a safeguard in this bill. It is as approved by the minister. So insurance companies can say, we want to be eligible to provide our products to this, make a submission to the minister. The minister has the capacity, the skill, the knowledge to ensure that this is an insurance company that will be able to pay for any health claims that are made while in Canada. So it's going to lower the cost of insurance for those trying to use the super visa, and we have a safeguard in place that is going to make sure that there's no healthcare system or healthcare provider in the country that would be left with an unpaid claim. The other issue is the income part of this, the low income cutoff. This is a challenge especially for new Canadian families when they're struggling to actually build the life that they wanted to build in this country. They may be working a job that does not pay a lot. They're working very hard. And with the income test as it is, many Canadian families are excluded from being able to apply because they aren't going to meet that income test. Now, when I think about this, I think, what would be the extra cost if my parents came to stay with me for 5 months? Now, we can debate whether or not I'd want my parents to come and stay with me for 5 months, but that is, of course, a different topic. Many people do want that. But there really isn't a significant cost involved in that. A cost that would require a family to somehow become financially insecure or financially unable to meet their obligations. So the income test itself does not make sense to me, which is why this bill will require the government to table within 1 year a plan to lower the low income cutoff and the income required. And there may be some criticism of that, saying, well, we may therefore have problems. That's actually not what the committee study showed in 2016. What we saw in the evidence presented at committee was that having a parent or grandparent come and stay with you in an economic sense is actually a boon.
That's right.
Those parents sometimes are able to provide some extra childcare. So the family could take an extra shift, maybe work some overtime, and their economic situation actually improves. So it's kind of the opposite of what we think, or the perception that's being put forward with the low income cutoff, that somehow this is going to be detrimental to the family. But when we look at how this will expand the opportunities for family, I think we have to consider how important it is for families to be able to reunite with their parents and grandparents, so children can spend time with their grandparents. The important lessons that you learn from your grandparents and having them as part of your family. In many communities across Canada, there are multi-generational homes where having the parents and the grandparents there is an important cultural aspect of life. So why are we limiting this on the assumption that somehow having your parent or grandparent come and stay with you for a few months is some kind of financial burden? I can say that I have talked to communities all across this country before I introduced this bill. This is unanimously approved by them. They are excited about the prospect of having their loved ones be able to come to Canada for a longer period of time. They're excited that health insurance costs will be reduced to make it more affordable. And they are more than excited that by lowering the low-income cutoff, more families are going to be eligible for the super visa. I am encouraging my colleagues from the government to support this bill. This will be good for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I look forward to questions from the members from opposite parties, and I hope I will have their support to pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
She asked somebody online.
Oh, okay.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to being able to contribute more wholesomely to the discussion on this particular piece of legislation that the member is proposing. But for now, I'm very much interested. Is the scope of the legislation is just to deal with international insurance agencies that are outside of Canada, and the primary purpose is to ensure that there's competition?
Dufferin Caledon.
Well, I wouldn't say the primary purpose is so that there's competition. The primary purpose is that there are going to be more insurance companies that people can speak to try and find a better price. Because it's the cost of buying insurance, especially imagine a new Canadian family that's just trying to get themselves established. A $4,000 or $5,000 bill to have their parents or grandparents come and visit them might actually make it impossible for them to do so. By having more options, I think the price will come down and make it more affordable for Canadian families from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Caledon for his bill as well. There are many issues to which we need to address with the parents-grandparents reunification process. Until we get there, this is, I think, a good sort of interim measure. Now, one thing that the member did not include in his bill is the opportunity for families who's been rejected for their parents-grandparents sponsorship application process, so that they would be able to appeal that decision. And I wonder whether or not the member would be open to an amendment to allow for and bring back the appeal process for the parents-grandparents reunification application process.
Dufferin Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that's a great suggestion. It's one I would look forward to being moved at committee. I think we should study that to make sure that this is something that's feasible. So, yes, I'm absolutely open to that amendment.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my honourable colleague for this very compassionate and very thoughtful bill. We've seen over the last 3 years, the member from Vancouver East had touched upon this about grandparents and parents. It's been a very, very bad transition that the grandparents and parents classes suffered for so long because of the backlogs that the Liberal government created in immigration. And we hear stories about this all this time. Throughout this pandemic, people needed their parents, they needed their grandparents. My honourable colleague from Dufferin Caledon also mentioned that it also enables when a grandparent or parent is here, one other person can go back into the working field as well. And not on top of that, with this pandemic, people needed this mental health support that we've seen. Mental health is diminished in this country. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that and how this bill will address those issues?
Caledon.
Well, my colleague raises a great point there. When I suggested, of course, you could stay for 5 months for every year for 10 years, you could also stay for a year or two. Imagine the economic benefit of having your parent come with you when you have your first child. They could come and be there for the first year to offer not only emotional support, but of course to offer that economic support, a reduction in daycare costs, the opportunity to continue to work. The backlogs in the parent and grandparent family reunification have gotten massively out of control under this current Liberal government. And this will actually help ease some of that strain because more parents and grandparents are going to qualify with this bill. They'll be able to stay longer and it will take some of the pressure off the terrible backlogs that we have going on right now.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague for his great speech. I'm just wondering if you could just comment quickly on what this bill is going to maybe do to reducing the wait times that our immigration system faces and to relieve some of the pressure that it sees.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Look, super visas generally get processed faster than other types of applications, so having the super visa expanded to more Canadians, it's absolutely going to get people reunited with their families faster than any other immigration stream, so I think it's going to contribute immensely to that.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, this is an issue in which I'm actually fairly passionate about in the sense that prior, when I was in the opposition benches, I was actually the critic for immigration. And so I have a lot of memories when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and I sure wish the member would have shared his concerns back then, Madam Speaker, because in opposition, I remember when Stephen Harper actually shut down the program to sponsor parents and grandparents. Imagine putting an absolute total freeze that you can't even sponsor a parent or a grandparent. That actually had taken place. And then a couple years later, they opened it up. And then they said, well, we're going to have 5,000 parents and grandparents come to Canada on an annual basis. And then, the good news is that they were replaced with a more progressive government.
Hear, hear.
And under this government, we recognize just how important parents and grandparents are.
That's right.
I think within the first couple of years, we more than doubled the numbers of parents and grandparents to be able to be sponsored. And the types of numbers that we're hitting today are well over 20,000. So contrast that to the previous government.
Night and day.
And if you take a look in terms of the processing times, when I was critic, we're talking 6, 7, and beyond years in terms of getting parents and grandparents to Canada.
Years.
Even the member, when he was talking about seniors, I'll go further. I'll tell you that seniors, especially those that are coming as permanent residents or they're coming as visitors, they contribute in a very positive way, not only to the families, but also to the economy, either directly or indirectly. This is the type of things, Madam Speaker, that we need to recognize right up front. That just because one's 70 years old or 75 years old doesn't mean that you can't contribute in a very positive way. I'm 60, approaching 70 awfully quick. Madam Speaker, people have a lot to offer. And this is one of the reasons why we in the Liberal caucus have made seniors a priority. And I say that knowing that the Minister of Seniors is listening to this debate because she knows full well just how important our seniors are that are living in Canada, let alone coming to visit Canada. And we want to encourage that, Madam Speaker. We want people to be able to invite their mums and dads and grandparents to come to Canada. We have to also take into consideration what provinces have to say. We need to realize that, yes, one of the things about that 70 plus, often there's, in generally speaking, more of a need for possible health care requirements. So when we talk about the super visa, in which I am a big fan of, I believe at the end of the day, it is responsible to ensure that there's some form of insurance for the individuals coming over. In certain situations, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that we have those extended visas or super visas. Prior to that, what would typically happen is I would get a senior that would be coming to visit, or a parent coming to visit a child, or a fully grown adult, I would say, Madam Speaker, and they're here for a year, and 3 months prior to that visa expiring, they would put in an application for an extension. And that would happen year after year after year after year. I would have parents that would actually be in Canada that have never left Canada, but they came under the 1-year visa, Madam Speaker, where they would be in Canada for 6, 7, 8 years, and it was an extension. So it only stands to reason, as the demand continues to grow, that we try to put in policies that will in fact help facilitate parents and grandparents being able to meet with their children, young and old, here in Canada. You talk about the important role that they play in society. It goes far beyond what I've heard today, and often I like to be able to contribute to the debate because I think of it in terms of being the rock of a family member, of your family. When you get a grandparent that comes and shares stories and the wisdom that they've had, their personal heritage, and how they have grown up, and they contribute to the child's well-being often. So you might have a parent that's coming, whether it's from India or the Philippines or any other place around the world. And what often happens is because of their love for a grandchild, they'll end up watching over that child. They'll watch over that child so, mom or dad can go and do some grocery shopping or do some visiting. They build up a very healthy relationship. They provide stability quite often in a family by being here. I have seen many families that have actually had a parent come over, and the parent is actually assisting them, either, again, directly or indirectly, in their business. A very dear friend of mine, Gertej Mully, has a wonderful restaurant. And I got to know, some of the individuals because of Canada's policy of getting and encouraging parents and grandparents to come over. The thoughts that I have are shared virtually universally within the Liberal caucus. Is we understand it, we encourage it, and you see that in the actions that we have taken to date, where we continue to see the number grow, Madam Speaker. My colleagues and I suspect even members of the opposition, you will find, will write letters of support so that we can encourage immigration officials from other countries to say yes and approve visiting visas. And at times that can be a challenge in itself. There's no doubt in terms of the cost of insurance is an issue. I would acknowledge that. And I would think, and I don't know, I haven't sat on the Immigration Committee for a while, I don't know if the members actually had or raised the issue with the Standing Committee of Immigration. I would be open to some ideas and thoughts on that, Madam Speaker. I think the Standing Committee on Immigration, and I would encourage those that might be following this debate to listen and see if there are some other viable options that are out there. I can tell you, we have a very aggressive, progressive Minister of Immigration that even though we have all sorts of things that are on the agenda, such as refugees, whether it's from Syria or now with Ukraine, and I am, as all, or at least most, definitely all from within the Liberal caucus and government members that are encouraging us to look at how it is, for example, we can do more for Ukraine on the immigration file. But even though that is such an important file, we still make time for our parents and our grandparents. And I would welcome and invite members of the public or anyone to take a look in terms of what it is that we have been able to accomplish in the last 6-7 years on this important file. And it doesn't mean that there's not room for improvement. We are always and constantly looking for ways for improvement because we recognize the many contributions that parents and grandparents make to our society. And if we recognize that in a holistic way, it enables us to be able to have bigger and better immigration programs in general, Madam Speaker. So I appreciate, as I always do, the opportunity to talk about immigration inside the House of Commons. I appreciate what the member is suggesting. I would recommend that he bring the issue to the Standing Committee of Immigration in hopes that we could actually look at what alternatives might be out there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this bill because I not only sat on the Immigration Committee, but further, in my former life as a lawyer, I helped families who wanted to bring their parents and grandparents here. Now, from working with these people, I saw just how much the paperwork, all the administrative burden was a problem. What these families wanted was to sponsor their parents or grandparents to bring them here to stay. Now, the Super Visa offers not only the possibility to have one's parents here while their application is being processed, but it's also an alternative for those who can't come here by lottery, and the lottery can be quite restrictive. There are very few people who can apply for sponsorship that way. So this is a very attractive alternative. When I consider the administrative burden, having the possibility to lighten this burden is a good thing. As the member for Dufferin-Caledon, what are we talking about with the Super Visa? The Super Visa is a visa that is valid for 10 years. It's a visa that doesn't allow the person to work. It's a visa which allows people to come for a maximum of 2 years. It requires the person who wants to apply. It requires that they have medical insurance with a Canadian company that is valid for at least 1 year after they enter our territory. And this visa requires that the person who has applied, that their child or grandchild, can prove their financial ability to support this person, so that there is a minimum threshold that has to be there for the parent or grandparent to get a visa. My colleague's bill has to do with these 3 points, but I'd like to mention right away that we intend to support this bill because it's a bill which would have a rather restricted ambit, but it's a bill that there is no burden for the state. There's no financial aspect. It's also it's a very small number of the temporary visas that are issued, between 1.6 there are approximately 1.6 million visas issued a year, but this would only concern about 20,000 visas. But it would have a major impact on families, and so I think it's important to support this piece of legislation. With respect to its proposed amendments, they talk about that people be able to have medical insurance, health insurance with companies other than Canadian companies. They'd like to extend the time period from 2 to 5 years. And also it asks that we re-examine the threshold for obtaining a visa for a parent or a grandparent. At the present time, the law provides for a health insurance that has to be of at least $5,000 that would last for at least a year. This is coverage that has to be obtained from a Canadian provider. That's in the present law. Now, on internet, we can see just how high the cost of this insurance is. For someone who's relatively young, under 40 years of age, not as much of a problem. But somebody older who might have had health problems will have to pay up $6,000 or $7,000 a year. And if there's a couple, it could be up to $12,000 a year. And this quite apart from the other fees and costs. So by allowing other competitors, it might break the monopoly of Canadian insurance companies, and it might even drive coverage costs down. I think that this coverage might be paired with an insurance policy for their car, their home. This could be a way to save money. Also in the bill, there's no problem with making claims because the insurance company would have to be pre-approved. So we could expect that there will be a study on how to make claims. So the insurance would have to be credible. The second point is that we would move from a 2-year period to a 5-year period. The fact that the number of trips back and forth the parents and grandparents can make between Canada and their country of origin, well, there would be costs of plane travel, etc. So this would help reduce costs. There's also the 2-year period. It has to be renewed. So you have to go through the same medical assessment for insurance premiums. So if there's a change in health, then there would be increased premiums to be paid. So, and what I didn't mention is that these visas come with a requirement to have a medical examination. So if you had to do that every 2 years, you would be vulnerable in terms of predictability. Finally, with respect to the threshold for those of modest income, people will have to have the wherewithal to support their parents or grandparents. Now, what the bill proposes is that the minister carry out a study on the necessity of maintaining things at the same level, the income threshold. Now, there are some people who talk about getting rid of it entirely. And there should perhaps be a threshold for people of modest income. So this is a bill that is something that seems would be well received by parliamentarians. I would mention that the Standing Committee on Immigration has already studied something similar with respect to the sponsoring of parents and grandparents. So there are the same financial requirements. There has to be a minimum income, 4 years, but it was different for the years when the pandemic might have had an effect on income. So the minimum income was like that. So we could find ourselves in a recession, and there might be somebody who would no longer be eligible for a visa because they were living in circumstances they could not control. And I would say, in passing, with respect to Quebec's jurisdiction and sponsoring of spouses and partners, some people don't have the financial wherewithal. I think that this would allow the threshold to be more relevant according to where in Canada one lived, because it really would depend on where these people reside. And that would be a positive change. And all of this would allow for the consideration of parents and grandparents having a positive impact on income. So for all these reasons, I recommend that this bill be approved.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The NDP has always seen family reunification as a pivotal component of Canada's immigration system. All families want to do is to be reunited with their loved ones, and they should not have to go through such hardship to be with their parents or grandparents who are every bit as much as a part of the family unit as what we have come to call immediate family. In Western culture, the nuclear family as two parents and their children have come to be seen as the basic unit to be protected. While this is the norm in many Western countries, it is not so for different parts of the world. For them, extended family members are often viewed as immediate family members. Research have shown that a family network includes parents and grandparents, makes the settlement and integration process much easier on newcomers. It also confirms the essential role parents and grandparents play in supporting the healthy development of the youth. Families are particularly important in the maintenance of the well-being of racialized communities, members of people with disability, and women. Prior to 2011, the parent-grandparent sponsorship program had the same process as spousal and dependent sponsorship streams of immigration. The application went through the system until it was ultimately approved or rejected. Unfortunately, successive Liberal and Conservative governments continually failed to provide sufficient immigration levels and staffing resources to process the applications in a timely manner. Consequently, too many families waited nearly a decade to be reunited with their loved ones. Instead of increasing resources to address the growing backlog, both the Liberals and Conservatives chose to put a cap on the parents-grandparents sponsorship applications. The Harper administration even had a moratorium on new applications for 2 years. It was well known that the application cap would always be hit mere hours into the IRCC accepting them, leaving tens of thousands of Canadians unable to even apply. The Liberals then went on to an arbitrary lottery system, which was a fiasco from the get-go. It is the only immigration stream that's based on the luck of the draw. This ill-conceived system fell flat on its face with multiple problems, where 500 of the 10,000 applications were lost to families in 2017. Forced to admit failure, the Liberals scrapped the lottery system and went back to the breakneck race to beat the application cap approach. And in that instance, within 7 minutes, the application process was shut down due to the cap having reached its limit. This process did not take into consideration inherent disparity within the system, such as the lack of access to high-speed internet in some communities, or those with disabilities or impairments. The media reviewed that a number of individuals who were not able to submit an application to reunite with their loved ones, under the parent-grandparents reunification process, filed a lawsuit against the government. The government then quietly settled with the litigants by offering them 70 coveted spots in the parents-grandparents sponsorship program. All of this is to say that the handling of the parents and grandparents sponsorship program has been disastrous. Too many families remain separated for years. And that's why the NDP has been calling for the lifting of the quota with increased staffing resources and levels numbers to address this ongoing issue. We're also calling for reasonable service standards to be set in the processing of the applications. Until then, some families turn to the Super Visa program as an alternative. However, the program has numerous shortcomings. The Super Visa the Super Visa applicant is required to purchase a medical insurance plan with $100,000 in emergency medical coverage from a Canadian insurance company. This is prohibitively expensive. This bill aims to partially address these issues, and while I support the bill, it must be recognized that it is only a stopgap measure. In addition to the points that I've already made, I think it's essential that we bring back the appeal process for the parents-grandparents stream. I met a family who was rejected for the program in their third year of meeting the onerous financial requirements because they went on mat leave for 1 month. As a result of that, the family's income dipped and their dream of reuniting with their parents vanished. This is wrong, and I think an appeal process with some ability to provide flexibility would have accommodated that temporary change in circumstances. On the call around the onerous financial burden, it would be important to reduce the financial undertakings required of families to be eligible to ensure a system that genuinely recognizes the value of familial unity over financial interests. If we truly value parents and grandparents in our society, we must disabuse ourselves of the notion that these so-called extended family members are somehow a burden on our society. It's often forgotten that many are able to work full-time, part-time, volunteer in our community, or provide childcare to their families. It's time that the government updated their views of the contributions of parents and grandparents in more just words, but action through Canada's immigration system. Madam Speaker, the proposed bill aims to address these issues, and the NDP supports the bill going to committee so that we can invite witnesses to examine the bill and put forward amendments. I think equally important, having the government look at the financial requirements and the owner's requirements put on the family sponsorship application process for parents and grandparents is extremely important. We did, in fact, at the Immigration Committee, study this issue and invited witnesses and experts who came forward. I think the vast majority, if not all of them, actually said that this needs to change, that the financial requirements is far too burdensome. Many actually call for the government as well to lift the cap to ensure that more families can and are able to reunite with their loved ones. I know that that's not part of this bill, but that's something that the NDP supports wholeheartedly. I have heard over and over and again in the last number of years, sitting in this place, from all parties, talk about how much they value the contributions of family members. Yet repeatedly, given a chance, whether when the Conservatives were in government or when the Liberals are in government now, they don't actually truly address the issue. They come in with stopgap measures, and then here we are again. And what's left, of course, as a result, is that too many families have their loved ones separated. Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to also talk about extended families. Now, in this instance, we're talking about parents and grandparents, but I know for a lot of communities, they actually view extended families such as siblings, adult siblings, or that of their aunts and uncles and cousins as part of their immediate family. We've seen that with the Syrian Refugee Initiative. So So many of them want to be able to sponsor their extended family members to come to Canada, but they have been experiencing extreme difficulties, and the immigration measures do not allow for that. So we need to update our view of what is an immediate family to be consistent with many of the newcomers who've come to Canada and make Canada their home. I hope that this bill will make it to second stage and be referred to committee so that we can look to how we can enhance the bill even further, for example, by bringing forward the appeal process. So I want to thank the member from Dufferin-Caledon for bringing this bill forward, highlighting the issues of parents, grandparents, and the need for parliamentarians to put their minds to it to make the process better for Canadians to reunite with their loved ones. And finally, on the piece around extending the period from 2 years to 5 years, that is a welcome change. Ultimately, I would like to see long-term change so that people can reunite with their loved ones permanently in Canada. But in the meantime, these are the measures that I can certainly support. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this important issue today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It is my absolute pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 242. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for bringing forward this bill and addressing a very important issue for many families and ethnic communities all across Canada. This is a very practical and a very compassionate bill that many have talked about and many people have emailed and called about. And so I, again, want to thank my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for bringing this bill forward. Madam Speaker, the previous Conservative government brought in the Super Visa to offer parents and grandparents the opportunity to visit their family on an extended basis. It was a way for families to reunite faster than going through the bureaucratic process of family sponsorship. This is a challenge that many Canadians with family abroad unfortunately face today. As the Liberal-made backlog continues to grow, family sponsorship is less of an option. Family is very important to all of us. I especially feel that in my own community. That's why I'm happy to see that these proposed amendments to the Immigration and Refugees Protection Act, expanding access to super visas for families looking to finally come to Canada and see their loved ones. Family reunification is a concern I hear a lot about in my office. But unfortunately, as the Liberal-made backlog continues to grow, family sponsorship is taking forever. As a result, many grandparents and parents miss out on the milestone moments in their grandchildren and children's lives. There's missed births, graduations, weddings, first steps, many milestones that get missed, all because of this Liberal-made backlog in immigration. In my riding, many permanent residents and new Canadians have been waiting even before the pandemic to see their families come to Canada. Their family sponsorship cases are caught up in the backlog and yet have not received any idea when their family members will finally get a decision for their applications. Mental health is also hit by family separation. All of us experienced the pressure that COVID put on our mental well-being. So many families were stuck waiting for their parents and grandparents as IRCC made excuses about why they couldn't process those cases. As suicide and addiction rates continue to rise, the effect of family separation and backlogs needs to be addressed. Over the past couple of years, we have all felt the impact of the pandemic and be cut off from travel with our loved ones. As provinces begin to open up and international travel gets easier, reconnecting with family will be very important, especially for Canadians and permanent residents who have parents and grandparents abroad. The Super Visa pathway is an opportunity to get past the Liberal-made backlog, help people get to a better place mentally, and not miss the important moments in life. That is why a person's Super Visa is valid for the amount of time that is valid for should be extended to 5 years. Extending the time family can spend together with a Super Visa has become important for another reason: affordability. This remains a problem for everyone in Canada. As inflation rises, it becomes more challenging to travel to Canada, to visit, and to stay here. My office hears about the cost of health insurance for people on temporary visas and super visas. As the law stands now, temporary residents can only purchase Canadian health insurance, and Super Visa applicants are required to have it before entering Canada. Unfortunately, this is not always accessible or affordable for people that live abroad. In today's era of technology and high-speed communications, allowing for affordable foreign options for health insurance makes sense for parents and grandparents coming to visit their loved ones in Canada. Madam Speaker, another point I want to raise on the issue of affordability is that Super Visas are important for providing childcare. We all know that grandparents and parents are the best babysitters, and no daycare can beat that. Canadians and permanent residents who don't have family here can benefit from having their parents and grandparents close to them. Super Visas are a great way to bring family from abroad to support working parents. Giving families that flexibility is also good for economic growth in Canada. It allows parents to work and contribute to the economy. With this historic backlog at IRCC, one stream that has taken a hit is the caregiver program. I have constituents and people across the country contacting my office upset with the lack of access to newcomers coming through the caregiver program and how long it takes for anyone to have their application processed. The backlog for this immigration stream as of February 1st was 16,085 people. That's up from 12,539 people in December. These are not just applications or numbers. These are families that are hurt by this backlog, that need to be reunited to help their mental health as well. By extending the Super Visa to 5 years and making it more accessible, parents and grandparents abroad can come and help fill the demand for at-home child caregivers by supporting their own families. Madam Speaker, Bill C-242 also asks the Minister to study the minimum income levels currently required for applicants to come to Canada under the Super Visa. The reality is that we know parents and grandparents living with their family are not a burden on our economy or our country. They help grow it. As families spend more on groceries, family activities, and working parents can go to work knowing their kids are in good hands. The minimum income levels are an issue today as inflation and supply chain issues affect the cost of groceries and other essentials like gas and electricity. While just inflation is hitting people's pocketbooks hard, it is an excellent time to show compassion and review the minimum income requirement. It was often those workers here in Canada that were in healthcare, in transportation, in processing plants that were hit the hardest when it came to COVID. It would have been a great tool for them to have their parents or grandparents here to support them at home, mentally, with their kids, or whenever they're going through a tough time. So this new bill is very, very practical, and it will help Canadians in all facets. The Super Visa can also be a pathway for those people fleeing the violence caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, looking at the special immigration measures the IRCC has for Ukraine, I see an approach that can leave many people in limbo. The unprovoked attack by Russia has left over 1 million Ukrainian people displaced. The United Nations estimates roughly 500,000 people have gone to neighboring countries for safety. Canada cannot let the chaos and lack of communication that led to the failure of the Afghanistan evacuation be repeated in Ukraine. As our European and NATO allies take in Ukrainians, many people want to come here. Our country has a strong and long-standing connection with the people of Ukraine. Over 1 million Canadians are of Ukrainian heritage, and thousands still have family there. By making the Super Visa more accessible and affordable for parents and grandparents fleeing the violence, Canada can do its part to get friends and family out of harm's way. Madam Speaker, this bill shows how needed reforms are for Canada's immigration system. In the 21st century, our system needs to be smart, compassionate, and efficient. Newcomers and their families deserve to be treated with the dignity and respect, not as a number that can be left in a backlog that this Liberal government created. I hope that all of my colleagues here in the House can see the importance of making these changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This is an opportunity to provide a more accessible and affordable pathway for parents and grandparents looking to reunite with their loved ones here in Canada. Again, I want to thank my friend and colleague, member from Dufferin-Caledon, for bringing this bill forward, and I urge all members to support Bill C-242. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that I'll have an opportunity to speak on this, but I do want to raise a point of order before I do that. Madam Speaker, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn used a term that the Conservatives had come up with a while ago, referencing inflation. And although, I know that they've been using it and using the term repeatedly, and we thought that they were going to stop using that term, they continue to do it. But what we do know as a procedural rule, Madam Speaker, is you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. And it's very clear that when they use that term, referencing inflation, they are invoking the Prime Minister's first name. So I would encourage you to at least take the opportunity perhaps to go back, reflect on this, and come back with a ruling to this House whether or not using a term like that indeed does violate the procedural rules that we have.
Yeah, I do want to thank the member for the information that he's provided in his point of order. Certainly we'll take it under consideration and we'll come back to the House if need be. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased today to rise today to speak to Bill C-242. I think it's very important that we have the process of introducing private members' legislation into the House. It gives an opportunity for individual members to bring forward ideas and concepts that they feel are important to put forth before the 338 members of Parliament, and I applaud this member for doing that and bringing forward something that he is indeed quite passionate about. I will say, just off the bat, Madam Speaker, I take great exception to some of what I did here, especially in the last speech from a Conservative member. I recognize that the member who has introduced this bill was around during the Stephen Harper government, and he is fully aware of what was going on at the time, and I respect the fact that he tried to stray away from referencing too much back to those days, but the member who just spoke before him, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn Hill, made a number of outrageous claims, in my opinion, talking about a Liberal-made backlog. This is coming from the Conservative Party that previously the family reunification application system was a 6-year wait. And why was that, Madam Speaker? It was
Sorry, I do want to remind members there is no questions and comments, and there should be no heckling. And so I would ask them to really listen to what the honourable member says in case some of their other colleagues will want to speak on this, and maybe they can talk to them about some of what they've heard to have that included in those speeches. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I have been sitting here listening very attentively to what they've been saying, and that's why my comments today are a reflection of what I heard, not something that I had written before I came in this room, because I think that that's important. I think that's an important part of the debate process. But the member from Calgary Forest Lawn Hill said it was a Liberal-made backlog. This coming from a former Conservative, somebody who sits in the party of a former Conservative government that literally had a 6-year backlog as it related to family reunification. And why is that, Madam Speaker? Why was there such a huge backlog? Because it was very clear to Canadians at the time that the Stephen Harper government was more interested in applications in terms of immigration as it related to those that were bringing what they perceived to be economic potential into the country. It was a much shorter time period to wait if you were coming here to work and you were applying for immigration versus if you were coming over for the purposes of family reunification. So although I am very pleased to see members of the Conservative Party now talking about the importance of family reunification, because it is indeed a very important part of the immigration process, although I'm very pleased to see that, I certainly don't agree with the member's comments that this was a liberal-made backlog, in particular in the context in which we are in today. We heard the member of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader earlier speak of the fact that, back in the Stephen Harper days, there were 5,000 applicants being allowed to apply for family reunification in Canada per year, and now we're up in the neighborhood of around 25 or 30,000 per year. So I think that it's disingenuous to say that, or to suggest that this government hasn't been doing our job. I also found it very interesting when the member from Calgary Forest Lawn said, and I'll quote him, he said, we don't see seniors and children as being we don't see them as being an impact. We see them as being a positive to our economic potential. Well, that clearly didn't come through in the previous programs that previous Conservative governments had. They actually took a position, as I previously mentioned, to move away from family reunification and more in the direction of those who were seeking and who actually had jobs lined up in Canada, those that were coming over for economic purposes. So again, I am very much pleased to see this new position that's being taken by Conservatives. I think it's great. I think it's the right thing. I just don't think that it can be done and they can stand on firm ground when they talk about this government somehow failing. I see that my time has come to an end. You're giving me that indication. I look forward to continuing later, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The period.
The time for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is now dropped from the order paper. To the bottom of the order of precedence, and a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member.
They pose a real threat not only to democratic Taiwan, but to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as the international rules-based order. Since June of 2020, Chinese military planes, including fighter jets and bombers, have entered Taiwan's air defense identification zone on an almost daily basis. Last October, we saw an unprecedented 150 Chinese military planes enter the air defense identification zone within the span of 4 days. Those incursions continue to today. They are part of a broader gray zone assault by the Chinese Communist regime against Taiwan that consists of infiltration, cyber attacks, the spreading of disinformation, and military intimidation. In the face of this aggression, several of our democratic allies have signaled their strong support for Taiwan. For example, late last year, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken said that any attempt by China to invade Taiwan would be met with serious consequences. Just yesterday, a high-level U.S. delegation consisting of security and defense officials arrived in Taipei to reaffirm the U.S.'s steadfast support for Taiwan and Taiwan's security. Last February, a month ago, the UK House of Commons passed a unanimous motion that, among other things, called for a deepening of security cooperation between Taiwan and the United Kingdom, and our allies Australia and Japan have been clear in their support for Taiwan. By contrast, Madam Speaker, this government's response has been largely one of silence. It's as if this government refuses to acknowledge the increased Chinese aggression in the Taiwan Strait. So I put it to the government, when will this government step up, join our allies, and unequivocally state our support for Taiwan in the face of Chinese communist aggression?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by assuring this House, including the member for St. Albert Edmonton, that Canada is deeply concerned about recent tensions in the Taiwan Strait. This issue is important to Canada and to Canadians, especially given the extensive economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties that we have had since 1970 with Taiwan, even within the One China policy. Under this policy, Canada recognizes the People's Republic of China as the sole legitimate government of China, taking note, neither challenging nor endorsing the Chinese government's position on Taiwan. This framework has, however, allowed Canada to advance unofficial but very valuable ties with Taiwan based on complementary interests and our shared values. There are currently some 60,000 Canadians living in Taiwan, which makes it the home of the fourth largest Canadian diasporic community in the world. We have daily nonstop flights between Canada and Taipei, and we've had those since 2017. With two-way merchandise trade valued at some $7.4 billion in 2020, Taiwan is Canada's 15th largest trading partner and a critical member of global supply chains, particularly for chip manufacturing and international shipping. During the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan was among the first to donate masks to Canada, a sign of our deep and enduring friendship. On issues ranging from global health to civil aviation, Canada has consistently supported Taiwan's meaningful participation in global discussions where it's useful and where Taiwan's absence would be detrimental to global interests. Despite international efforts to promote greater inclusion in international organizations such as the World Health Assembly and the International Civil Aviation Organization, Taiwan remains shut out of important discussions where its presence would benefit all of us. In recent years, as I have said, we have observed an increased incursions into Taiwan's self-declared air defense identification zone by the People's Liberation Army. Canada is very concerned about these actions and incidents that could result in further escalations across the Taiwan Strait. Canadian officials have communicated directly to Chinese authorities our concerns about destabilizing military actions across the strait. And we're doing so practically as well by taking part in operations in the region, most recently through the involvement of Canada's frigate HMCS Winnipeg. Madam Speaker, we are there. We are communicating strongly, and we want to ensure that Taiwan is secure in its region, and that is very important to Canada. We'll continue to monitor the cross-strait developments closely while reiterating our strong support for constructive efforts that contribute to peace, stability, and dialogue in the region. Madam Speaker, as a progressive democracy, Taiwan demonstrates that Confucian values and individual rights and freedoms, including for women, the LGBTQ community, Indigenous peoples, can coexist. Canada has many other unique reasons to advance its ties with Taiwan without reference to the agenda of third parties. This long-standing approach has guided Canada's engagement with Taiwan for over 5 decades and will remain a cornerstone of our continued engagement in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, and I share his sentiments, and I concur with him that Taiwan is an important ally of Canada. in terms of our trade, in terms of our people-to-people links, and in terms of shared values. And that's why the government's inaction to strongly signal its support for Taiwan in the face of Chinese communist aggression has been so disappointing. And in that regard, Canada has fallen short of our allies. There are meaningful things that Canada can be doing. Canada could, for example, establish meaningful security cooperation with Taiwan. We could be a leader in encouraging Taiwan's participation in multilateral military exercises. We could, unlike this government, which did not signal its support, but we should be signaling our support for Taiwan's inclusion in the CPTPP. Those are three practical measures that could be taken. It's time the government began to act.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would assert again to this House that Canada remains committed to advancing our interests and those of Taiwan within the framework of Canada's One China policy. Our engagement with Taiwan is multifaceted and has on its own merits an important role to play in advancing Canadian interests. And those are as important as the very concerned mentions that the member has raised regarding the cross-strait security question. As our sixth largest trading partner in the Indo-Pacific, Taiwan and its economic stability matter to Canadians, to Canadian businesses, to Canadian exporters. For instance, recognizing Taiwan's crucial position in global supply chains, Canada recently launched exploratory discussions on a possible foreign investment promotion and protection arrangement with Taiwan. We will continue to advance Canadian interests and establish security in the region.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the opportunity to participate in the adjournment proceedings tonight. Madam Speaker, I'll give a candid comment that I have said to several constituents over the course of the last few weeks as we've debated the many issues facing the City of Ottawa specifically, but our country. I cannot wait until we can come to the floor of the House of Commons and not talk about COVID or convoys. And I want to follow up on my supplemental question that I asked in question period a few weeks ago about a reopening plan from this government. This should be, as I've said before, a happy time for our country. We are seeing the latest variant of COVID-19, the severity drop. We've seen the surge begin to eliminate itself. We've seen public health data, and we've seen public health experts that say that now we are in a phase of this pandemic, thankfully, that we don't have to live in fear. We can learn to live with COVID and adjust our public health measures to do so. A few weeks ago, in our Opposition Day motion, Madam Speaker, we simply asked for a plan. It was voted down by the government and the NDP, not because of science, but I believe because of politics. It was reasonable at this point in the game, and it wasn't unrealistic. Several provinces, provincial premiers, leaders, and leaders around the world, similar to the situation that Canada has faced during this pandemic, have given their citizens hope to say there's light at the end of the tunnel, and here's the plan, here's the metrics, here's the benchmarks to know that we're finally getting to the end of this pandemic. Here's when we can see some closure and some advancement on getting back to normal. I had to laugh, Madam Speaker. We voted down, the motion was voted down, and 2 days later, the NDP stood up in question period and said, we need a plan. We just voted against it 3 days before, but nevertheless, we're still here, unfortunately, in a situation where, yes, things have certainly been tense in our country the past few weeks, the past few months. A lot of constituents say, and rightfully so, there's a difference between federal restrictions and measures that have been put in place and provincial ones. A lot of provincial premiers and leaders have shown plans and timelines and made progress. And at the federal level, we don't see that same leadership. We've asked the government numerous times to provide the science and data that shows the reason for mandates and some of the measures that they're responsible for, that these things are still in place. And we've gotten silence back. But others are speaking up in this country, Madam Speaker. I think of many border communities in the province of Ontario where home is to me, the city of Cornwall, the port of entry there, and SDNG. Local mayors and tourism businesses are wanting to see the restrictive measures at land borders finally and rightfully lifted. And there's been leaders, for example, like Mayor Drew Dilkens in the city of Windsor. So what I think we need to do is, this quote, is to trust Canadians to make smart decisions. We've asked people to get vaccinated. That is the high watermark here of the pandemic. But having a requirement for a test is really an optical illusion for safety. It is really providing no protection, unquote. Dilkens and his counterparts said the science doesn't support testing of this kind, and it remains a barrier for those looking to cross land borders between Canada and the U.S. We also still have on this table from the government the idea of an interprovincial mandate for truck drivers, which would be extremely inappropriate considering the data and public health advice and the direction that provincial leaders in many countries around the world. My question to the government, again, my supplemental is, what are the metrics? What are the timeframes? Where is the hope to get back to a semblance of normalcy, to get back to normal? Canadians have been more than patient. They've done their part, and there's no reason why at this point in the game they can't have a detailed plan, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, although the question that he asked me was not the question that I was given to respond to. So just before I do respond, with the speech that I was given, I would just say COVID isn't listening to Parliament. COVID isn't listening to politicians. So when we talk about providing a plan, 2 years ago, almost to the day, we were hit with a pandemic that none of us ever expected to see, and I'm very proud of how our government has responded, and I was really proud at the beginning of the pandemic how all the parties came together in March of 2020. I remember a press conference when all parties were saying we need to pull together. That changed over the months, unfortunately, and I wish in March of 2020 somebody could have said, okay, in 2 weeks' time, this is what's going to happen, but none of us knew, none of us expected it. So to say that the government needs to say what the plan is, we've never been able to say that because we don't know what this virus is going to do. I think we've acted responsibly. We've always had the health and safety of Canadians at the heart of every decision that we've made, and I think that's the most important thing we can do, and I think it's important that the opposition work with us. And I think it's important that we work together, and we're always open to hearing constructive ideas from the opposition, from all parties in this House, and from all members of this House as to the best way forward. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left, but I was under the understanding that the question was going to be about the implementation of the Emergencies Act. And so I would like to just touch on part of that, only because I think that it's important to highlight the importance of our national unity and the leadership of the government. And I think Canadians are looking for the country to come together. I think they're looking for all of us to listen to each other in a respectful way. Over the last few months, we seem to have lost the ability to agree or disagree agreeably. I do not say that the honourable member to whom I'm addressing through you, Madam Speaker, who asked the question, he, in my experience, has always had the ability to disagree agreeably, and I appreciate that. And I know that our government appreciates those who do come to these really difficult issues in ways that are constructive. But unfortunately, the rhetoric, the misinformation created in our country, a peaceful country, protests, and that peaceful protests that turned into an occupation, that turned into convoys that were blocking trade. In my community of Oakville, North Burlington, we saw Ford of Canada with layoffs. We moved away from having those dialogues. So I think the conversation is important, but it's unrealistic to say that we can present a plan for something that won't be listening to anything that we say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I'm not sure which matter was being brought before the House because I don't have that in front of me at this point. So there may have been Someone may have gotten the signal wrong on it, but I'll allow the honourable member to do up his last minute, and the honourable parliamentary secretary will be able to respond. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize for any hiccups that may be there, but it was relatively relevant to the topic. I think for sure the Emergencies Act is an example, was something that we were confronted with as Parliament in the past few weeks as well. I will just say this to my honourable colleague. We are now into year 3 of the pandemic, and the light at the end of the tunnel is here. It's not politicians that are saying that out of turn. We are hearing more public health leaders and experts that are saying this. We are at a time where we can start to end federal mandates, where people can get back to work and get their livelihoods back and do so safely. We can have federal public service workers return to downtown Ottawa to get our economy back going again in the city of Ottawa in Eastern Ontario. We're at a spot now where we can rule out the need for an interprovincial truck mandate. We can look for travel and tourism at our land borders, which is very important to the city of Cornwall in my region. And I would just say for travel and tourism, time is of the essence. A plan and metrics and light and hope, optimism is needed for the many people that rely on American visitors coming up using our land borders each year. So I would encourage the government once again to please do so, get a plan, get back open, end mandates, and get back to normal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I couldn't agree more that we need optimism and we need hope. And I would say that in the fall, I think we all were feeling that. I know I renewed my season's tickets to my favorite lacrosse team. I had gone to a game. It felt like we were moving out of it. And I don't think any of us here expected the devastation that Omicron brought, the challenges that our healthcare system had. Most of these mandates that people are frustrated with are actually put in place by the provincial governments. So when we were faced with something that none of us expected back in the fall, government had to react to that. And I think I agree that we need to be hopeful. I agree we need to be optimistic. And I know that all of us want to return to the before times. But with all due respect, I'll go back to what I said before. COVID isn't listening to us. We don't know what kind of thing is going to happen in the future. We need to be nimble. We need to be able to react to that. And I thank the honourable member for his constructive comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, it's been nearly a month since I've asked the Minister of Canadian Heritage on whether or not he would consider hosting a national conference on the future of art. And since then, performing artists have continued to reach out to me about how their livelihoods are in peril. Madam Speaker, the arts community is an integral part of our economy. And so while the additional funding by the government via the Canada Performing Arts Workers Resilience Fund was a positive step for sector resilience, we are far from the end of the crisis. This is why I called on the Minister to convene a national conference on the future of art, because it's clear, Madam Speaker, that we have to find a way to live with COVID. It's clear also that every industry is different and that we must develop a targeted approach to how we will support different sectors and how we will support the arts community. Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example. When the province of Ontario initiated a lockdown in response to the Omicron variant, the arts was lumped into the same bucket as sports arenas. It didn't matter that when we were watching Come From Away or when I went to see the Nutcracker, that I and other audience members were doing so quietly, that we were doing so masked. It didn't matter that this was a vastly different experience than that at the Scotiabank Arena, where audience members are eating, drinking, and we're cheering for the Raptors and the Leafs. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. I know that everyone here will appreciate that this fell within provincial jurisdiction. But federally, not just in funding, but also in leading and in convening is where this government can take action. Because unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the decimation to the arts community is sadly not just exclusively in my riding, not just in Ontario, but all across Canada. This is why Canada needs, and again I reiterate my call for a national convening to forge the path forward on the future of art in our country. Like my honourable colleague, I've been at the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, where we've heard from many witnesses about the need for this, because of the crippling impact that COVID has had on their sector. And in fact, quite a number of the witnesses that the Heritage Committee has heard from were from my riding of Spadina-Fort York. Ms. Kendra Bator of Mirvish Productions, Ms. Barbara Diabo, who is chair of the Grand Council of the Indigenous Performing Arts Alliance, to name but a couple. And the statements provided by them and other witnesses was startling. The cost that COVID has levied on the Canadian arts community is alarming, and we must act. Because the price of inaction is not just on Canadian art and culture, which I would suggest is priceless. The price of inaction will mean jobs lost, local businesses continue to be devastated, and foregone tax revenue. Let me share with you, Madam Speaker, some of the stats that Kendra from Mirvish, which is our country's largest theatre production company, shared with the Heritage community. In 2019, over 1.8 million people attended a commercial theatre production. On tickets alone, audiences spent over $160 million, generating over $19 million in tax revenue. This doesn't even include $1 billion spent in additional travel, hotel, restaurants, parking, and retail. You see, Madam Speaker, when you support the arts community, you're also supporting Canadian small businesses. When you support the arts community, you're also supporting Canadian tourism. And when you support the arts community, you're supporting Canadian jobs and culture. So through you, Madam Speaker, I ask my honourable colleague, does he not agree that we have to take action and that the government must convene a national conference on the future of art?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech and his suggestion, but he's late to the game. It's something that the Minister has committed to. Unfortunately, due to the Omicron wave, the summit for artists and creators has been delayed, but it's something we are committed to moving forward. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has engaged with both organizations and individuals who work in the cultural sector and acted upon their concerns, through both universal measures broadly available to Canadians and unprecedented investments in new and existing programs specific to the cultural sector. We have made every effort to mitigate the financial hardships experienced by organizations, performers, artists, and technicians whose employment has been interrupted by the pandemic. We were there in the spring of 2020 with the Emergency Support Fund for Culture, Heritage, and Sport organizations to blunt the initial impact of the pandemic. Our 2020 fall economic statement committed $181.5 million to support the planning and presentation of COVID-19 safe events and performances, as well as to provide work opportunities, including a dedicated $40 million envelope for the support of the workers in live arts and music sectors fund in the fiscal year 2021-2022. Budget 2021 included an investment of $500 million over 2 years for the Recovery Fund for Arts, Culture and Heritage and Sports sectors, and the Reopening Fund. Substantial portions of Budget 2021 funds are being invested in live arts, presentation sector, community festivals, performing arts organizations, and music. Our government has modified our programs to make them more responsive to changing conditions on the ground, so we did. Most recently with the expansion of the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit announced in December. We know that capacity reductions, cancellations, and closures across the country were necessary to protect public health and have been devastating for workers in the live performance sector, particularly self-employed gig workers. That's why we announced an investment of $60 million in the Canadian Performing Arts Workers Resilience Fund for 2022-2023. This new temporary program has been launched and will support sector-delivered initiatives that improve the economic, career, and personal situations of independent and self-employed workers in the live performance sector. These initiatives can include direct financial support to these workers for emergency and hardship relief, as well as programs for services that provide career transition advice, counseling, services, skills enhancement, or professional development. Throughout the pandemic, direct engagement with the arts and culture sectors have been essential in delivering a robust and relevant response. We remain committed to holding a national summit on plans to restart and position the arts, culture, and heritage sectors and for the future. This event has been under development, but as I mentioned, had to be postponed until public health restrictions allow for face-to-face meetings to take place directly. The Department is finalizing plans and dates for this event in light of the evolving health conditions. The summit will be held in person as soon as it is safe to do so, with a continuing focus on the post-COVID-19 recovery and the long-term competitiveness of Canada's arts, culture, and heritage sectors. The arts and culture are vital to our economy and our quality of lives. We will continue to support artists, cultural workers, and their sectors through the challenges they currently face. Thank you.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague said I'm late to the game. I asked my honourable colleague when the province is starting to open up. When is this national convening going to happen? Inaction has led to, since the inaction from the government has led to the fact that we have lost Canada's most successful musical, Come From Away. In our hometown of Toronto, it has closed. And I want to localize the impact that this has had due to inaction. Come From Away attracted more than 1 million patrons to Toronto. Box office sales surpassed $115 million, $15 million in HST. The show created jobs over 9,000 employment weeks. This was for cast, stage managers, musicians, crew members, front of house team members. When will this national convening happen, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member sounds like what we're hearing from the Conservative Party, that he wills COVID to be over and we should pick a date. That's not how this pandemic is happening. I know he attended a couple of Heritage Committee meetings and believes that he is an expert on the subject, but the reality of the situation is that COVID is real, COVID is there. We have been there at every step of the way to support our cultural workers. We will continue to do so. And there's no need to set a date. We know it is pressing. As soon as it is possible to do so, we will host the summit. It is a priority for this government.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The House adjourns until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to the standing order.